measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you'd like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Effie Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMails24, Unimento, Iron26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Harry Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 96, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon are below this video. To whoever is in Discord and Google, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Freaking YouTube went down for a while yesterday.
Hey, Neil.
Were you affected by that?
Preamp on, hold on.
How you doing?
Oh, you said hello, I saw the line dance. Go on, let's hear you. I haven't turned my preamp on yet, so I haven't heard anything about this system. Neil.
You good?
Yeah, I am now. You said something.
Did you see that YouTube went down yesterday for a good bit?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Sure, it didn't
Freaking
really.
went down. Millions of people. Even in the UK, I think Lenny, he couldn't get on either.
When? How many hours ago?
What's that?
How many hours ago?
Oh, this was yesterday at around, I'd say 8 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock at night, my time.
How many hours
So
ago
that
is
would
that?
probably 12, maybe 11 hours ago.
11 hours ago. So
Mhm.
maybe midnight UK time.
Yeah, roughly.
Okay.
Telling you what's going to happen next. Be ready for when they shut the internet down.
Okay.
They're just doing their little test of power, you know?
Don't think people missing out on doom scrolling for half an hour is going to really affect their lives that much. I gotta be honest.
Oh, yeah, well, think about people that maybe do a show at that time. Like, say this would have happened during this time when you do your show. It would
Then
have
that's
affected you
absolutely
and other people.
outrageous. Something's got to be done.
Uh,
I mean, it had affected me. Me? How dare they? I don't think it would have mattered that much. It'd just be like, all right, no show today then. But as it stands, we're all right. I mean, I would assume that other parts of the internet were unaffected. Therefore, as a consequence, the fact that I record and live stream my show means that the recording would have just continued anyway, right? And then I just uploaded it. And if YouTube never returned, I'd just upload it to a different video hosting site.
yeah, I guess.
Not that
Paula
big
was
a
saying
deal.
that there was a couple of streaming servers that went down, not just YouTube.
Oh. Not Netflix too. Dun dun dun.
Let me see what she said. A lot of servers went down today, including Cloudflare, which I don't even know who the heck that is.
Not Cloudflare. Oh my god.
She said, I wouldn't doubt that they're about to pull the plug just in time for a war with Iran. We're truly on the cusp of the tribulation.
Who said this?
Paula, Bible you. And
She
she
said we're
pays
on the cusp
attention
of
to end times.
on the cusp of the end times.
Well, the tribulation period. There's still years after that happened. Well, actually, when it starts, it's a 7-year thing. 3.5 years of peace, 3.5 years of war like never saw before. Israel gets surrounded. You know, that's the whole thing. So when it starts, 7 years.
Fire and brimstone, dogs and cats living together, complete chaos.
Well, according to scripture, we'll be at that time like never saw before. So, well, you know, we'll see.
Fair enough.
Right now, we'll still go forward, right?
Go forward. Where's forward? Where are we going? What now?
We'll still go forward with the show, right? You'll still go forward with your book, right?
Yeah,
We'll
I mean,
march on.
doing the show. I mean, I like doing the show. I don't see that there's a journey though. There's no destination to reach. I mean, I'm at the stage where I'm quite peaceful with the whole subject matter. The fact that I'm surrounded by monsters and animals that aren't is kind of irrelevant to me, really. I mean, maybe I can echo how I feel in general day-to-day life onto the show in terms of how I generally view it, which is a kind of indifference. It's like, yeah, it's just measured flat. It's not that serious.
Right, yeah. So we're just going to keep going the way we're going, right? Now, I want to ask you a question about the book. When you do that Coriolis, do you use that plane flying from Los Angeles to wherever? Do you use that whole analogy?
Yeah. Why not? It's a commonly used analogy.
Is it doesn't belong to somebody, does it?
You think an analogy in a flight time belongs to somebody, do you?
I don't know. You hear these people say, I came up with that. That's it. I'm going to sue.
I mean, feel free. If you feel that by utilising an analogy of how plane flights work with respect to a globe Earth is something that you can copyright, then, you know, feel free to try and sue me when I use it myself.
Depends what colour crayons they used.
Len, your server, you lost YouTube for a while too, right? Yesterday?
Yeah, it was about 2 a.m. for me, though. I should have been in bed anyway.
Yeah, then I lost internet altogether. There was a lot of wacky stuff going on within that hour when I discovered what was happening.
Oh, yeah. Such as?
So what I did was I went off. I tried to just not use my Wi-Fi and use my data from the phone. And then the TV just went down. And then I lost all Wi-Fi for a good 20 minutes. Then it just went back on. Then the phone just started glitching out. Like, what's going on here? I don't know. Could be a coincidence. Or could be that they're coming.
Put your tinfoil hat on for that one.
Yeah, right here, right next to me. Because I predicted years ago, they're just going to shut the internet down one day. And then how are we even going to get in touch with each other anymore?
I don't know if it's the same in the States, but over here they shut pretty much every library, so you only access the information. So,
You're fading out, Len.
I'm saying I don't know if it's the same over in the States as it is here, but over the last few years, pretty much all of our libraries shut down, favouring bloody online references and whatnot. But yeah, it's going a certain way. If something happens, people will be screwed without the access to info. Did you manage to get much more books done last night, Nathan?
Were you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm saying, did you manage to get much more books done last night?
Yeah, we did a chapter. I mean, by do a chapter, because it was a long one, we didn't do what we typically do, which is go through it, make adjustments, then go through it again, make more adjustments, then go through it again, until you're reading it and no adjustments are being made. That's typically what we did, but because it was like a 15-page chapter, we got through it once in 2.5 hours. So by that point, my wife was knackered, and she's like, let's just leave it there. So whether or not we go through it again from the beginning of chapter 7, when we start doing it again today, or tomorrow, she's not actually here today. Her aunt died a couple of days ago, so she's out in Worcester doing, I don't know, death things, whatever you do after someone dies. I don't know what she's doing. I think she's gone to her house to sort things out there. But nevertheless, when we next do the book, we might just start at chapter 8, and then if there's any more alterations to be made to chapter 7, we'll go through it when we come to producing an 8th draft. So for now, I've said to her at the end of chapter 7, let's just stick it in the book as is. Yes, it's not perfect, but you know, I think the next 3 chapters are very long and very in depth and will require quite a lot more work. So that we don't get bored of doing it or annoyed with doing it, I think moving on to the next chapter is probably the best bet. And as each chapter's got an in-between anecdotal chapter, that kind of peps me up. At least I enjoy doing the chapters that have been written more recently, because they're directly about me. So I like doing them. So that's what we'll do next time. Tomorrow, probably.
Cool. Progress. It's all progress.
So when I left your book editing session yesterday, because she's kind of annoyed me, I went to moderate the show. And a certain party was in there again. I had to keep timing him out for 24 hours, and then he gets another sock account and comes in, leaves a derogatory message, and I got to time him out again for 24 hours. How can we just ban him?
YouTube allows you to make 1 million different sock accounts, doesn't it? And that's always been the way for whatever reason. YouTube don't care if you want to make 1 million different accounts.
So you're saying, even if I did ban him, which I don't know how to do that, even if I did ban him, he would just keep getting another sock account, and I would have to ban him the same amount of times as I timed him out.
Yeah, but what does that tell you? It tells you that he's already got lots and lots of sock accounts made, ready to go into places that he gets banned from regularly. It's like, this is not somebody who's happy in life. This is somebody who's going to places where they go away, don't want you near me. And he goes, I'm going to be here anyway. You're like, yeah, you will, won't you, you little dweeb?
Yeah. He posted
I've got
about
the same.
it too. He's like, I got tons of them made up. All I do is hit a button. So he admitted to that, yeah.
Yeah, so I've got a little button, people hate me button. I press it, and then it gives me a new sock account so I can hang around with people who hate me. Now, yeah, the same. This is back to the same thing at school, right? The kid that got bullied, for whatever reason, the dumbest of these kids, the dweebs, still really wanted to hang around with the cool kids. You're like, the cool kids have told you to get lost, and you're still hanging around. That's why you end up getting your head flushed down the bog. Because they don't want to hang around with you. They find you irritating. But you insist, right? I've got a button that says people hate me that makes a new account every time someone tells me to get lost. It happens so often that I've got it on an auto little piece of algorithmic software that makes it immediately for me. What? It's such a regular occurrence that people despise you that you have to have it ready to go with a little program. What does that tell you? It tells you that lots of people hate them. Yeah, they're dweebs. As I said over the last few days, this is gonna be the thing probably that hits hardest with them, because they've created this delusional persona. And it's like, why have you got to have all these accounts again? Because everybody hates you. That's why nobody wants to be around you. Why? Because you're an irritating little twat. Yeah, dweeb. You want to talk about your Coriolis and your distance to horizon and your drop over this? You're boring. You're a boring little prick. Nobody likes that guy. It's just that simple. Now they think I'm the secret king. If everybody knew that the drop over distance wasn't derived from a flat earth, it's actually from a trundle wheel, then I'd be the king. No, you're a dweeb. Nobody likes you. That's why you've got to make all these accounts. Yeah?
Yep. That's the position I took yesterday. Said the same thing. You're not wanted. Listen, I got one account. That's it. If people don't want me, I'm gone. Once you make it clear that you don't want me around, what the freak? All right, see you later.
What, you mean you've got dignity? Self-worth? Yeah, these people lack dignity and self-worth. No, in spite of you saying that you don't want me here, in fact, you'd rather be somewhere else that I'm not, I'm going to be around you anyway. Oh, how lovable and likeable about you. I bet you go over really well in general society. No, I bet you get your broken nose quite frequently, don't you? People threatening to hit you. I bet that happens all the time. But in those circumstances, because there's a physical threat that's actually being delivered to you, you run away or you end up with your head getting dunked down the bog. Because that's the kind of thing that happens to these people. And it will have happened to them throughout their whole life. And then they've discovered their secret, massive radiation power of I know heliocentrism. And then someone comes along and goes, oh, what a load of old bollocks. It's just measured flat. And it deeply offends them. Like, so what, as a consequence of something that another group has done that's deeply offended you and your belief, your resolve for that is hang around with them more. Okay, I don't really understand it. It's like a black guy going, I can't stand the Ku Klux Klan, I'm going to enlist. Get me the robe.
Is it worth changing your chat function to subscribers only? Does that make a difference?
Changing my chat to subscribers only? What, on the second channel?
Whichever you do the lives on, that whoever keeps joining. I'm guessing it's BS.
Because I don't want subscribers only. I mean, one of the things to say in the intro is, if you've not done so already when talking about subscribing. So if I put subscribers only on the chat, which I have done a couple of times, right? I've used the functionality. You think, okay, so if I ban this person, this irritating, snot-nosed, adenoidal prick that everybody around here dislikes, they'll make a new account and subscribe to me, distorting my figures. I want genuine numbers, not distorted figures because somebody's been banned and they've got a magic button that says, I know everyone hates me, therefore I'm going to get right up in the faces of the people who hate me anyway. Like, really? Do you not have any self-worth? All you're doing is ruining my statistics. I'd rather know how many people have actually got subscribed. Now, you can't fully know. There's obviously in the last 10 years probably been several accounts that have got people who've just died. You know, they don't exist on this plane of Earth anymore. So those people obviously aren't genuine subscribers, but I would hope that I haven't got a ton of people that are resubscribing when it's really only one person. And the only reason they're doing it is because they need or feel compelled to talk with people who don't want to talk to them. Like, you know, take a hint. But, I mean, this is dweeb-type behaviour, isn't it? That is how I can remember, I don't want to name these people, but I can remember these stereotypes, if that's what we call them, archetypes, I don't know what the word is. These individuals that fit into these groups in school, right? And I could name them, I'm not going to in case they happen to be listening. And they're like, oh, really? You think that about... Yeah, I do, yeah. You were that guy. You hung around when people were saying, get lost. And then you went, oh, they're bullying me. You're like, why are you hanging around them then? Go, leave them alone. They don't want to be around you. And because they don't want to be around you, they tell you to go away. You don't. And then you get bullied. You're like, shock and awe, go and find another group of dweebs. So you can talk to each other in your adenoidal voice about distance over drop, or your distance to horizon, or your sky vacuum and your Star Wars fetish. Go and talk to the people like you. Now, let's be honest, Neil. We're not like the people who oppose us. They are fundamentally different to us. Now, in most instances, they are unfuckable little golems with adenoidal voices who talk about shit that bores the tits off most people. That's the reality, isn't it? No, the reason people go, well, what difference does it make if it's flat? Who cares? It's because they couldn't give a shiny shite about the things that these adenoidal dweebs have taken it upon themselves to learn. They don't care. Most people do not care. But to the adenoidal dweeb, no, it's really important that you understand orbital motion. Really, really important that you understand the distance to the geometric horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the high phase. You don't understand. I'm not a secret king. Like, oh, dweeb, go away. You're boring everyone. Dweeb, get a life. You have focused on the most tedious shit life has to offer. And now, because other people don't want to be around you because they find you irritating, you're going to force your presence upon them? Go and grow a pair. Get some self-worth. Have some self-respect. Bloody hellfire.
They don't have any.
No, because they're dweebs. Like I say, this group have got above their station over the last 10 years. They've deluded themselves. Yeah? I mean, Gem Panda was the perfect example. You know, who's this Gem Panda guy? Big, bold, brash guy. No, he's not. He's a broken little twat. A little snot. I said on the other show, I've taken more attractive shits than Gem Panda. When you see him out in his broken way in public, you're like, a stiff breeze would blow you over, you little fart. Get lost. Why, do you think you've got the right to be aggressive to me? Yeah, because you're broken. You're entitled because of your busted up nature. Well, I've got no respect for that. I don't care about what your problems are. They're just problems to me. You and your problems. Ugh, nobody likes that guy. Get lost.
Yeah, he's like the guy from 300, right? He's hunched over or something. He's got physical ailments, right?
Yeah, he's got problems. Now, nobody wants to care about those problems because you're a fundamentally unlikable person if you're listening to this, Gem. That's why no one gives a fuck about you, because you're fundamentally unlikable. So no, do you think everyone's going to give you sympathy because you've got problems? Nah, I just don't care. Like, you're unlikable. Now, maybe you'd get my sympathy if you were a likable person. When there's a really endearing character that has something terrible before them, they do get sympathy, but because people like them, not because they happen to be broken. All right, you're broken now. All right, it's a shame you weren't a nice person, because people would give a shit. They don't. They just look at you and pity you on occasion that they haven't spoken to you. As soon as you open your mouth, people are like, I don't care about this person. They're horrible. You know, met plenty of people like that too. You're like, all right, do you think being broken entitles you to be a prick? It doesn't. Get lost. Nobody wants to be around you either. So go and find like-minded, broken individuals online and pretend together like you're all the kings and ruling the world.
They did, and they do.
They think they do. Well, they don't. They don't represent anything. That's what I'm going to be banging the drum of more and more going forward. What is it that you think you have some importance in? Earth? No. The Roman Catholic Church got this all tied down many hundreds of years before you were an itch in your dad's pants. You think you're consequential to this subject, do you, little dick? No, wrong. Don't be so self-delusional. Don't tell yourself that you have some importance in this subject just because you've gone out and learned what heliocentric motion is. Doesn't mean that you're important. You're not. I mean, likewise, neither am I. I can accept and understand that I have no consequence in this. I thought I was important when I was tracking the sun 10 years ago. I thought Nathan Oakley would make a name for himself in heliocentrism, or the lack thereof. No, it don't matter. I've got make no difference whatsoever. Nothing I've done has changed the world's deluded religious belief. They've been given a religious belief, and people like to keep hold of their religious beliefs regardless of what others say. Just look at the Scientologists. Doesn't matter how much you show they are fundamentally incorrect, wrong, or in some instances evil. They'll still be Scientologists, won't they? Because they want to be that way. They want it. So you're not going to come along and go, well, you know there's no Xenu, right? You know there isn't any Thetans. They're going to go, yeah, whatever. They're going to roll their eyes and call you a suppressive person. They're going to call you names and project onto you. That's what they do. You're like, yeah, okay, well, you with your dweeby religion is no different to a heliocentrist. That's exactly how they behave too. So, like I was describing by analogy, if you're in the cell next to somebody who's enjoying their shackles, let them enjoy them. But these people who are like, I want to hang around you while you roam free. Like, well, you've still got the shackles attached. You're trying to convince me to come back to the jail and stick the ball and chain back on my ankle, aren't you? And when I get lost, you're like, no, I'm going to still hang around like a little unfuckable golem telling you how wrong you are. Don't matter that you don't want me here. I'm going to be here anyway. What do you think this is going to get you martyrdom? You think people are going to feel that because you're so wronged and you have to make 50,000 accounts to stay hanging around people who despise you, that deserves pity? In their mind, maybe. I don't know. I can't figure out the mentality of somebody like this. I remember thinking it at school. Thinking, why do you hang around with those kids? They don't like you. Yeah? Moaning about how they're slapping you about. Don't be around them and then they won't. But you want to be around them, don't you? When they say get lost, you don't. And then you scratch your head when they're like giving you a clip around the ear because you haven't buggered off when they've told you to 5 times. Because they don't want to be around you. Why? Because you can't kick the football like they can kick it. You can't run like they can run. You're not attractive when you're trying to attract the girls. If you're there, you put the girls off. So they don't want you around them. But they don't seem to understand that. They think, no, I must hang around these other cool kids. I want to be around them. And even though they've told me I'm not going to be here, I'm going to make a new account and be here anyway. Ha ha ha! Like, no, this isn't some joke. It's you being fundamentally unlikable. That's all it is. Now, the quicker these people wake up to that reality, because it's never being pointed out to them. Has anybody pointed this out? Why do you think you need 300 sock accounts with all sorts of names named after superheroes? Why do you need those? It's because people don't like you. That's why. That's simple. Now, you can't please all the people all the time. Not everybody's going to like everybody else. That's just a fact. But having some self-worth and going, I'd prefer to be around people who do like me. So do that. Go and find another group of unfuckable little golems that talk with adenoidal voices and become a little group. Talk about trains and orbital motion and talk about your religion. That's what you need to do. No, what's that? You need to hang around us. No, you're just off-putting. You're putting all the girls off. Go away.
Yeah, and in his mind, he says, I'm so irrelevant that somebody told me and counted. He's mentioned my name 75 times. Yeah, laughing at you. There's a difference when somebody mentions your name to mock you, you meatball.
Yes, in their mind, it's been a world that has accepted societally that mocking flat earthers is tolerable. So who is it that mocks us? Most people don't mock us. They couldn't care less. Most people don't derive pleasure from mocking others. You know, most people don't want to engage in that kind of behaviour. But these people, because they've been mocked their entire life, what's that? I can mock gingers. Wonderful. I'll be mocking gingers a lot then. That'll make me feel a lot better. It's normally me getting mocked. That's how they feel about this. Oh, flat earthers can be mocked. Perfect. I know a lot about heliocentrism. I know all about the distance to the geometric horizon. I can tell them that they're idiots. You're like, okay, have a look at who these people are.
No, we're mocking them. That's what I'm saying to them. You mentioned 75 times because we're laughing at you. But I leaned into it. I said 80. And he jumped right on that. Oh, so you brought up my name 80 times. No, we just laughed at you 80 times.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, you've just got to turn your back on them, these people. It's just like, if you're in a group with your mates and suddenly there's this dweeb, you just have to turn your back on them. Literally, physically, in some instances, turn your back on them. Make it clear that they're not going to get to look you in the eye and interact with you.
But they keep showing up with different names, Nathan. You try to ignore them, you try to turn away, and they pop up again with another name. And they pop up again with another. It's only one push of a button. Like you said, it's already programmed. They got 30 sock accounts. I'll tell you the truth, it was getting annoying yesterday because I got to keep going to freaking 24-hour timeout, click that, erase his message because it's something bad always, never anything good. Always something either mocking you or accusing you of something that's not true or saying something derogatory about me or somebody else in the panel.
Yeah, internet brave pills. Here, I can get away with making up shit about you. You're like, well, yeah, that's right. Here, you can feel special, just temporarily, like it's the real world. No, out when you're pressing the flesh, this is not how people would behave around you. Yeah? In reality, this type of behaviour would result in you being subjected to pain in many instances. Yeah. If you just won't go away, you become a pest. You know, some people call it harassment. It's like, well, that has consequences too, doesn't it? Like your constant harassment of somebody that's told you repeatedly to go away. No, I realise you've taken my car off me and impounded it. I'll go and get another one and park that outside your house. That's what they're effectively saying. It's like, you guys, you dweebs, you're like creepy little stalkers, aren't you? That's all you really are. What's that? Even though you said get lost, you're still going to hang around outside with the binoculars? Yeah, you're like little perverts. Like little peeping toms. Like the dregs of society. And just highlight this to them, Neil.
Yeah,
right?
but
No, you're going to hang around.
see...
Even though we've smashed your binoculars, what you're going to do is you're going to go and moan that your binoculars have been smashed and just go and buy a new pair and sit in the tree still. Sad. Very sad.
Well, if you're coming in and you're going to demonstrate measured curvature, I can understand. I could maybe go back and forth with you. But you come in thinking you got measured curvature, but ignoring the flat plane that you used every single time. It's like he's not getting it. He's saying distance, distance, distance. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth. It's like
May
it's
stop
not
welcoming
clicking
him.
for
Stop
some
welcoming
reason.
him. This is something that I'm just going to stop doing. Like, I don't care if you're here. You being here is inconsequential. This whole idea that we need to convert people to flat Earth and welcome them into the fold, there is no fold. Earth's flat regardless if there's a group that understands it and appreciates it. The people who are measuring it know it's flat because they have to. But this group that's being, having people welcome to it, it's like, number one, I actually don't want to welcome you here. I'd rather you weren't here. Just keep your ball face. Stay with your dweebs. I agree with you. What's that? You need me to be wrong. Okay, I'm wrong. You're right. Distance can be acquired with a trundle wheel to derive drop from it. Okay, you're right. I'm wrong. Are you happy now? What's that? You're not? Yeah, no, nothing would change how you feel. If I got run over by a bus tomorrow, no more Flat Earth debate shows ever got produced, it wouldn't change how you feel. But to recognise that fact requires introspection, and the whole point of you being here is not for introspection, but for projection onto me, sticking me on a pedestal. You're like, no, okay, again, back to your very low self-worth then. Yeah? Even when people are giving you a clip around the ear and saying, get lost, we don't want you to be around us, you're putting off the girls. I still want to be here. I still want to look at the pretty girls with you guys. Do you? We don't want you here, isn't that clear? Let's smash your binoculars. Oh no, when you smash, I'm going to go and tell the teacher. So you're going to go and tell the teacher on the kids you want to hang around with? Yeah, okay, go on then. So then when you get Biff in trouble with the headmaster because he smashed your binoculars after telling you 5 times to fuck off, you still want to hang around Biff. That's how sad this is. Like, Biff's made it clear he don't want to hang around with you, but you want to hang around with Biff because Biff attracts the ladies. He doesn't in Back to the Future, but that's not my point.
Yeah, but see, the nerd has to go back in time and change things to become cool.
They'll run out of time. These people will waste their lives chasing after people that don't want to be around them. And by the time they get to their late 60s, 70s, and are getting frail, starting to get frail, they'll go, why did I waste my life on people who despised me? Why did I make 50 sock accounts to go and talk to somebody that did not want to talk to me? Why did I spend my time trying to convince somebody of a religious belief that I held when they didn't care about it and they made it clear that they didn't care about it? What difference does it make to me, they said, and I was going to be the one to tell them it should make a difference. And then my life was over, having spent my time trying to convince others that they should see things the way I see them. Why? You never realised that the whole point of living was to live and have some self-worth. No, you didn't. You never realised that you spent your entire life projecting an image of what you want the world to be onto a person you've stuck up on some pedestal. It is pathetic.
How are you?
All right. Just going to be you and me chatting if we don't get any interaction from the Discord server. We'll see how it goes. If you were privileged enough to be in the Discord server yesterday evening, you'd have been listening to my wife and I go through editing chapter 7 of the book. So if you do happen to hang around in Discord servers, as I don't, generally speaking, I only ever come in this one when I'm doing a show. In the case of the Flipside Discord server, there are certain things that end up happening if you just end up hanging around. One of them being me allowing the Discord server to hear that process. Not that it's exactly that riveting when there's great big long pauses and teas being made and dishwashers being stacked.
Get still. Relax.
You telling me to relax, or are you just off muting my live stream?
Uh,
And what was chapter 7 about?
I'm off mute. My dog's flipping out.
Okay. Coriolis.
Right.
As I tried
The
to...
love chapter.
Well, it's in my least favourite subject, actually, Mickey Moose. So, of all the subject matters that we covered over the years on Flat Earth Debate, Coriolis Effect is my least favourite. Now, I can't remember where it comes in the chapter, but I make reference to Carl Jobst. If you're unfamiliar with who Carl Jobst is, he's a guy that covers video gaming, speedrunning, and occasionally ancillary-related subjects, like when he gets sued for defamation by Billy Mitchell. So aside from court cases, he's generally covering games and gamers, right? And one of the things that Carl Jobst covered was a guy who ran speed runs on a game called Doom 2. I think might be the first one, but I'm pretty sure it's the second. In Doom 2, there's these very thin 2.5 or whatever pixel walls that you have to run across in order to not have to negotiate the stage, or at least that's what one particular speedrunner of Doom 2 figured out. Now, it was irritating to this particular guy because he'd fall off, and you fall off because you're trying to go too quickly. Now, obviously, being slow to negotiate very tightrope-like walls that are only a couple of pixels wide means that you're not going quick when you're doing your speedrun. Now, that's obviously greatly frustrating when you've got an end in mind and you can't achieve it without slowing down, and the whole point of doing it is to go fast. Now, I like to compare learning about Coriolis Effect with learning how to run Doom 2 tightrope walls, because it's a frustrating subject that's complex and requires you slow down and concentrate on what is actually occurring in the descriptions of Coriolis Effect, how it relates to an Earth that's turning, how it doesn't apply to an Earth because it's not turning, how an opponent in the perceived debate will present you with the antithesis of Coriolis Effect in the form of one reference frame, in rebuttal to you pointing out how it doesn't actually show the effect they're claiming. And last but not least, that there is a real effect that you can apply to circumstances that occur in real world. So there's a whole lot to learn about, unpack, and if you're, like me at the time, actually debating with people, put into active discussion and debate with an opponent who's bullshitting you, probably less educated in the subject than you, probably wants to reach pain relief ends rather than a consistent mind between the two of you. You know, there's a lot of things to take into consideration when dealing with Coriolis Effect. Ergo, it is unequivocally my least favourite of all the subjects that surround being a flat earther, contrasting the heliocentric nonsensical world of a spinning ball in a sky vacuum So, yeah, it's not a fun subject. And when it's not a fun subject, you end up being less concise in the chapter. Therefore, it ends up being about 14 pages long of A4 on Word. And you end up having to go through things that you've repeated yourself saying multiple times, because you don't need to offer redundancy when you're writing a book. On a show, if I now go through Carl Jobs' dissemination of said Doom speedrunner and how eloquent Carl Jobst was in describing the frustrations of said gamer, I'm essentially doubling down on the same information if I go through how Carl Jobst was so eloquently describing the 1 or 2 pixel wide walls that the doomed speedrunner would have to run along, causing him much frustration because he's having to slow down. This level of redundancy is perfectly acceptable on a live stream. Not one, because you might have forgotten that you've already gone through it, but two, because it's a lot more disposable than a book that I'm hoping will stay on shelves for a prolonged period to keep me in financial gain. So from that perspective, I need the chapter to be as concise as possible. And while you're going through it, and my wife's reading it going, haven't we already said this? And I'm like, yeah, but I'm summarising it. She's like, no, you said it in the exact same words earlier in the chapter. You're like, well, then we can't have it. We'll have to get rid of it. It's not a summary. It's just a repetition, a direct repetition. So there's that kind of level of frustration in writing the Coriolis chapter. The same will be true for probably the Gravity chapter as well. You know, and less so to me. I'm less nonplussed by Gravity than I am with Coriolis Effect. But to some people, that it's their sentiment would be echoed when it comes to talking about Gravity, like the opponent offering up it as a non-stop magic word that solves all when it comes to debate about how heliocentrism doesn't work when you're arguing for how Earth's not a ball as a so-called flat earther. That even makes any sense to me these days. But there we go. Gravity will be similar in terms of my frustrations when it comes to writing that chapter. I'm in no doubt. Not writing it, but, you know, editing. So, yeah.
Yeah, that is fascinating. Very fascinating. I think it's interesting that, over the last 10 years, so that you've been exposing yourself to all kinds of BS and attacks from all the different sides. Now that the focus is on the measurements, I think it's great that you still keep your mindset that you are going to include these other side shows, these side chapters, because they do always inevitably come up the moment a flat Earth or a non-rotating Earth comes up.
Sure. I mean, the other slight frustration, it's not even a frustration, it's just something that needs to be edited into the context of each and every chapter. There's various different flat Earth prerequisites that are utilised by our opponents. And as I'm unpacking my opponent's position, I'm also filtering in an exposition of their use of flat Earth measurements, in certain instances to achieve ends that aren't even close to comporting with sphericity. For example, directionality. So in the chapter on Earth with a self-perpetuating molten iron core, I'm going through the Curie point, but pointing out that the magnetic field being developed for their claim, and the stories of Thea being part and parcel of their claim of an extended internal molten iron core beyond the Curie point, that fantasy story is peppered with me explaining that this is only done to produce a magnetic field to not just fear bomb you with this was from the solar radiation and the waves of danger that are coming from the sun, but also to give you a directionality or an explanation thereof within the heliocentric system. And this is where you have a complete departure from anything that is even close to resembling a global directionality. You've just got north as an absolute direction and compasses that use the magnetic weak field of Earth in order to achieve that end on a flat Earth. But this is interwoven into a lot of layers of nonsensical storytelling that needs unpacking for a person that's reading my book that's a globe believer, but also needs to let them know along that journey of unpacking their current heliocentric lack of understanding in most instances. Most people haven't studied Thea or Coriolis deflection or molten iron core claims and Curie points. So they'll be reading about this potentially as a non-flat earther who has no idea what this subject entails when it comes to a self-perpetuating molten iron core, but also alludes to the fact that Earth is being described as a flat plane in almost all instances, with the axes going through a flat plane to describe rotation and to ultimately explain a directionality, north, south, east, west, what we utilise when dealing with a flat plane and flat directions. If you don't know what I'm talking about as an audience right here, right now, point south and tell yourself, is that in any way spherical? It's a two-dimensional flat Earth directionality that is applicable to all travel. So that is a simple flat Earth truth that has to be incorporated into many layers of heliocentric nonsense that include planets smashing into each other, juicy giant molten iron cores being expanded beyond the crazy long timelines that they have in the heliocentric worldview to create the distances at light year values, with gravitational accretion being the motivator for a moon that we see. It's a lot of nonsense to unpack. I'm sure you can all appreciate.
Total nonsense.
How many microphones do you have?
At
watching
the moment,
your,
I've got
camera.
42 for sale, and behind me, I've got about 35. So I've got 35 that I will inevitably keep, and if my book does terribly, what will happen is all of these will come out of storage and go back on eBay, and I'll have to have a microphone store to keep the mortgages paid. But for the time being, I've only got about 42 left on eBay, so I've stopped buying them for a full month. So I think it was the 18th of last month that I stopped buying microphones. So for a full month, or not calendar month, but you know what I mean, for that period of time, I've not purchased anything and let my stock whittle down. And now it's been 4 days since I've sold anything. Literally, stuff's starting to stop sell because there's not enough new churn being put onto my eBay site. So whatever 44 plus 35 is, that's how many microphones I've currently got.
Am I interpreting right? That means your book is coming out soon.
Yeah, I can't be doing microphone stuff while I'm trying to edit the book. So the time that I would have been spending looking for buying opportunities in the form of microphones that people don't know they're worth, I'm now spending with my wife editing the book. It'll come out, the plan is to get it out by Easter, and I don't see any reason why that won't be the case. So if you're thinking, well, where do I buy this book? Well, it doesn't exist yet. It's still going through the editing process. It's currently on the 6/7th draft. That's where we're at. Now, I'm in no doubt that it'll end up going through an 8th draft, and then it'll be released as a book, formatted in such a way that it can be downloaded initially, and then hopefully there'll be hard copies and paperbacks to follow, and then there'll be a tour to promote it. So yeah, that'll come after Easter, but that means that I can't be, every single day packing up microphones and looking for new ones to put on my eBay site.
Of all the YouTubers and that I've followed over the years, you're the one that has asked for help the least.
Really?
And if you need to, what I'm trying to say is, don't hesitate to put out the word maybe once or twice if you need a little bit of helping to get through this period.
Oh, absolutely. Cue the violin music. If you want to help a YouTuber in need, 1-800 Nathan is desperately poor. Donate now to a worthy cause. Support your local flat earthers.
Send Nathan money.
Send Nathan money. No, I mean, I can't believe you're in my ears because I've run loads of GoFundMe campaigns. So, I've definitely put my hand out more than once and e-begged to cover bills. So, and I'm not ashamed of it. I mean, in the last 2 years, I'll be honest, I haven't actually done a great deal of e-begging in the last couple of years. And it's mainly because for the last couple of years, I know that on the very near horizon, I'm going to be out promoting a book. So I don't want to encourage people to give me money by e-begging when I think, well, in a month or two, I'll be encouraging them to give me money via buying something. That would be the book. So I don't want to tarnish people's desire to give me money by purchasing something, by just asking them via e-begging to support me because I can't afford to live at the moment. I can't cover my mortgages. I'd rather, as I did, buy a load of microphones, exploit my sales training and entrepreneurialism and utilize that to generate income whilst finishing off the book so that I don't have to e-beg. But that's a very false impression. It might be that you've only been around for the last couple of years, Mickey, because I assure you I've done a lot of e-begging.
I think what he means,
Well,
Nathan,
you know,
is,
don't worry about the book.
Hang on a minute.
Like,
I think what he means is that you only do it when it's absolutely necessary, I think.
Yes. Yeah, Mickey.
like me, many are looking forward to purchasing the book, but we're also realists in that we know that whilst you're attending more closely the completion of the book and you're not able to invest your time as much into the microphone business, I'm just saying, I'm here for you. I don't always. I mean, I've made donations over the last couple of years several times, but the thing is that what I'm saying is that if you need, if right now and this month, next month, next
Send
couple
the
months,
money.
you're focusing on this, that it would be quite all right to put out the word and let us all participate a little bit and help you out, because this is a very important time.
Yeah, well, like I say,
I'm looking forward to the book, and I'm looking forward to buying the book, but I'm also realizing that only doing YouTube Flat Earth, it's not exactly $1 million affair, okay?
No, I totally get that, and I appreciate your sentiment. And as far as I'm concerned, there's people out there that do, like yourself, just of their own volition almost, support me financially. People send me PayPals regularly, and at the moment, all of those get redirected towards my wife, so she'll have the inclination to not do extra work for her actual employer in the form of overtime and such like, because I'm giving her a sort of an incentivized reason to want to edit my book. Yeah, so for that reason, I am poor because I'm not keeping it in my current PayPal, so I just give them all to my wife. And for that reason, yes. But what would solve that? Me asking for more PayPals? Because I've just arranged with my wife, I'll just give you the PayPals that I get currently. What would help me is if I wasn't so screwed algorithmically by YouTube. So for that reason, what I will ask people to do is come up with more places that I can ask what will go from my editor to my PA when my wife decides that it's all done and I can send it off to the publisher. I've asked her if she would be willing to get in touch with the various different people who've got YouTube channels so that I can be promoted via a third party. That would be her. So far, the list is quite short. I've got Jesse Lee Peterson, Eddie Bravo, Joe Rogan, dream on, Mark Sargent, Godfrey Comedy. I don't know what his other channels are called, but Godfrey. Steve Hughes, Killer Priest, and Infinite Plane Radio. That's a relatively short list. There's a good chance that if all of those people on that list were contacted, I'd probably get on one show to promote the book. It might be one or two because Mark Sargent's on there and he's a total whore when it comes to things like this. If you're out there, Mark, love you loads. But my point is that, yeah, it'll only get me on one or two shows when it comes to promoting the book. So if you've got a podcast that you like, and you're like, yeah, I'd definitely like Nathan to get on there. You're like, well, there's a good chance that if you're familiar with their material, you'll remember in the back of your mind when they offered a means of getting in touch with them. They might have said, oh, well, if you need to get in touch via Instagram or whatever. And if you can provide that alongside the name of the show host or the channel name, then that means I can add it to the list. And that makes life easier because I'm, boss, I don't really have any favourite YouTubers. I watch myself, you know what I mean, when I get time. So, obviously I do love my own show. I think it's a wonderful show that I produce, and I love all the people that come on it and produce it with me. But ultimately speaking, when it comes to coming up with a list of names to actually go out and promote my book for, I'm at a bit of a loss. So I do need help in that regard. But by the same token, the people who are currently sending me PayPals, I am extremely grateful that my wife is still motivated to not pick up overtime, do the incentivized work that her company puts down for her, because she's got some money coming from me in the form of, $10 here, $20 there from PayPal donations. So, thank you very much, all the people who do support me. I suppose that's the one thing that would affect me. More Patreons. So obviously you as an individual watching, you're watching, right? You're getting the ad material that YouTube or ABC Group or whatever they're called have put down, Alphabet I think they're called, in terms of their I think it's 150 billion that the Alphabet Group made last year. Huge profits from their advertising revenue streams, mostly from YouTube. But their advertising revenue that's directed to me is an absolute pittance. It makes me very, very little. And you can't really do anything about that. But like Eric DeBay recently begged for, more patronage. That would definitely make a difference to me. That is to say, that money goes to keeping the roof over my head and paying the bills that keep the electricity flowing through the computer that makes the show. So, the patronage is something I can promote. So if you're listening to Mickey Mouse going, I wonder how I would support him then, if he's just doshing all the money that he gets from PayPal, and I think the couple of other means, like underneath this video, of means that you can donate to me, and they just come via PayPal. But the other one of the three, ad revenue, PayPal's, which I kind of bundle all the different means that you can get money to me directly. The third is Patreon, and that will help me. So if people want to help me become a Patreon, you don't get anything. I'll give you basically nothing. But that definitely helps.
How do you become a Patreon?
That is very interesting. Yeah, that is very interesting. I'm also thinking, Flat Earth is getting you're getting hit really bad with negative algorithms when you're doing something Flat Earth. But since there's so many sideshows to it, like Gravity and Coriolis, what about that? What about doing
I can
a
solve
Gravity
that.
forum or a Gravity video?
When it comes to, you say that I'm algorithmically negatively affected. Yes, that's true. Because we talk about trig points and benchmarks, and we'll show you exactly the tools that are used to survey the Earth flat on the side of a building, we are negatively demoted, if you will, in the YouTube algorithm, right? But if I was under the same banner with the same Flat Earth intonation to my channel and said that those trig points were actually ancient electrical sockets, this is something that I've seen, by the way, then I would be promoted. Yeah?
Right.
If I was willing to discuss the directed energy weapon that might have blown up the Twin Towers, you can bet that I'd be promoted as a flat earther then. Yeah? What's that?
By the
Did
way,
you see
Amazon,
them drop the keys in the ISS? That gets promoted. Yeah? Saying space is fake and talking about NASA fakery and green screens. That gets promoted heavily. I see those videos all the time.
Don't forget,
and every time I see them, I roll my eyes and I'm like, oh my God. Especially when they whistle past the flat
Don't forget the
Anunnaki.
Anunnaki.
Say again?
Don't forget the Anunnaki over the ice wall in the other ponds.
Mr. Cheswick says, I don't want to sound like a negative Nelly, folks, but there's no future for truth on YouTube. You're playing in a rigged game with a rigged deck with a bunch of slices at the poker tables.
Okay, right, I'm going to speak directly to Mr. Cheswick. That doesn't matter, right? The way it's a rigged game is if you look at it with the chips, that is to say, the revenue, which I've just talked about, right? And I can proactively do something about that, Mr. Cheswick. I've just asked people to join my Patreon. Eric DeBay did the same thing. And I joined Eric DeBay as a result of him appealing to people to join his Patreon. So I did, at the cheapest possible level. And I got a free book out of it. It's already paid for itself. You won't get a free book from me if you're my Patreon, right? I'll still be demanding lots of money. But that aside, what makes it worth it isn't the chips on the table. It's the other players around the table. You, Mr. Cheswick, you're one of them. You make this worthwhile. Just the fact that you're here, right? Now, you, Mr. Cheswick specifically, could be anybody in the audience that I could name, right? That is to say, the fact that we collectively are sat around this table makes this the best job in the world. Does it pay well? No, for all the reasons that you've just given. You're absolutely correct. I cannot, I wish I could, disagree with you, right? You're correct. Your sentiment's correct. But I'm still allowed to have the table, right? No one's shutting down this illegal gambling operation because it isn't illegal. And we all still get to sit and crack open beers and talk shit with each other. So for that reason, I get to experience Mr. Cheswick's music. If I wasn't doing this, I would not. That is a privilege. And a privilege that I am absolutely certain I can speak for everyone around the table now. Everyone on this panel will agree with me. That aspect of doing what we do makes it all worthwhile. There's more to what the world than money, isn't there? And having the chips rigged against you and the cards marked, you're like, well, I still enjoy sitting around the table. We're not controlling the cards. We didn't manufacture the chips. And the game is rigged. But we're still having a beer and a laugh, right? Look at those dweebs over there. That's what we were talking about in the pre-show. Having a laugh at the dweebs that oppose us. Marvellous. Great fun. I am probably happier now, sat here doing this, than I've ever been in my entire life. I've got 2 beautiful daughters, a beautiful wife. I've just about got enough money to get by, just. Sometimes I'm on the wrong side of that knife edge. And I have to do things about it, like get an extra job flogging microphones. I love microphones. It's like speakers and technology, cool. You know, I picked them because I liked them. So very few people can sit in a chair and go, I love what I do. Even though I'm overworked, underpaid, and a little bit stressed about paying the mortgage, I sell microphones and talk to you. What great life. Yeah, okay, I'm not rich, and no, I've not got my Lamborghini, and yeah, I'm still in a 2-bed apartment. But so what? Life's good. I'm happy. The people who we go up against by perception, they're miserable. They're hanging around people that despise them, creating infinite sock accounts. Why do they need them? Because they want to hang around the people that don't want to hang around them. It's like, what, are you mental? Why would you want to subject yourself to such pain? You have control of that. Go and hang around people you do like. Go and hang around adenoidal wankers that talk about the distance to the geometric horizon. Go and hang around them, the boring twats. They're your people. We're not your people, right? Making 100 sock accounts because you keep getting banned from the big kids that are staring at the girls go by wolf whistling, and the girls are whistling back, whereas you get a slap off the same girl, so you want to hang around with the kids that don't. No, the kids that don't want to hang around you. That's why you've got to have 100 sock accounts. Now this, as I'm going through it, is the only negative aspect to sitting in this chair. The fact that there's a load of dweebs that hover around us. But Mr. Cheswick's definitely not a dweeb. I'm definitely not a dweeb. Most of the people who surround themselves by me are not dweebs. But the people who oppose us, why would you want to oppose us? Live and let live, man. But they're dweebs, and they're irritating, I've got to admit. But that's even fading into the background more and more as time progresses, isn't it? The dweebs, now that they've got to the point where it's, hang on a second, are these guys a bit above their station? Have they forgotten who they are? Let's remind them. You bunch of dweebs. We all know what you were, past tense, and you haven't changed. You're exactly the same kid you were in high school, getting your head flushed down the bog by the big popular kids. Now what? Because the world favours the banker over the biker? Yeah, that's right. The greasy biker probably lives in a crappy apartment, but he's having a lot more fun than the guy in the bank who's thinning on top and wearing a sharp suit and driving a nice car. Yes, people don't look at him still. No one wants to hang around with him when he gets to the bar after work. No one gives a shit that he's earning the most money in the bank. But the dweeb, in his mind, thinks that's really important. The biker doesn't think anything about the banker. The banker looks at the biker and says, you shouldn't be speeding. I'm going to exercise my right to tell you you're going too fast. That's what this all boils down to. People sit in nice stereotypes. My stereotype is quite literally, not even figuratively, sat here with my feet up. This is wonderful. So, again, this was an elongated response to Mr. Cheswick. But to summarise, I'm happy because you're here, mate. If you weren't, you being the generalisation of the group around me, then yeah, I might stop doing this. But you, and by extension everybody else like you, make it all worthwhile.
Yeah, because Mr. Cheswick was here, you got that great song, right? If he wasn't here, that song don't exist.
Yeah.
And you wanted to say something?
He's cool. To put it another way, Mr. Cheswick's cool, isn't he?
Absolutely.
What I liked,
Hello.
right? Go on, Len.
Yeah, I was just trying to get in. I think Mr. Cheswick is a bit jaded with YouTube because all his original content got took down. I think that's just because he pissed off a lot of the dweebs, and the dweebs reported him, and it fucked his YouTube. Sorry for the language. It screwed his YouTube channel up. So now he's got no content on there.
Yeah, I've seen that happen. That's what happens to the cool kids quite regularly. The dweebs want to pull you down, Mr. Cheswick. I can relate, right? But don't forget who you are. It's all well and good me pointing out the spotty adenoid little pricks that all annoy us that would have had their heads dunked down the bog back in high school. Don't forget where you sit in this. You're the guy sitting with your guitar whittling, aren't you? Watching the sun go down with a cigarette hanging out your mouth, not looking at the women go by. They're looking at you though, eh? Right? You're cool. Don't forget it, right? That's priceless. But the people who have wealth will flaunt their wealth with their balding scalps and their inability to play a guitar and watch the sun go down. They've got a journey. They're trying to run the rat race. You're trying to finish this cigarette and think of the next line of your song. You're cool. They're not. That's why they're attacking you. So let's just remind ourselves where we are and what we are in this little stereotype play that I've imagineered to explain where people really sit in this discussion. Now that it's over, I've stepped back and I'm going, let's have a look at all these people that surround this subject. Who's he? Who's she? What are they doing here? Why won't they bugger off when they've been told no one likes them? Let's assess it. We don't need to discuss the subject of flat Earth anymore. If you're coming here and you're like, I thought this was a flat Earth debate, probably with adenoids, then it's just measured flat. You need it to be measured flat for your bald belief. There you go. That's my flat Earth due diligence done for the show. Meanwhile, if you step back from all that nonsense of people who've got no bearing on what Earth is or how it's functionally useful, you look at the group and go, there's quite a few stereotypes that stand out here. And there's quite a few cool kids, isn't there? But there's quite a lot of other dweebs. So don't forget who you are.
How much is the online version of the book going to be, do you know?
I don't know. Till it's done, I have no idea. I'll discuss it with my publicist and I'll take his advisement as he's selling shit tons of books from Flat Earthers currently. They're his bestsellers. So as far as I'm concerned, I'll take his lead when he says this is what you should charge for it. This is how much a hard copy should be. In the back of my mind, I want a hard copy to be £39.59. That's what I want it to cost, but no other reason than it's the radius value that has been derived from a flat plane. But I don't know if that'll be the amount that it actually sells for. I have no idea. It certainly won't be free, and it probably won't be cheap. Not a great answer. Sorry.
Are you gonna be going to worldwide debates this Friday or no?
I don't know. I doubt it. Again, when I stand back from this retrospective arena and look at all the people and players, I go, why would I stroll into an arena where people that go, you're not going to bully me, mister, you've got terrible teeth? I'm like, yeah, okay. So you want to become the bully that you're bracing against? Why would I want to be around these people? These people are literally reporting my channel and trying to get me removed from my job. That's what these people are. So I'm being told Uruguay guy is literally rallying to have me reported for inciting violence. What, because I described how if you were in person, grabbing somebody on the shoulder and saying, don't go away, I'm going to make 5 accounts, that you'd get your teeth knocked out? Yeah, you would. Now, they dislike this to the point where they'll try and remove a father's ability to feed his own kids. Why would I want to be around that kind of person? That's the type of person that goes to those servers. They are in a lot of pain. They were bullied as kids. And now they've become the bully while they tell me that I've got a skin condition and terrible teeth and that they're going to have my job off me. Like, I don't want to be around these people. These people are unpleasant. Let's just say that. Why would I want to be around them?
You ever heard that song by that Echo Smith, Cool Kids?
No.
You never heard it? I'll send it to you. You should listen to it. It says, I wish that I could be like the cool kids, because all the cool kids, they seem to fit in. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, like the cool kids. And it's like a whole song about basically everything you're saying.
Let's hear some more lyrics. Keep reading it.
All right. So
Yeah, it's a good tune. It's a good
It
tune. That.
starts out, and they said, okay, here, let me get one of the verses. Nothing in this world could ever bring them down. Yeah, they're invincible. And she's just in the background, and she says, then it goes to the cool kids. He sees them talking with a big smile, but they haven't got a clue. Yeah, they're living the good life, can't see what he is going through. They're driving fast cars, but they don't know where they're going. In the fast lane, living life without knowing. And then it goes on to say, I wish I could be like the cool kids, because all the cool kids, they seem to fit in. Pretty good song.
The one thing I'll say is the viewers have spoken, right? If you look at the viewers on the last week's Friday show, it was a lot.
Yeah, I don't dispute it. Yeah, you go to the circus, there's going to be people watching you.
That's why your book is worth every penny up to $39.95 or $49.95. You've earned it. You've earned it. You've paid your dues. My gosh. You're
Just
really
training. So when it comes to me out on the tour, there's going to be people who hear that appeal earlier, right? When I said I need some names of podcasters and places to go to promote the book, right? There's going to be people out there that hear, what do you mean you're not going to go and jump in the circus and jump on that little podium for the lion tamers to all whip you? Well, we want to see you whipped. I know. I'll ask this person if they'll have you on their show so they can bring on Cunt. Oh, you've come to promote your book. Oh, got a surprise for you. Here's Cunt, an irritating, snot-nosed, adenoidal prick who will tell you you're wrong for an hour. Yeah, that'll happen. Yeah? And when that happens, they'll get the exact same treatment as was the case in the circuses. Yeah? That'll be the lion eating them. I'm the lion. That'll happen. So if you want to see me in those environments, fine, I get it. Find me places to promote my book, because what will I be doing? What's in it for me if I'm out in these places and they just want to poke and whip? Well, the first words out of my mouth will be, buy my book if you want to learn how Earth's measured flat to produce a ball for you to believe you're standing on flying through space. Go and buy my book, All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth. That'll be the first words out of my lips. And they'll be like, you don't have to promote your book just yet. Just do that at the end. I'll be like, what, at the end of you and Mr. Cunt with his adenoids telling me I'm wrong? No, I'll do it straight away, immediately.
Well, you know what's going to be refreshing, Nathan? I was thinking about this just a little while ago. You get these guys, like, I don't want to mention their names, but you know who they are. They get on these shows, and the question is, oh, why do you think the earth is flat? Well, for years they've been lying to us. They've been hiding God. Whatever they, whatever they go into, it's nonsense. And what's gonna be your introduction? Like, you're sitting down with freaking Joe Rogan, and he says, Nathan, why do you believe the earth is flat?
Buy my book. My book's called All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth. If you want to know how you have been indoctrinated into being on a spinning ball flying through a sky vacuum by way of flat earth measurements, buy my book, All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth. What's that, Joe? I don't need to do that till the end. And by the way, says Joe Rogan, here's Cunt. He's going to argue with you for an hour. Because Joe Rogan won't be capable. I've just watched him. I've watched him with somebody who wasn't even a flat earther immediately fucking lose his shit completely and start talking about how we got pictures from space that he hasn't taken. So, Joe Rogan wouldn't be debating me, would he? He'd go, by the way, here's Cunt. That's what he'd do, wouldn't he?
Here's Brian Cox.
Oh, that wouldn't be his cunt. No, they won't roll out any priests, right? They roll out some disposable nobody who sniffed his own farts long enough to think he's important in the subject. The priesthood, that's Cox, Tyson, Sagan if he was alive, they all need to be protected, kept well away from us. They're in the science class teaching the world that Earth is a sphere. Over in the geography class, you're being taught how Earth is measured flat. And somewhere in the ether, you've got inconsequential, snot-nosed little twats that think they have a bearing on Earth and how it's dealt with when they're not building anything, flying on it, sailing on it, napping it, or charting it. They're just twats that have no bearing on the subject whatsoever. They are set to task arguing with people like me. Or they were, past tense.
What if the person's sincere? Like, say, you get on one of these really big news shows, and they're like, "This is very intriguing to me." Like, what makes you believe that we're on a flat Earth?
It's nothing
you
to do with
go
belief.
to
It's
the
just measured that
measurements
way.
and explain it to them?
There's no explanation needed. Nothing will change. You'll still have to pay your mortgage tomorrow now that you know Earth is measured flat. But it's just measured flat. It's not a belief I hold. If you go out and travel on an aeroplane, it'll be in flight level with respect to surface level. In fact, the ball Earth belief is derived from surface level measurements, the maps, the directions, the journey time that you can derive by way of flat Earth, angle measurements to stars to produce points on maps for distances that are all described in a horizontal linear fashion. Earth is simply measured flat. There's nothing to believe in, but also simultaneously nothing will change upon you finding out this information, unless you are planning out on going and getting your pilot's license, or you are planning on going and working for the Ordnance Survey. Nothing that you find out in regards to how flat Earth is always dealt with will alter how flat Earth has always been dealt with. It's dealt with flat now and will be dealt with flat in the future for all who have a consequence to dealing with and measuring Earth. You aren't one of them. Don't worry your precious little head about it. Earth will still be measured flat regardless of you believing you're on a spinning ball based on those flat measurements. That's what I would say, Neil.
Wow, see, that would be refreshing to them.
Maybe if I had the
wheels
intro
know
button by accident. Sorry, say again.
I'm just saying, and all the trundle wheels know that as well.
Yeah, but that would be something that they never heard before. And I think that's going to be intriguing to them. They're going to be waiting for this other stuff that they've been hearing all of this time. Well, we've been lied to the government's Antarctica. You know, there's a peace treaty with Antarctica. It's called the Antarctic Treaty. And you're coming in and just saying, listen, it's just measured that way. And you go through a whole routine. They won't know where to go.
It won't matter. What I'll also illustrate to the people I'm speaking to is that, like I've titled the last 2 or 3 shows, you, the person listening to this now from me, if you're in a position to be listening to me on this show, then you're not out making maps or flying a plane or sailing a boat. You're not doing any of the things that require Earth to be flat if you're listening to me explaining this to you. Therefore, just the simple fact that you're listening to Nathan Oakley tell you it's just measured flat, don't worry about it, is sincere. You don't need to worry about it. You're not about to build anything, are you? So who cares if you know it's flat? But by contrast, I can point out that while you were being told it was a ball, you were also being fear-bombed constantly with the concerns that you must have about finding out it's flat, how jobs will be at stake and lives will be lost if the Earth stops turning. You're like, yeah, your fear-based propaganda leads you to believe you're on a ball that's derived from the flat Earth measurements that are used in reality. So in terms of how the world is, it's just measured flat, but that doesn't affect you. You're not doing anything with those measurements. The people who do produce maps, navigate boats, fly in straight and level flight, you know, those are all the things that are deemed worthy of knowing how flat Earth must be dealt with, so they don't kill people or buildings don't collapse or we don't get lost at sea. But you're not doing any. You're not doing those things. Now, for all the snot-nosed little adenoidal pricks around you, they're going, no, you must believe that if we derive a flat Earth distance, we can derive a curve from it and call it 8 inches per mile, which is flat squared. In terms of how curvy the ground that isn't the distance you must derive 8 inches per mile squared from is measured flat. It's like, wake up and smell the flat Earth roses. Earth is being measured flat for your bull belief. Now, you can keep it. I'm not trying to take it away from you. I'm not saying you're wrong. But ultimately speaking, to have your bull belief, you've got to measure it flat. if you want to get into the nitty-gritty as somebody inconsequential to Earth and its measurements, wants to affirm your own religious belief in how spherical it is, you will measure Earth flat too. But when you do, like Simon Dan, it won't be of any consequence either. Going out and measuring Earth 1,000 times flat, as you'll have to, won't change anything. You're not producing any maps. You're not a cartographer. You're not in straight and level flight, making sure people don't die on an aeroplane. So who cares? Even if you go out and do measure Earth, it won't have any consequence. Now, if you happen to, like my sister, go out and get qualified in celestial navigation and learn how to measure angles with respect to the plane of Earth's surface so that you as an individual don't get lost at sea out on your boat, well, that's just you as one person. You're not affecting how the world has been mapped and charted in the first place so you can use these flat Earth systems. You're but one man or woman using flat Earth measurements to not die. So it can directly affect you as an individual if you want to go to the effort of learning how flat you must deal with Earth for the sake of this discussion with navigation. But for everybody else, who cares? You don't have any bearing on what Earth is or how it's functional. And how it is functional is flat. Me telling you that doesn't change it. I have no influence over it either. Just had a super chat. Shout out to Shane Wax. Hope I've said your name right. Much respect for the entertainment and education on the daily. Oh, I really appreciate it. You're cool. You're like Cheswick. You make it all worthwhile. That, and I really appreciate the money. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate the support.
Does the super chat go to your wife?
No, I get to keep that. That gets to cover the mortgage. Although YouTube do take their cut.
Oh, they do. I didn't know.
Absolutely.
What do
There's
they
a reason
get?
they're making 150 billion a year.
What do they get?
150 billion a year. That's what Alphabet
Right,
get.
10%. If I send,
don't know. I think
100,
it's a lot
they
more than
keep 10% or what?
I think it's more than that. I think it's more like 40%.
Send them 200. That'll cover
Wow, that's a
everything.
scam. That's a fucking scam.
No need, no
No
swearing.
swearing.
Sorry about that.
Yes, indeed, probably you could argue that. I don't know if it is 40%. It might be less, it might be 25. I don't know. I haven't looked for a long time. It's a fair old wedge, but I'm not too concerned. You know, people like to interact with the format itself. That guy or girl, right, Wax, has become part of this stream, right? His chat's on screen, it's been read out, and to me, the facilitation of that requires YouTube exists as a thing. Therefore, they're going to take money for it. You're becoming part of the entertainment that is being watched by others for free. So the fact that they take a chunk of that, I think, is only reasonable. And Super Chats made it financially viable for me to do YouTube at all. Like, it wouldn't be paying the mortgage, or a chunk of it going towards the mortgages, plural. And prior to them having Super Chats, it just wasn't financially viable for me to branch into YouTube. Because the ad revenue, which is all there would have been as an alternative, there still is, but that's all there would have been, wouldn't have been anywhere near enough for me to have left my part-time work delivering groceries and become a YouTuber full-time. I just couldn't have done it without Super Chats. So yes, they do take a chunk, but without them, I like I say, I wouldn't be able to do this. Would I prefer people give me Patreons? Yeah, but then they wouldn't be interacting with the show, and that would mean that there was something lacking from the interactive part of the audience participation. So a member of the audience saying, I am so enamored with your show that I'm willing to give you $10 and thank me for what I do, that to me is worthy of giving Alphabet Group a chunk of the money. Just my opinion.
So in other words, it's best if I send you her WhatsApp chat plus on your Patreon, and then send you a little bit on your PayPal.
Yeah, give me money from every angle. That sounds wonderful.
There you go. Send it from all different angles.
I read you loud and clear.
There's a multitude of different ways that people can financially support me, and they do, right? And I am extremely grateful. While I can joke about being on a knife edge, which I am, it's not a joke, but I can make light of it, right? But it doesn't alter what I said earlier to Cheswick. This is awesome, right? Doing what I do this second is something that I am humbled by on a daily basis. I am so grateful to be a YouTuber. And that's something that I can say with pride. Now, it might be a younger generation, but there is absolutely, without question, a generation of people that look to this now, what I am doing, with the highest of admiration. Like, that is their dream job. Like, all they want to aspire to is doing this. And I can totally understand why. But there's many people out there that are on a similar seat to myself now that don't appreciate what they do. Like, their overarching ambition is to fight things, and they'll put that in the names of their shows. You're like, okay, so fighting is what you want, and not in a good way, not like a boxer that's getting paid a purse. Not at all. They're a YouTuber, but they don't have the YouTube hat and appreciate how privileged they are to be in a position that I am in, often doing better than I am doing. But again, those people have a very limited amount of introspection and a high degree of self-loathing. We're talking about dweebs. There's plenty of more successful dweebs out there with YouTube accounts. There's often people who've got more successful YouTube accounts that don't appreciate how valued they are. I'll give you an example. When we covered the map guy, there was various points in his video where he was like appealing to the audience for how boring he perceived his own material to be. Like, you've got 150,000 subscribers. People value what you do, and indeed pay him to train them in person as a job. That's what he does as his job. He's just got a YouTube channel as an extension of what he does in the real world as a job, teaching people about maps. So that's him apologising for the boring information. It's like, you're talking about what we talk about. Now, when we talk about it, there's an air of danger about it. There's an air of us doing something societally frowned upon. Therefore, it's edgy. It's like, we're both talking about the exact same thing. I mentioned it earlier, right? Trig points and benchmarks. But if only they were described as electrical points coming from the tops of the churches. Like, no,
Yeah.
we're both talking about the exact same thing. To him, oh, I'm sorry if this is boring you and it's sending you to sleep. That was his attitude, right?
Yeah, but you just don't understand, Nathan.
Don't understand.
You're
I
not
do.
realizing that all his measurements are coming from a ball.
No, they're not. None of them are
According
coming
to
from a
him.
ball. What are you talking about?
Well, when it was brought to his attention, he said, Nathan just don't understand.
That's not saying all my measurements coming from a ball. That's saying that Nathan's wrong. Yeah?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Like saying, okay,
Nathan don't understand. Might as well just say Nathan's wrong.
I think it was Ford, right? They had an issue with one of their cars where there was a relinquishment of a certain safety valve or bolt or something like that. That meant that when you rear-ended one of their cars, there was a good chance that the petrol tank would spill onto the hot exhaust and set the car on fire. And they just didn't do a recall. It's like formed a part of Fight Club when he's on the plane explaining about his job to Tyler Durden, his other personality, right? He's explaining about the recall process. And the example he gives is exactly that. A series of accidents that could have occurred when they didn't do a recall but really should have done, right? And why were they in a position to need to do a recall? Well, because they'd cheapskated out on a certain part, and that put people's lives at risk, right? Now imagine the body that's doing the investigation for that particular recall going to Ford and saying, this part causes the car to set on fire. And Ford turn around and go, the investigating body's just wrong. Like, what? They're right. If I can show you how wrong they are about the bolts that we use, they said it was because of a safety valve. Idiots! There is no safety valve in the petrol delivery system on the back of these Fords. So they don't know what they're talking about. These people are stupid heads. Look how wrong I'm showing them to be. Like, sorry, so you're not going to try and prove that having cars set on fire, burning people alive is right. You're going to show that the governing body is wrong. That's your mentality to be right? Really? That's what we're dealing with. People who feel that by making Nathan Oakley wrong, the mapping guy in this case, that makes him right about being on a ball. No. Being right about being on a ball would just be going, is the ball measurements. There you go, done. Now, what actually happens when people think, because they're idiots, that they can do that? They go, here's the ball measurements, and you go, those are flat. Like drop over distance, you've got the distance horizontal with a mile measurement ascribed to it, and then a drop you're ascribing in an orthographic view as a derivative from a flat earth measurement in miles. So you think you're giving me a ball measurement, what, 8 inches per mile squared? The miles a measurement, it's flat. The drop you're describing is an orthographic view, but the measurement is flat. What's that? I'm just wrong? How does that make you have a ball measurement? You haven't. You've got flat earth measurements. So telling me I'm wrong won't make me anything. I'm inconsequential to the subject. Again, another case in point. Making it about Nathan Oakley stops it being about 8 inches per the mile. That's a flat earth measurement. Squared to describe the curve from the per mile measurement, right? Nathan Oakley's been hitting his wife again. Nathan Oakley beats his kid. Why is this suddenly about me? Oh, because I'm the one that described the flat earth mile distance measurement that you derive a curve from. So if you can make that unavoidable flat earth measurement about one individual that you tarnish and sully his name, that makes you right? Yeah, that makes the exploding Ford cars perfectly acceptable because you showed how the governing body was wrong. The ones pointing out that you're setting people on fire. In their deluded mind, this is how this works. Make Nathan Oakley wrong, and then I'm right when I say that the world's a ball. Now back onto the flat earth distances on my maps. Because I've showed that Nathan's wrong when it comes to my ball belief that I'm not proving. I'm affirming how flat it is. But still, Nathan was wrong. He doesn't understand. Yes.
Gotcha. Well put together. That was a good comparison with Ford. Agreed.
Shout out to, is it Jason? Jason Dean 5070. 5070 is a graphics card. God bless, he says. Or she says. It is Jason, isn't it? Yes. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. God bless you also.
Last week's Friday show was probably better than any Netflix show I've seen in months. Just gotta say that.
What makes you think Friday? What? Give me a reason why you feel Friday's show was better than, let's say, your Netflix show that you was talking about, or compare it to today's show. Do you think it was better than today's show?
It's different, right? Like today's show is more Nathan and his audience and more AKA a little bit educational, whereas last Friday's show is not really that, right? Different audience.
Yeah, but you said it was the best. So what makes it the best? Out of that
for
show,
me, it was
what
the
made
best.
you think it's the best?
The honest answer is because I like to see Globers get smacked by Nathan. That's my honest
There you
answer.
go.
But
It was more than that, though. I made it in a more, I don't know, mentally, people can picture the type of behaviour by me putting them back in the stereotype that they had in high school, right? Describing them as dweebs, being the kids that are getting their heads flushed down the bog. And I think people have resonated with that far more than I expected. It's like when you go into each of these shows, you're like, what kind of demeanour shall I have with this show? What am I trying to achieve? What's the outcome? Now, in that particular instance, the show went on for hours and hours and hours because I was trying to achieve certain outcomes to certain discussion points that we were having. So I can turn them into shorts videos so I can pay the mortgage with ad revenue, right? That's the overall or overarching objective from my perspective. But in order to do that and keep it fun, you've got to have a certain persona. So in this case, I'm describing their persona as in they were the dweebs in high school that were being flushed down the bog and running past all the classrooms screaming, going, guys, bullying me! Or the kids that have told you to get lost about 100 times. You know what I mean? And there's a certain attitude that the people who've watched that have resonated with in terms of how they perceive our opponents altering. Like there's a chemical release in the audience after Friday's show that I was not expecting. It immediately came apparent when a Christian promoted me and praised me. It's like I'm describing these people with the most sailor-like language possible, describing violence by metaphor, and I'm getting praised by Christians. You're like, you couldn't make this up. At the time, I'm thinking, I'm treading a fine line here. If I get this wrong just a little bit too much, I'll have clip after clip after clip being held against me. Like I'm actually like inclined to break someone's neck, like I can jump through the camera and grab hold of them and throttle them, which obviously I can't. But there's going to be certain phraseology that if I'm not careful, I cross the line too much, and then you're public enemy number one. Now, I don't know how I managed to strike that balance over the course of the 6 hours or 7 hours that I was doing that show, but I did, and I got a massive amount of praise for it. But you can't have lightning strike twice. Like the next time I'd go in, number one, I'd have a completely different attitude and objectives that I'm trying to achieve, and number two, I can't induce that chemical reaction from the audience again. I've already made the comparison, right? I've put the dweebs back in their dweeby place and reminded them that they're all gammas that weren't liked. Now everybody, the cool kids, they loved it. They've gone, yeah, I was the cool kid. I remember that dweeb. Oh yeah, these people who are telling us you are hated, you flat earth scum. You're like, excuse me, have you forgotten what you are, you dweeb? Let's not forget. I've just reminded everybody. I'm reading between the lines of the praises that I've had, and I've had a lot of praise, that's what people have taken out of it.
Yeah, but you were justified in it. The way you brought it across was because you didn't do that until they said something where they would deserve a crack in the mouth if you were face to face, like bringing your kids into it, or some lady coming in and said, do you talk to your wife that way? So everything that you said was justifiable, and then you brought him back to the fact that these were the weebs in high school, the nerds. So right now, this whole flat earth debate, flat versus ball, it's like Revenge of the Nerds to them. But we're taking that away from them.
To answer your question, I haven't made up my mind. I might go back into worldwide debates on Friday. I don't know. But the fact that I made the analogy of being the lion versus the lion tamer, it's like I'm trying to explain to an audience that this is unnecessary. Number one, we don't have any bearing on how Earth is dealt with. So arguing amongst ourselves, that's one group, not two, about how Earth is measured. It's like it is inconsequential to how it's actually dealt with in reality. So why bother having the argument? And I can't really have that rhetoric if I'm immediately strolling into the lion's den or whatever, the circus ring again, immediately afterwards. I'm trying to make the point that you can get on with your life knowing that it's flat, but ultimately inconsequential to you and your daily life. It was flat when they measured it for the maps. It was flat when they planned out all the flight routes. It was flat when they called out how high they need to be with respect to surface level from ground control. You're not doing any of these things. Therefore, beyond wasting your time arguing with a fellow man or woman about how something you have no bearing on is comporting to their religious belief, or in modern times for a flat earther, I would hope, the reality of how it's measured, doesn't make any difference to the world. But what you will end up doing is wasting a lot of your time and suffering a lot of abuse from dweebs. Now, if you're a dweeb, if you happen to be an adenoidal dweeb and you want to go and hang around people who start telling you about how, now you don't really understand how to derive the distance to the geometric horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observed sign of your feet, do you? Well, I can explain that to you properly. Let me get you a diagram. Let me send you a link. Can you watch this video in Discord? You're like, if you want to be around these people, go be around them. But me, I've got to be honest, I despise most of the people in that Discord server. And it's not like they're all new. Most of them, if we haven't experienced them personally, we've experienced a stereotype like them 100 times prior, haven't we? So I know these people. Most of them I wouldn't want to be around. And if they were hanging around me, I'd be telling them to get lost. Now, when we online tell them to get lost, what do? They create a new sock account. Because it's not the case that we are desiring their company. They need us to project their fears and concerns onto. and make us wrong. It's like, well, let's just cut this supply at the source. I am the source. I can cut it off. Why would I want to subject myself to this is what I'm asking you. You're like, it's a great show just for the entertainment value for the audience.
Yeah, but they're lining up, Nathan, already through the grapevine. From what I heard, they are lining up and waiting for Friday. Because this Friday, they're going to get you.
Well, you've got to remember, Neil, that I offer an open door every day. What's with the Friday bullshit? Because I'm going to a different server. Come here. Oh, well, you've got a mute button. I've got a mute button in that server. They've given me the same controls. I use them as much as I use them in my own perceived to be servers, which I haven't got. None of them are... This isn't my server now. Flipside's not mine. Flat Earth Debate wasn't mine. Science versus Pseudoscience was not mine. None of these servers that I've been, let's call it, resident in, have been mine. The one I'm in now is no exception. There's still a link to it below this video. And what, you're lining up? Come in now. Come in while we're all chilling. What's that? You don't want to go into the toilets while the big kids are smoking the blow. You only want to meet them behind the bike sheds because your mate runs the back of the bike sheds. How sad. I make this show public so that people can come in if they want to challenge me. Now, if you do want to challenge me and say, you're wrong, number one, you only need to make me wrong because you haven't got any Earth measurements that are spherical. Otherwise, it wouldn't be necessary to make Nathan Oakley wrong. You'd just go, here's these measurements. There you go. You know what I mean? People with facts aren't going out of their way to show how some defence lawyer's wrong. They just present the facts and they speak for themselves. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
We don't have to. I don't have to make the ballers wrong, do I?
No, but they say you're not looking at the facts. They're telling you they've demonstrated distance, degree with the freaking theodolite over distance. You get a curve measurement in degrees.
So why am I having to look at these facts? Am I a cartographer? I've pointed this out in this show in the last 3 live shows. Nathan Oakley is inconsequential to how Earth is functionally operational. I have no bearing on it, but they're saying, you aren't looking at the... Why do you care what I'm looking at? Yeah, let's just rephrase this. You care what I'm looking at. Why? Because in the metaphors from today's show, we're the kids in the leather jackets whistling at the girls that go by, and the girls are blushing. Oh, boys, you shouldn't be wolf whistling me. But they fucking love it, don't they? Those chicks, they love it. Right, the dweebs, they go, get lost, you stupid dweeb. I'm calling the police. That's the reaction they get, right? So they want to hang around us. You're not looking at something. I don't care what you want me to look at, dweeb. I'm sick of you telling me what I'm not understanding and what I'm not looking at. Why do you care what I'm looking at? Yeah? But you do care, don't you? Yeah, there's a fine line between love and hate. You deeply care what I'm looking at. You deeply care whether or not I understand. And you deeply want to convince me of your way of thinking. We just look at you like you're dweebs now. Because you are dweebs. Oh, you don't understand how distance works with a trundle wheel. Do I not? Oh my God, do you hear yourself speaking? Do you realise how dull you are? Do you realise how dweeby it is to tell me that I don't understand distance measurement? I couldn't give a shit. A good idea of a Saturday night for me is not going out with a frickin' trundle wheel. But for these dweebs, that's their idea of fun. Talking about trundle wheels and measuring distances. Sorry, dweebs, let's just give you a bit of a reality sandwich. Nobody gives a shit about this stuff. When the people in the general society that you inhabit when you're not online go, what difference does it make? I've still got to pay my mortgage tomorrow. That's their way of saying, I don't give a tiniest of shit about you and your distance measurement with a trundle wheel, you boring little prick. But what I need to understand, do I? No, you are just a little bit too concerned about another man and what he's doing. Let's just have a little study of you for a second. What are you? Oh, well, you're a boring dweeb that no one cares about. So you're going to get right up in everyone's faces and tell them that we need to care about you. We don't. Just accept it. On the flip side, there's plenty of people out there, like the guys encouraging me, who do concern themselves with the ballers and how they perceive it. And when they tell you, I don't know how to pronounce your name, Gak, how do you say your name? When they tell you that you don't understand, you would, I would assume, feel compelled to tell them that you do understand. Am I right?
I'm not really an expert, but yeah, you're right.
Right. But you, like me, are inconsequential to this subject. Are you about to go out and fly a plane tomorrow or map the world? Are you going to create a new calendar for us? If you do understand and suddenly are set right by these adenoidal dweebs, are you about to change the world with a new calendar?
No, I'm not.
So why are we having this discussion again? Oh, because a dweeb told you that you didn't understand. Yeah, I forgot. My bad. Do you see how sad it is when I break it down the way I am now?
Yeah, I get it.
These
the thing is, though,
are gammas. Do you know what a gamma is? Secret king syndrome.
I don't know what that is.
Somebody thinks that the world owes them, that they don't appreciate how important they are societally. If only the oppressors weren't standing in their way, everyone would appreciate how important running a trundle wheel on a Saturday night on the back of a car is. If only we knew how important this was. I'm married. No, my wife likes me. She'll make love to me. I couldn't be happier. What's that? Out with a trundle wheel? Dweeb. Yeah, okay. You go and get your trundle wheel measurement then. On you go. I'll be doing more interesting things, I assure you.
Yeah, the thing is, you're right. No one really wants to hang out with the dweebs. Last time I tuned into McToon's show, I fell asleep almost 5 minutes in. But now, with the dweebs, if we toss somebody like you in there, now everyone wants to hang out with the dweebs.
Yeah, that's it. That's the dweebs wanting to sit on the wall and wolf whistle with the cool kids. Because if they're just sort of blended in with the rest of the cool kids wolf whistling, the girl who's blushing may not notice that there's a snot-nosed, adenoidal little prick amongst them. But if she was to wander over, let's say she's a girl of high confidence, and instead of blushing, she sees these kids wolf whistling, and she goes over to have a closer look, under the guises of giving them a piece of her mind. Which one is she going to pick if she's going to behave negatively towards the cool kids wolf whistling? Well, she's going to immediately zero in on this snot-nosed, adenoidal little dweeb, because his first reaction is to tell her, I'm going to go out with my trundle wheel. And she just sneers at this guy. And it doesn't look good on the cool kids, does it? That's why they keep telling this dweeb to get lost. What's that, but the dweeb can make a new account? Yeah, you can here online, can't you, dweebs? The reality is, nothing's ever changed. Society never liked you, dweebs. But you managed to convince a lot of cool kids for the last 10 years that they need to focus their attention on distances to horizon and drop over flat Earth mile measurements. And the sun's rising and falling with respect to a heliocentric motion that's oh so complicated and only understood by you secret gamma. Wrong! You're just dweebs. You're boring everybody. And I'm going to highlight it. I'm going to point it out. What's that? You've got another account that you can sign in after we told you to get lost. Yeah, you can, can't you? Yeah? Like us taking you and your peeping Tom binoculars and smashing them. You can go to the police. But you still want to sit on the wall with your binoculars with us, don't you? Here you are, still sat on the wall while we're going, go away, we don't want you around us. You're bringing down the vibe. Wow, doesn't time fly when you're having fun talking about dweebs? Does anybody, I should really come up with a name. What should I title today's show?
We are the cool kids.
We are the cool kids. Shout out to Steve Carpelli. What are satellites? How does Starlink work? thank you for the super chat. Can I just read it out again in the voice that it deserves? What are satellites? How does Starlink work? You know what? I think we, the cool kids, should start talking about how telecommunication systems work. Because that's what girls love it. When I talk about how telephone systems work, they get all moist. I mean, me demonstrating my exemplary knowledge in how satellite communication systems function. I mean, if I talk about how there's a difference in the timing when you look at the clocks on different satellites, women just get wet. You'd be amazed. I gotta just say, this is sarcasm, you bunch of dweebs.
I'd like to answer that one, though.
Go ahead.
They work off the incident angle of light, which is a planar measurement.
The satellites work off an incident angle of light with respect to a plane.
Yes. Elevation angles, basically.
Fair enough. I mean, by contrast, though, it is equivalent to, if it was consequential to the discussion, somebody asking me, well, how does Wi-Fi work then? In fact, there was an example, wasn't there? People were suggesting that the Wi-Fi transmissions from the 4G or 5G or whatever G we're on now currently for mobile phone communications were causing evil cancers and blah, blah, blah. Bullshit, right? Well, this is the metaphorical equivalent. I mean, it's about Starlink rather than Wi-Fi, but the same thing applies, right? Oh, yeah, well, how do you say the 5G towers work? Do you understand how they're intruding on your body at a cellular level? Oh, fuck off, you boring dweeb. No one gives a shit. They just want to look at Candy Crush. That's what normal people do. But you're a boring dweeb with an adenoidal voice and you want to talk about how 5G works, or how satellites function, or how Starlink works. You're like, do you? You're in the wrong place. And thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate the money.
So, a linear unit of measure has no shape component. It is not flat. It is not curved. It is not a triangle. The shape is the property of the object being measured, not the unit of measure. This has been answered when I said, remember, the inch at inception is linear. That's the response I got.
Can you say all that again in an adenoidal voice? The angle of incidence is actually linear. I mean, listen to ourselves when we talk with these people, right? There's been an impression created that we have some consequence on how frickin' satellites function and our telecommunication systems work. Now, yes, they do all work with respect to a plane of reference. Yes, Earth's measured flat. But now that we know that, excluding the dweebs that surround us, right? Now we know this. Listen to what we are discussing and ask yourself, is this really what you want to be doing? Yeah? Is this what you discuss at the bar after work with friends about how 5G works and how Starlink works? Is that what you discuss? If so, know this. You are a dweeb. You're boring everybody around you. You're sending everybody to sleep with your boring shit. It's just facts. Now, I'm just going to accept this because now I know it's flat. A lot of the stuff that I described there, like Coriolis, like the tightrope on a game, the guy, comparatively speaking, who's having more fun? Me learning about non-inertial turning reference frames or the guy playing Doom? The guy playing Doom! He's having a whale of a time. He's moaning about walking on tightrope like walls, but he's speedrunning a game. Me, with this boring information about flat Earth non-inertial turning reference frames. Coriolis effect, it's boring! It's dweeb topics. Most of heliocentrism is. It's boring. Let them have it. Let the dweebs have it. Have your boring dweeb discussion about drop over distance, about your 8 inches per mile squared. I don't care that you deny that the per mile bit is flat, and that's what you require in terms of measurements anymore. I don't care. Ignore it. Have it on me. You can have all the flat Earth measurements you like. What's that? Elevation angles are from a curve. Okay, you can have it. Fine. You can have it. It's on me. Have it. In fact, it's my fault. Blame me. I don't care. Because it's boring and I'm sick of it. The information that's filled my head over the last 10 years, for the most part, is useless. It doesn't serve any purpose. Me knowing how a non-inertial turning reference frame operates is useless. It doesn't benefit me. Now, the benefit that I can glean after the fact is I can write it into a chapter of a book. And I'll be honest, even my own book, while I'm reading back this information about Coriolis effect, I'm saying to my wife, my God, this is boring. I mean, it's necessary. It's got to be in the book. Earth as a subject matter, there's an expectation in a book from a flat earther that we discuss certain aspects of the Coriolis effect that you believe is proving we spin. But when I'm reading it back, I am going, my God, this is dweeby. Because it is. It's just facts.
Well, listen to this. He's not paying attention. Here's what bothers me. And it does get frustrating because, we've been in this thing 10 years, right? So, okay, Nathan's lying now because I never said drop over distance. I said angular change over distance. He's missing the distance. He's not getting it. That's frustrating to me, Nathan.
Okay. I mean, just look, it's fine, right? Angular change with horizontal distance measurement that requires a flat Earth to describe it horizontally with miles to deviate from with angles that you're describing still requires a flat Earth prerequisite distance measurement. These are just facts, right? What's that? I can go out with my trundle wheel and measure distance that way. Oh, God, you're so boring. There's a reason you had your head flushed down the bog in school. There's a reason nobody liked you. It's because you're boring. Nobody cares. Right? The normal people out in society, if you put this to them, they would say, well, what difference does it make? I still have to pay my mortgage tomorrow. That is what they would say to you. But to you think as a secret king that this is consequential. Like you have some bearing on how the world operates. You've got delusions of grandeur and you're boring. You bunch of dweebs. Meanwhile, I don't care about any of this. I know distance in this regard is horizontal. That's how it is on the maps. That's how Earth's been measured and surveyed. Look at a map scale. I mean, I said this to this very dweeb, didn't I? Now, did he soak it up? No, because he wants to tell me about a trundle wheel. I want to make sweet love to my beautiful wife. That's what I want to do. I don't want to talk about you on a Friday night out with a trundle wheel because you can derive distance. I will drop for an angle change. I don't care, you boring dweeb. Don't you get it? Nobody likes you. That doesn't help me with the show title. What did we come up with?
Yeah, I think you
Cool
should keep
kids.
with the cool kids because we are the cool kids. And they want to be the cool kids. But they're just the one nerds. You see it every time. I look, I see, what did this guy say now? Oh, I used to think you weren't dumb, but now I know you are dumb and brainwashed. Okay. If that's how you feel,
How
I'm
about
dumb and brainwashed.
we're all adults in Kid City.
Called the show The Cool Kids. But, I mean, this is it. So you're standing with the jocks saying, you're all meatheads. Like, why are you hanging around on the football field? It's because that's where the girls are, right? But you're annoyed that the girls aren't looking in your direction. They're looking at the football players. Well, I'm more intelligent than the football players. I'll lean to my strengths and tell them that they're meatheads and idiots. Yeah, but what do the football players do if they see you or hear you doing that? Bang! You just get a broken set of teeth because you're insulting somebody while they're doing what they do best and attracting the women. That's what happens in reality. This dweeb goes, actually, I'm more intelligent than you. You might be running around the field quicker than me, but I know how to derive a distance from a horizontal linear angle measurement. Really? Did any of the girls get moist when you said that? Did any of them look in your direction? No, most of them, if they catch your eye, sneer, don't they? Yeah. Yeah? Don't forget what you are, right? While you're telling us that we're stupid. Nobody values your opinion. All right. You say I'm stupid. And? Right, is it because you need me to be wrong so you can be right about this position you've taken in regards to Earth and its shape? Sorry, are you having any consequence in terms of Earth and its shape? Are you dictating to anybody else how Earth is going to be dealt with? Are you measuring Earth? Are you flying on Earth? Are you sailing on Earth? Oh, you've got a trundle wheel? All right, Mr. Excitement. I'm sure the girls love you with your trundle wheel. But you're a dum-dum head. I'm much smarter than you. Why are you hanging around us then? Sorry, if you're our intellectual superior, why are you here? You think we're all dumb, but you're hanging around with us, aren't you? Still, even though we've told you to bugger off and that we don't like you, you're still here, right? Yeah? Because you want to be a martyr, yeah? Oh, they're bullying me. Well, you don't have to hang around them. Why are you hanging around them? Why are you telling them you don't get to bully me? Well, no, if you had some self-respect, you wouldn't be anywhere near these people that dislike you. But instead, you want to say, you're not going to bully me. The sun moves in different directions. Okay, dweeb. Yeah, okay, good boy. Does this get them moist too? Describing the sun going in different directions. Does that get the girls? Does this get them wet? No, it doesn't.
This will get them moist. We have 2 theodolites at elevation.
Do it with adenoids.
First and second.
We have 2 theodolites. We have 2 theodolites, Neil. You need to do it with adenoids.
Okay, I got it. The sides are aligned. If the sum of the angle alpha and beta add up to more than 180, the ground between them must be curved. If they add up to 180, the distance is flat. Knowing the arc distance on the surface of the angular excess allows us to calculate the radius of the sphere. That arc distance could be measured with a trundle wheel 50 years ago before we had GPS.
Perfect. Adenoids and all. Sorry. Oh, have you finished?
Freaking nerd.
Couldn't give a shit. I just don't care. Mile measurements had already been mapped out and charted. We've got maps. They are useful and functional. They're flat. But we know this, so we can just look down on you with your dweeby belief that derives sphericity from flat Earth measurements. We can look down on you and go, why are you hanging around us? We don't like you. You are boring. You cover a boring subject. This holds no fascination for us anymore. Go and discuss it with like-minded dweebs. Go and talk to the other adenoidal snot-faced men wiping their noses on their own sleeves, talking about this derivation of angles. Go and talk to them. Yeah? The people who are like you. Boring. Meanwhile,
it's like
Earth's measured flat.
it's like they're saying, well, we've got all the evidence we need from NASA and the satellites orbiting the Earth. We've got all the photography that we live on a globe, but I'm just going to double check with my trundle wheel.
Well, this be fair. Now we have GPS. Alternatively, if we know how high from the surface S1 and S2 are, and we know the distance between S1 and S2 via line of sight, huh? Easy using a total station. We can also calculate the radius of the sphere.
He had 3 flat Earth measurements in that, though, didn't he?
No shit.
I mean, these people are dumb as shit. They're telling us by projection that we're stupid. You're using flat Earth heights. You're using flat Earth distances. You're using eye level parallel with surface level. But you're telling us that you've got a sphere beneath your feet. It's like, why are you doing this? Go away. Go talk to other adenoidal boring twats. Ed. Then we're going to round out. There was someone from G Plus who wanted to say something.
I thought that was one deck.
Yeah, I had one deck. Or if not, I'm going to round out. He's obviously got mic issues. Maybe we'll find out in the pre-show. But with that, I am going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
They don't add up to 180. If they did, Earth is flat, but they don't. Therefore, curved. Earth's a glob.
The top is with respect to a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah.
We missed the first bit. What was the first word you said? What is with respect to a plane of reference, John?
The top and bottom, that's orientation of something.
Yeah, the picture he's got, though, he's got these two theodolites facing each other, but on the top of a curved surface, right? But where he's drawing the freaking angle lines, you see it goes down towards the center and is off a flat baseline.
If I set a basketball on top of a book, is the book on top of the basketball?
No.
All right, then. Not with respect to a curve.
No, it's not. Let me send this picture just so you can have a look-see at it. I just do this for the entertainment. Makes a good show. We make fun of him. He seems to think that he's really relevant. Trying to tell him, we're just mocking you. Okay, so I'm going to put it in Master B. And there's the picture. Oh, no, it's not what I said it was. You have to tap it to make it a little bigger. So if you go to Master B, you'll see that picture. Because he said, now go show this to your brain dead FED crew and pretend I am wrong. Don't engage with me in a debate or discussion about it. Just straw man it and laugh about it. Yeah. That's what we do. We laugh about it. I don't know about the straw man, but we do laugh about it.
Sorry, both
Well,
of
this
his
is what I
angles.
was talking about. Yes,
There's a flat plane
Sorry,
of reference that's being utilised for the angle measurements along the top, being inferred to be derived with respect to a curve that has a radius of 3959, also measured with flat Earth measurements. So the curve that's in the diagram is derived from flat Earth measurements. The angles that are being described on the diagram can only be with respect to a plane. That's what they are, they're angles.
Yes, indeed, Nathan. Yes, indeed.
Has it got noted on there any altitudes?
No, he doesn't give it out. Wait, actually, let me see. Does he? No, he has distance. S2, S1, S2 distance 2,280.8922 miles. Calculated radius 3959 miles. I don't see any height. Excess. It's all nerdy numbers, Nathan, like you said. But yeah, you got a flat plane on top and a flat plane 3/4 underneath the ball or a quarter way underneath the half a sphere.
Yeah, but Neil, this is what I was saying today. I was trying to explain this example. It's just in drawing.
Yeah.
There's no live demonstration here going on. It's just a stupid drawing with a
And
ball.
he's begging a question of a sphere.
Exactly. Where did he get the sphere from?
What's the sphere you're talking about? We don't do this. In reality, we measure Earth flat, you dumbass. Nobody does this in reality. You do it on a piece of paper and try to transpose it onto a globe that don't exist. I'm so tired of this.
This is all they got. It's just their own drawings, their own bullshit, and numbers.
Same thing with the freaking what do you call it? I forgot the name of that stupid thing again.
Trundle wheel.
Tangent. Let's go get a couple of tangents. Pull them from the bottom of the boat. The tangent line. Talk about measurements, not calculations, dumbass.
Flat Earth measurements are just semantics.
You gotta get a little more nasally.
It's just a picture that somebody's drawn on a graph.
You know the best way to do it is to hold your nose with both fingers and then talk.
Notice the underlying lines, though. The underlying lines are all different planes of
Yep.
straight lines. And then he's saying that the surface is not one of those straight lines. Well, what are you going to reference in reality to get you this?
Not that curve.
Well, it started off with a curve already, which has never been the only measurement for the curve, as Nathan pointed out, is a flat Earth measurement. You only have to ask the Greeks about that, or Alberuni, for that matter, or the Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, exactly. But look at this shit they're going through to even freaking make this stupid example. S1 and S2, and we know the distance between S1 and S2 and the line of sight. He's using a total station. We can also calculate the radius of the sphere.
Calculate, Neil. They calculated it. They didn't measure it. They calculated it.
Nathan is 100% right, and you know who's even worse than this? Bev. Bev is worse than this guy ever could be. Well, we got the angle. The angle.
What's it about? What's it about pointing two floodlights at her and getting an angle of more than 180?
Is that one angle?
As far as you can get an angle of more than 180, you're not in line with the plane of reference. You're above it.
The only way that works on a theodolite or a toaster station is if you've got the theodolite in the middle of a field, yeah, and you've got a point on the field, say at 1:45 on the clock, and then you've got another point at 1/2 and it measures it sweeps round from one point to the other, and that gives you the, an horizontal angle. It's not. They do that, don't they? That means they do that measurement. Oh, they do that measurement.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to last one deck, but as you're talking, a message comes overhead from Elder Bear. Have you gone over my argument yet? Can you rebut it? Can you show its fallacies? Elder Bear, we don't give a shit. I thought we established it. Oh my goodness. This is funny stuff.
I think I'm just saying what the term a horizontal angle when using a theodolite is when you, like I've just said, you've got this theodolite in the middle of a field, you've got a point at 1:45, and a point at near 1/2, and you start at 1:45 and swing it round on the horizontal plane, and between the 2 points will give you that horizontal angle. That's what the theodolite does. It's not measuring curvature of Earth. And then you've got a vertical, it measures vertical angles, which
on
is
the
from
horizontal plane, you said?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's using the horizontal plane. That's the only way you'll get and that's just like looking at an angle from if you was inside a circle. But you see, that's what it's using. It's using the plane of the ground at 1:45 to 1/2, and that'll give you, what was it? What will that give you? 270 something. It'll give you that's the only way you'll get an angle, a horizontal angle from a theodolite more than 180. It's not going to give you a curved Earth angle. You understand what I'm on about?
Yeah.
Horizontal planes are semantics. It only works on a globe.
All right, I'm done.
It's a presupposed globe. You're begging the question here.
They're not even allowed to use theodolite anyway. Theodolite just measures angles. But even using a theodolite for, I just want to remember, shut up, you're not using that word.
Not these two. It looks like they're trying to meet and give each other a kiss.
And even And even trundle wheels, also known as measuring wheels or surveyor's wheels, are primarily designed to be used on flat, smooth, and solid surfaces to achieve the best results. While they can be used on slightly uneven terrain, they are not intended for steep hills or very bumpy ground. So you will be using it on a level surface to start with. When you on a Saturday night.
Flat is not a shape. Flat is not a unit to measure. Is not straight. It's not curved. It's not arced, and it's not triangle. It's linear, Buck. Go research the inch, since you're the only idiot that has to. Everybody
Listen,
else understands.
Neil.
There's no debating the inch.
We have all the evidence from NASA. We got the blue marble. We got the satellite information. Yeah, we've got the sun above the horizon in the southern direction. But just in case all that's wrong, I'm going to take my trundle wheel out just to be sure.
I'll hook it to my RV, and we'll travel. And I'll show you that you can measure curve with a trundle wheel. Nathan's a liar. Nathan's wrong. Nathan's brainwashed you. Listen to your family and stop spending so much time here. All you do is talk about elevation angles, measured flat, measured flat, measured flat. Well, I told you that drives him insane. That's what he wrote. Without ever giving us a measurement.
Oh. We give him latitude, didn't we?
One deck. Why do I have to give them any measurements? They give us all the measurements.
Yeah, they've already gave us the measurements for the Earth curve calculator.
I don't have to give you measurements. You've been giving us them. We use yours.
Yeah, the Earth curve calculator measures the Earth flat. That's like ironic, isn't it, when you've got an Earth curve calculator, what's measuring
Yes.
Earth flat?
Let me get my Earth curve calculator and show you how we measure Earth flat with it.
Just a minute, and I'm with my trundle wheel. I'm just going to check the distance with my Earth curve calculator.
And I'll show you. Nathan talks about rapes like he was raping me. Disgusting. And you call yourself a Christian? Don't ever do it again.
He
You
wasn't raping
worship
you.
him.
He was just making love to you a bit aggressively.
But still, that doesn't have you angered. You worship the ground he walks upon. Oh, Buck, are you a little jealous? You want me to worship your ground?
The flat level ground.
Oh, ground, you say? The flat ground?
It's funny, like you say, we should start. If we go in there again, like, look, just take the piss out of them. Just say, what sort of trundle wheel have you got? Then the last one I had was a 3.5 turbo booster. Just asking like, oh yeah. So what's your best?
No, one deck. From what I hear through the grapevine, they're already lined up. Just like supposedly, Mick Coon's going to hand them his ass Friday.
They'll be around the trundle wheel table right now. Yeah, they'll all have a meeting on the trundle wheel table. And we've got a new one for them, the trundle wheel. This'll screw it. We've already proved the globe, with the satellites and all the imagery from space. We've got the blue marble. We've just had the 24-hour sun, but this is gonna fucking get him. The trundle wheel.
He didn't respond to Refracted explaining the whole trundle wheel. Right? He didn't respond to that and say he's wrong. Say, ask John for help. Ask him, how should I say this? Well, I did, and he said it, and I wrote it down, and I sent it to you, and you can't respond to that. Pretty lame. I got no problem. I have no I mean, we all have pride, but if I don't know something, I'm going to ask. I have no problem with that. But they try to make it like, oh, you need help. Yeah, lots of times. Many people need help.
You just don't know what level means, Neil.
Yeah, it's just that sometimes when you get help, people tell you they're going to help you, and then they try to rob you. So you got to be careful who you're asking to help you. It's actually pretty pathetic, one Dick, because what I do is when Nathan puts his Uncut After Show out, I go in there because I know there's going to be a ball or two that come in and say stuff that I don't want people to see. Like Nathan does certain things, right? There's always somebody that comes in there and says that. So I sit there and I moderate. He comes in, I time him out. And he comes in with another account, I time him out. He's got them all set up and he admitted it. He goes, all I got to do is hit a button and I got the next stock account ready to go. It's like...
Just shows you how obsessed they are. Like they're obsessed,
Exactly.
aren't they? As soon as they've got all the evidence of the globe that they want to live on from NASA, they've got the blue marble, they've got the, all the space pictures and footage from the ISS and everything like that. So they should be happy with the evidence that they've got. They've got the 24-hour sun in Antarctica now, which they think was proof of a globe. So they don't need a trundle wheel. They don't need a trundle wheel at this point.
Like, okay, so why are you bothering us? We don't go. I don't go to GEMS. I don't go to these baller. I don't go to NASA servers. We come here. We gather together, and because we're cool and we like each other, and we talk about things. We talk how Earth is actually measured flat, and it's really not a big deal. So why does that bother them?
Because they need to measure it flat too, but they don't want us highlighting that makes Earth flat. So in their diagram that you presented in either a second ago, it's got the distances, right? S1 and S2. Or is S1 being expressed as a squared function? Or is it just a value?
I don't know. I don't got it up. Let me see.
S1 is being expressed as a horizontal distance measurement, as is S2. Their distances are flat. Well, if they want to infer that the distances are curved, they're not, then they'd express these distances as squared functions. They're not, because they need flat Earth distance measurements. S1 is flat. S2 is flat. These are horizontal linear distance measurements that they're presenting. I covered the angles about 5 minutes ago when I was in front of the computer. The angles are with respect to a plane, and the distances are horizontal and flat. They're linear distance measurements ascribed in miles. That means something. What's it mean? It means they require flat Earth horizontal distance measurements to make their claim, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Right.
Well, there's using a satellite for a start. That only measures distance and vertical and horizontal angles. That's what it's designed to do. You won't be doing anything else with it.
Right.
So I don't know why they're using the theodolite as an example of measuring curvature, because it doesn't do that. It does not measure curvature. You can infer that something might be, you might have some curve of a drop over a horizontal distance, or a difference in the the height or elevation of that, a height difference between 2 points, and say, well, that's because the Earth's curved. But that's just, you're not measuring curvature. That's your interpretation of why that could be. You're not measuring curvature.
He don't give a height. He just says height. You're right. Alternatively, you know how high, I missed the high part, from the surface S1 and S2 are.
I asked you that. Did they have any heights on it? You know how high? Oh, right. So you're giving the height with respect to... Oh, something's sold.
Yeah, but he doesn't say how high. He just says we know how high. From surface 1 and surface 2.
Something's sold, so I'm going to have to be right back. Sorry, I've just flogged the microphone. A road reporter, no less. Keep the conversation going if I go and post this.
Yeah. Alternatively,
Excuse me.
how high.
Hang on a minute. I thought he'd not sold any mics at the moment.
I've still got
No, he still has
I've still got to clear the ones I've got. I've not bought any for the last month, but I've still got to clear the ones that are on eBay. They're still set. They're still on eBay, ready to be sold.
Don't make some money, Nathan. Yeah, so he doesn't give the height. He just says we know the height. Or do you? Between S1 and S2 being line of sight. Line of sight. Yeah, this is all flat Earth here. This is all horizontal.
Let's go. I mean, we shouldn't. We know we don't live on a sphere, but in his mind, I mean, John would be good at this one, and Nathan's just been through it too. But what is S1 and S2? I mean, what is he saying S1 is? Is it the dotted horizontal line, which isn't?
No, S1 is the theodolite. Theodolite 1 and theodolite 2.
So you got two theodolites, right? And what's he saying? Them theodolites are doing? They're facing each other.
Yeah.
Elevation
You
of
have
S1
theodolites with reciprocating zenith angles that prove gravity is not perpendicular to each other.
But you've got elevation of S1.
Yeah.
Elevation.
Yeah, that's going to be from the plane of reference, but they have it. If you look at the diagram, he has it like it's on the curve.
But what's that elevation? How many miles is that? Elevate S1 and S2.
Let me see.
1,153.
Yes, 1,153.8.
Is that elevation? Is that above sea level? For example, I mean, I'm not just saying that to say the piss. Is he saying that's the height above sea level?
Yeah, but they're demonstrating it like it's on this edge of the top of this curve. So that's why there's a difference.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to establish is, even if we're on so you've got two theodolites, one's at that elevation, and one's at that elevation, right? Which you could have on the Earth.
Yeah.
So so then what? It's a distance S1. What's his
S2 is 1,235. So there's a difference in, let's see, I don't know the math, but there's a difference. I don't feel like doing the math right now. There's a difference.
It must be 2,280. No, it can't be. 1,000.
Distance S1 is 2,280 miles. Calculated radius. So he's saying when they do all of that, they calculate the radius and it matches. It matches the radius of a sphere. Therefore, glob.
Keep using his word calculate. That distance could be measured with a trundle wheel, just measures the surface of the ground.
Orthodox sodbuster.
Well, seriously, if we know how high from the surface S1 and S2 are, we know the distance between S1 and S2 by line of sight, easy using a total station. We can also calculate the radius of a sphere. You're not measuring a sphere, are you? You're saying
No, they're
you're measuring
calculating the radius, but they're saying that it's there's a difference because it's not on a flat surface; it's on a curved surface.
Well, there's a difference because they're at different elevations, probably above sea level.
Yeah, everything's going to be taken from mean sea level when you talk about elevation. This is imaginary. Like you said, it's on a piece of freaking paper.
Yeah. It just threw a dingleberry in there, isn't it?
I want to take this out into a field, right? Not on a piece of paper. Go demonstrate this on the ground. Go ahead. Go. Don't show me what you're calculating on a freaking piece of paper. Everything with them is on a piece of paper.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not measuring curvature. He's just got two instruments that measure vertical and horizontal angles and distance. Right. Facing each other, taking some data from that, and then due to a difference in either elevation or angular height difference or whatever you want to call it, he's saying we can calculate a sphere out of that. And all
Yes, he's doing math on a piece of paper. That's all he's doing. Now go out in the real world and do this. Go out in the real world and do this with the theodolite. Now he's going to say, I'll send you the papers. That's what the peer review papers are. You just didn't look at it though.
Well, I never said he's got a distance which is linear, and he's got the elevation of the two stations which is above sea level. That's what he's got.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know why. I mean, like you say, you can. Sometimes my mind just goes like this. Like you say, you don't even have to add result. You can just say, well, you've got elevation, it's above sea level. You've got your distance, it's linear. See you later, mate. But sometimes I don't know why. I like to think, well, what is he thinking about here? What is he trying to? What's in his mind when he's putting this up? What is he actually thinking he's proving? As
he's calculating. Go ahead.
Go, mate. No, I'm all right. I'm finished.
Well, he's calculating the radius of Stead's globe at 3959. With these two measurements, as you can see, S1 and S2, and you can actually calculate it, and it matches the 3959 radius. Therefore, 1. Even though it's on a flat piece of paper, and it's a circle, not a sphere.
Yeah, so anybody could think, well, if we did live on a sphere of 395 we'll just draw that radius, a circle, and put it on the paper with the 2 lines down to the center point of Earth, and then we'll say we've got these 2 featherlights. If we have this distance on one, that distance and the elevation on the other, we'll make with the numbers we put in, we'll match it up that it works out that if we have a radius to that, it would be 3959.
Yeah, doing math.
Yeah, just doing math. Yeah. He's got no curvature measurements. I mean, you wouldn't be using a satellite to do that because it's on the 30 words not to use, as we know. I mean, why would you be using an angle measuring instrument when, trying to explain how you're measuring Earth curvature?
Because with that angle measuring device, it proves curvature, one deck. Can't you read? Aren't you looking at the diagram I drew?
But you know what I mean? And you find yourself, we're talking about it. We shouldn't even be talking about it. It's an angle measuring, 2 angle measuring devices you've got pointing at each other. You're measuring angles, pal.
I don't see in San Antonio, there's a field. And on that field, S1 is blah, 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 blah. And now at a distance away, we got S2 at blah, 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 blah on this surface in San Antonio. I don't see a real life example. I see a piece of paper. And even in a piece of paper, you're skipping past 3 flat earth proofs right there.
Yeah, I could draw that and put. I could just draw a horizontal line with 2 theodolites, give you the elevation,
do that.
The same elevation, and there's a straight line between them both, which means that I've got a line of sight parallel to the surface level, and that means the Earth's flat. I could do that drawing. Yeah, you could just do the same drawing and say, well, this would work also, and the Earth's flat now, mate.
You need to start setting these dweebs to task when they tell you that they'll get you peer-reviewed papers. Say, yeah, okay, go and get them. Now, thank him. So the diagram that he's bought you, say good boy. Thank you for bringing me the diagram. Don't dignify it with a response. In other words, could we sit here and dissect the flat Earth elevation angle prerequisites or the distance flat Earth prerequisites? Could we describe how radius is derived from a flat plate? We could do all those things. Don't. That's my attitude. Just say thanks. Good boy. What's that? Peer review papers. Yeah, go and get them. Good boy. Chop chop.
He got them already, Nathan. We didn't look at them. He posted them.
Same thing. Say thank you.
But you're not looking at them.
So you're a good lad.
You would be a Glover.
You're a good lad.
You just don't want to face reality, right, Nathan?
No, I know what Nathan means. I don't know if you just got back, Nathan. I was saying, I just find myself intrigued sometimes not that I need to, because I can just pull that diagram apart with elevation and the distance. Elevation above sea level, distance linear. Yeah, you've just drew a circle, you've made something up, and it's not even reality. It's just a fucking drawing on a computer program. I could just explain. I can do the same. I can show two theodolites facing each other at the same elevation above sea level with a horizontal line between the two telescopes, and say I've got line of sight parallel to surface level. Earth is flat. I could go to all that bullshit nonsense, but sometimes it just intrigues me of, what is he trying to? I like to try and. I don't know why I do this, but I like to try and work out what the hell is he trying to. What is he actually thinking when he puts this up?
He's trying to convince you that Earth is a glob, we're in a cult, and we worship Nathan. Here's the proof.
You know what I mean, though? He's gone, like you say, he's getting his trundle wheel out at weekends, but like all of us do. And he's, taking the trundle wheel measurements, and now he's gone to some extent to get this drawing off a computer. I think it's off Toon's website that someone's told me. Toon's got that on his finger. So he's pulled that off Toon's website, and he's using this as globe proof when he's using two angle measuring pieces of equipment called theodolites, which do not measure curvature, horizontal, vertical angles, and distances.
What do you mean? I'm showing you right in the diagram. Look at the difference. There's a difference.
Yeah, there's an elevation difference above sea level.
Don't equal 180.
You know what I mean? But then you find yourself getting. I'm talking about it. I've talked about a trundle wheel. I'm talking about this.
Yeah, but I like it because he's going to say, see, he's mentioned me again 80 times. 85 today, 85. Tomorrow we're going to mention you 90 times. We're trying to help you feel relevant. And then you got Edit Bear sending messages over top. Have you seen my argument yet? Have you
Seen it already? Seen it already?
Yeah, I said, Elder Bear, I'm just not interested. Please. I'm dealing with one schmuck. I can't deal with two at the same time. Go ahead.
Theodolites. I just measure angles. That's all I can say. You shouldn't be using a theodolite if you're trying to explain how Earth curve is measured, because it doesn't do that. Yeah, but if we've got a difference in elevation of height above sea level, well, that's nothing to do with curvature either. That's just an elevation which requires sea level and a difference in elevation above sea level. It's not a curvature measurement. There's no curvature measurement being measured. Not with a theodolite or a sextant. Or a total station, or a level, or a plumb bob. Yeah, so that's why in the beginning of the 30 words, I didn't give him an opportunity to even talk about this, which I'm going back to now. Can't use the other light, mate. My fucking garage got robbed last night. Someone broke into my fucking house and robbed a mountain bike. Fucking snapped a lock on a PVC door and walked fucking straight in. I was minding a bike for somebody, which was cost some money. It's an expensive bike, which I was just letting someone store while they found somewhere to put it. And but actually, I've had it for a while in storage at my place. But the person I'm minding it for just couldn't put it anywhere. I've had it there 8 months, but then the guy who's got it, he's a bit short of cash, so he wanted to sell it. Now I think what he's done is put it on a thing called Marketplace on Facebook, and he's communicating with someone. This was on Sunday. He took some photographs of the bike, and then on Tuesday, someone breaks into my house and steals a bike.
Sounds familiar.
I've had to deal with that all morning. I was phoned the police and got a crime number. I've had to fucking run around trying to get some new fucking handles and locks for a PVC door. Went to B&Q and screwed
Did they steal your old dirty computer?
No.
With the book on it? Did they carefully lay the window down so it's not broken in the garage?
Well, I think they've known this particular bike was in my garage because it's worth a lot of money. I'd say it's only 12 months old, and it's not my bike because I can't afford that type of stuff. But it was probably cost £5,000 for a top of the range mountain bike. Yeah.
So what is it? Is it a motorbike?
No, it's just a mountain bike, top of the range mountain bike.
A mountain bike? Did they go for that amount of money?
Yeah, some of them. Yeah, $5,000.
You're talking about pedaling.
Yep, pedaling.
Jeez.
Yeah. So anyway, it's been advertised on Sunday. Somebody spoke to somebody. They've not given my address, but for somehow, because I've had that bike in my garage for 8 months. I've had my garage door open. Sometimes when I'm mowing the grass, I've got a little front garden, I mow the lawn, my garage door's open. So I don't leave it on show, but where I live's it's not too bad where I am for things like that. But as soon as this bike's been advertised on a thing called Marketplace on Facebook, which I believe now is really dodgy place, people can find out things about you, or the photograph might have a map attached to it I don't know. So it just seems funny. But anyway, I got up this morning, and obviously my missus now, she's in like, oh, the thing is, my mountain bike was in there. I've got an old mountain bike, not worth that much money. It's 15, 18 years old. It's a good make, Specialized. They've moved that to the side, moved it, and took this one and left mine. Now my missus is like, are they going to come back for yours? Like, so she's like paranoid now, and going to have to go to bed with hammers and machetes tonight, I think. Anyway, that was my morning. Dealing with all that. Then I couldn't get.
I noticed that one that I noticed that chapter was driving you crazy yesterday, huh?
Coriolis chapter. Coriolis, yeah.
With the dentist.
Can I give you me 2 cents on the bike thing there, One Deck?
Sorry, mate?
Can I give you me 2 cents on the bike? Basically, if he's took the picture while it's in your garage and he's got geotagging on his phone settings, then you might be able to get the bike's location from there. That's one thought I had.
Yeah.
I've been robbed once. I was in my music studio just round the corner from where I live, and I got a phone call off my other housemate saying we'd been robbed. So I sprinted back home, grabbed a hammer, then as soon as I got out the front door, I see someone on my bike, and I only knew it was my bike because last time I rode it, it rained, and I put a carrier bag on the seat. So I was like, that's my fucking bike. So ran up to the guy. He didn't realise I was going from him. Then he rode round the back of a back alley, and I was like, I'm going to stop this hammer off your head, you daft bastard. Threw it, narrowly missed his head, and I'm kind of glad because it would have killed him. And he shit himself, fell off the bike, and I give him a good pasting. And a lot of people came out the houses, a couple of cars stopped, and they're like, what's going on here? And I was like, he's just robbed us. And they're like, all right, get on with it. And a few of the people that came out the houses were like, he's been looking over our back walls. But we got all this stuff back off us, and he just buggered off. But he'd been robbing somewhere else, and I was like, fuck this guy. So I went and grabbed him, give him another pasting, and got the police to arrest him. But that's the one time I got robbed.
Yeah. It's funny though, because I got up this morning. My missus, she got up. She was downstairs before me. She let the dog out in the back. She actually opened the door, which had been broken into, and she went outside, let the dog out, went back inside, made a brew. I came down, so we sat there having a brew. But I remember waking up in the early hours, just thinking, bloody hell, that rain's heavy tonight. You know, could hit a bit of wind, and I thought, it's pounding down with rain. And then anyway, we sat down having a brew in the morning, waking up, and I said, I was looking outside the window. It wasn't quite light yet. And I thought, it doesn't look like it's wet on that wall. And she'd been outside. I said, is it wet outside? Because I've got to thinking, I'm going to take the dog on a walk in a minute. And do I put his big coat on and all that? She went, no, it's bone dry. She said, but I thought I heard rain last night. So we both obviously heard something and thought it was rain. But I think I've got two like French doors, PVC doors that open out to my garage, to the back garden. The other thing is, my house, I've got the garage attached to my house, but you can't get into the back. I haven't got like a walkway or a little ginnel or an alleyway that you can, to get to my back garden, I've got to open the garage door and walk through the garage or go into the house. The only other way into the back garden is to jump onto the garage roof, walk across the garage roof, and then jump off the garage roof into the back garden. That's what they must have done. Yeah. Then they've some tool where they've just had like a Dremel tool or something where they've cut through the handle of the PVC door handle, ripped it up, popped the lock out, or they've snapped the lock and just opened the garage door, gone in, moved my Specialized mountain bike to the side, which is probably 18 years old, but it's a stunt jumper, but it's all right. I'll probably get 500-600 quid for that, but it was probably $2,000 that bike at the time of buying it years ago. And then they've got this bike, and then they've had to come back out, probably get it back on top of the garage roof and off the garage roof at the front. And then I'm thinking, bloody hell, I just thought it was raining. But obviously I've got another PVC room attached to it. That's where I keep my decks and my speakers, and that's attached to the house. So I'm just like, have they seen my decks? Have they seen this? Have they seen that? So it's just like a bit paranoid.
So they robbed the bike and not the decks?
Well, I don't know if they've seen the decks, but I think they've come for the bike. I think because the bike's been advertised for sale on Facebook for this marketplace. I've heard stories where if they get talking to you, these scammers go onto this marketplace and can either get details
find out
off you
what
or
you
find
got,
out
and then they come and rob you.
Yeah.
So when Len said he gave the guy a proper pasting, is that like me saying, so I went there, I threw the guy a beating, took my shit back?
Yeah.
Is that the same thing?
Yeah. You give him a good idea.
I like that, proper pasting. It won't sound good coming out of me. Sounds good coming out of you guys. But if I said that, I'd look like an idiot.
Yeah, it sounds like you do some decorating or something, doesn't it?
So I went and I gave the guy a proper pasting. But what'd you do? You started doing arts and crafts with the guy.
But I'm thinking now, I'm thinking they just want to get out the garage. They've got the bike they wanted. That's worth $5,000. They'll get $2,000 cash for that. You know,
Yeah.
you've probably seen that advertised on Marketplace. For right, we'll get a buyer for that. We've got to get that bike. There's $2,000, $2,500.
I'll tell you how mine works. As you're telling me, I'm like, damn, that's a freaking good idea. I wonder why I didn't think of that shit back in the day. Oh, didn't have things like that when I was stealing.
But now I'm thinking they've got that bike. They wanted to get out. It was dark in my garage probably. They've seen my bike, which when you look at it, you think Specialized, stunt jumper. It's got front suspension, rear suspension. It's not as expensive as that, but they're thinking, fucking hell, there's another bike in here. We'll come back and get that another time. So now it's like I need to get my garage and my doors, and I need to get more secure because they got in there easy.
And that's all of that theft and everything it's all because the drug.
But the guy showed me, because I've spent most of the morning. I went to B&Q, which is like a DI maintenance. It's like a hardware place in the UK where they got all sorts of stuff. I thought they usually have a standard handle and lock set, so which I'm capable of doing. Probably take the handle and lock off, put that on. I went to, but they had one that looked like it. Anyway, I got it back home. It was the wrong size. It didn't match up, and I didn't want to start drilling the door. So I went to Screwfix, found one that would have done it, but that's going to be next day or even the next day, which now I can't leave my doors, not secure. So and I phoned a few friends up who are into the building game and construction, and my friend who's got he sells windows, actually PVC windows. So he said, "Yeah, try this guy. This is what he does." So I phoned this guy, explained. He said, "I can be there before 1 o'clock today for you. I can sort it out. 60 quid labour and whatever it costs for parts. Blah, 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 blah." Anyway, it ended up costing me 150 quid for a guy to come out, take and put this new. But he showed me the lock. He said, it's a brass lock. He said, once they take that plastic thing off and the screw out, he said, all they've got to do is just use like a pair of, what they called, grips, like I can't think of the bloody name anymore, but like horse grips. And he said it's that brittle where that screw goes into the lock. It just snaps. And once it snaps, the screw can come out, and then they just pull the lock out, put the finger in, push it over to the side, the door's open. He said, but this, anyway, he showed me the lock he was putting in. He said, this is like, they will not be able to, and he showed me. I thought, yeah, you're right, mate. They won't be able to snap that. It was solid. There was no brittle points on it. It was all enclosed.
Does it make you want to make a booby trap? Like set it up again like that, put it in the marketplace. Only this time, as soon as they go to take the bike, a freaking axe comes from the ceiling and strikes them right to the forehead.
Well, I was saying to my missus, I've got not a gun, but I've got like I've got an air rifle in my garage. I said, well, I'll sleep in the garage tonight in a sleeping bag with an air rifle pointing at the door. So, just in case they come back. Funny thing is, though, we've got a little small dog. It's a cockapoo. He's not a vicious dog, big dog. He weighs 5 kilograms. He's nothing. But if he's downstairs looking through if he sees a postman walking past the window, he's like, rah, 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 or the postman walks down the driveway. Rah, 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 rah. But Missy said, I didn't hear him at the time, but she said he did a semi growl about 3 o'clock in the morning, like.
Oh, that was the warning there.
Yeah, but he didn't bark. She thought, oh, what's up with him? And then he went back to sleep because he was probably tired, but he never does that. That was the warning. So we've said, if he ever makes a noise like that, again, we know something's not right. But he did warn us, but he didn't jump up and like he does when he's downstairs, like, rah, 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 rah. He was just went, it was like he was saying, there's someone in your garage robbing your bike, but I'm too tired to fucking get up and back. So I'm just letting you know in a gentle way.
He said, that's enough. If they don't catch it, it's not my fault.
Yeah, don't say I didn't fucking warn you.
I gave her. You're looking for that. Go watch the Flintstones for that.
That's good. So yeah, had a shit morning, mate.
So, back to the situation at hand that we have here. What's the wise thing to do, Sir Nathan Oakley? We could go into a worldwide debate with the guy that's hanging from the rafters, ready to jump in on you.
Can I get an update?
Oh, what's up, heroes?
Hey, what's up? Give me a brief
Hey,
update.
heroes.
Hey, what's up?
Brief update is that these nerds want to know if I have S1 theodolite facing S2 theodolite on this presupposed sphere that I draw, and we know the height. It doesn't equal 180. Let's look up.
Yes, and if I tied the trundle wheel to the back of my truck on a Saturday night, and I'd go over so many miles of distance around the block a few times, I can also infer that the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, for entertainment, what I did was Buck Sodbuster, he sends me messages every day because he listens to the show and he voices out to me everything that's said on the show. So for entertainment, I read a few of the things that he said. Everything he used flat Earth measurements from beginning to the end of his demonstration on a piece of paper, not in the real world. So we're just actually making fun of them, and Nathan put it together that these are the nerds that were in school. They want to hang out with the cool kids so desperately, but we can't have them around because we're trying to get the girls. And if they see you with us, that's a reflection on us. So get the freak out of here.
Do you know what I think, though, Neil? I mean, and Nathan, he's like, not that we're going in. Like last week we've been into the worldwide debate a couple of times. I've mentioned the first one that I think was great. We were relaxed, it was calm. Last week was we're going to break your fucking nose, shove your head down the toilet. Now, a lot of people enjoyed that. You know, they were fucking because it's back to the like, yeah, let's argue. There's an argument and a fucking debate, and we're all fucking scrapping about it. But we don't want to doing that anymore. So, but it's got some attention that last week, and for one, maybe we should just go back in, but not in that way again, and just do what we're doing now. Like, you know, let them talk about the trundle wheels and say, oh, that's great. What sort of trundle wheel was it? You know, don't get into the let's go in like where they're not getting any fucking reaction at all, really. I think, God, they've changed what's happened to them lot from last week. You know what I mean? Got more like, so now we've got people's attention. There might be more people.
Why they like the show so much is because they're living their life vicariously through Nathan. That's what the guy said. I just like when Nathan just destroys ballers. So they're basically living their life vicariously through Nathan. So he's the lion that they bring in to the freaking circus to devour the freaking Globers.
Yeah. Yeah, but I said that a few weeks. Remember when I said a few weeks ago?
Yeah,
Neil,
I do remember you saying that.
When I first found FED, I'm thinking, God, I've just found someone who can just fucking destroy it. This is what I've been trying to do. I didn't know how to fucking deal with this. But now there's some guy going gas down boom boom and fucking, you know, it's like, fucking hell, what? This is what I've needed to find. But we need to sort of think, well, can't just keep using Nathan like that. You know, he's done his job. And we've come to also the conclusion that Earth's measured flat, and we can demonstrate that with every measurement that they give
every one
us.
of their demonstrations.
Yeah. So maybe but sometimes I'm getting there with it because I've calmed down a lot. It's, you know, apart from last week a little bit, I've calmed down quite a lot. So maybe we go in there like that, you know, just go in as friends and talk about the measurements. And if anyone, they start shouting, let them shout. Let them shout. Don't even just let them get it off.
So you're saying agree with your adversary as you're in the way. So agree with them. You're right. You're so freaking buck. You are so right. Edda Bear, you are 100% correct, Edda Bear. The fucking said you were right. Yeah. I see what you're saying. I wonder what results
but we
that'll
can
get.
hope. Yeah, but then we can end the conversation. Yeah, but if you want to think that's right, that's great. But the Earth's still measured flat, mate. I mean, there's no getting away from it. You don't have to give any examples.
But I got surveyors. I got surveyors that they were peer reviewed. You can look at them.
Oh.
Yeah, fine. Post them in the back chat there. Or you know what? Private message me them. I'll have a look at them later. You got it.
Yeah, we've been down to have a look at them. But, I mean, looking at them and reading them won't change the fact that they was using an angle measuring tool. But if you want to send them, we'll have a read. That's great. You know, we've got time for that.
We don't even have to bring that up anymore. Hey.
You know what? Ever since I have the knowledge that the Earth measurement substantiates the Earth being flat, sea level. Like Deck always make sure he says sea level. That's all the 2 words. Sea level. That's all you need.
Sorry, mate. Do you mean mean sea level?
Yeah, mean, nice, kind, sweet, sugar-coated, angry, hurricane, doesn't matter. Sea level, period. So it's even like the groundhog, the old groundhog thing. The reason why they look for the groundhog to cast shadows because we know how shadows came about. Okay? We know that. In order to cast shadow, you need to have some type of angular, perpendicular zenith sticking up from the ground, from the surface, to cast a shadow at an angle. Then you have the angle. The shadow is the angle because the sun is above, so they look for the groundhog to cast a shadow, which tells you that the earth is flat and that the sun is at a certain area of the sky, whether it's lower or higher, that casts a shadow. Still, it's about shadows, and we know how shadows came about. Aristophanes did. So all of the things they want to talk about, whatever they want to talk about, it doesn't matter. I don't even waste my time with it no more. It's done. I don't need the entertainment.
Agreed.
I'm done.
I agree 100%.
We've got our trundle wheels, and we could get our trundle wheels out. I got the 5.2 speed trundle wheel, and if I tie it to the back of my truck at weekends, D-road, I could prove that the Earth's a globe.
So you agree, Nathan? Yeah. We agree.
Oh my God, that was like the best evidence for a sphere I've ever heard.
So we agree, right, Nathan? I don't know, John. We were looking at that diagram there, and we come to the conclusion that these people are doing these things on paper.
Doing what?
Measuring elevation and elevation above sea level.
Yeah, they're doing it on paper, and they're drawing like a little half a sphere, and they're putting their theodolites on top of that half a sphere, and they're claiming that there's a difference throughout distance. There's a difference in the angular, the angular drop over distance.
Oh, so from the eye level where you would get your perpendicular because that your eye level is vertical because level by its very nature is flat. The other theodolite, which is at the same elevation, appears lower. And so therefore you draw a sphere?
Yes, exactly. That's how I have it.
That makes total sense to me,
globe.
baby. Let's build a friggin' religion out of it. Let's do it.
And we could call it heliocentrism.
Trundle wheelism.
The trundle wheel proves that the mile is not a linear function because it's on a wheel.
Well, what she's gotta do is she's gotta squeeze your nose, like put a clothespin on your nose, and then just talk regular, and you'll sound like one of them. The plebe that went to school that wanted to hang out with you.
Yeah, but I think if we do go into the worldwide debate on Friday, we should all get a peg and talk like this just through the show.
We should all just put clothespins on our nose and just speak. Hi, Buck.
Even if
What you got?
even if we just go in for half an hour and say we're just coming for half an hour and just to talk about Twindle wheels and how they measure linear distance.
All right.
And
Come on now.
you know,
Nathan's going to go. He has to go because he has made a name for himself as the gladiator of flat Earth. He must destroy globetards, or his popularity is going to take a hit.
Yeah. And everybody can live vicariously through Nathan. Every flat earther.
I mean, it sounds bad, but that's exactly what's happening. Everyone's living vicariously through him, you know. They did it with QE, too.
I asked the question, what made last week's show so good? And the guy said, I just like to see Nathan destroy Globus. So you like to live vicariously through Nathan. Okay, I got you. It is fun, I got to admit. It does spike the ratings. People love that. They love the bloodbath.
It's like liking to watch Tyson fight back in the day. He don't just beat you, try to break your neck off your head.
Yeah, and what was the complaint? He's doing it too fast. He's ending the fight too quick. I
should maybe
turned
go
my
in-
head and the fight was over.
Maybe he needs to be a bit more like Muhammad Ali. Just tease them a little bit, play around with them a little bit before he knocks them out. I don't know.
Are you saying that we should go ahead and let them use the measurements and just go as far as they want to with the measurements, and then just bring them back to the beginning and say, yeah, all that crap you just said's wrong?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Just give him everything. Then at the end, one deck set at the end will say, yeah, you need a flat earth for all of that, by the way.
You know what they'll do? They'll do exactly what they did to me when I did it. They'll spend 25 minutes preaching, and then they'll overtalk you the rest of the time. So you know, that's all they're going to do.
Well, through the grapevine, they're all lining up and waiting for Nathan Friday. The hit list is out. They're all waiting. Even when we went in last week, Rick said they're all lining up, getting together, lining up for you. But now, since last week, I think they're very, very angry about how things went down. So supposedly the big guns are coming.
Did they get made to look like little whiny nerds? Is that what the problem was?
The big guns. McToon's coming.
Hey, I tell you what, I'm a nerd. I'm not a dweeb, but I'm definitely a nerd. Well, I hung out with dweebs, and yeah, they're all dweebs.
Yeah, but you were probably a cool nerd. There's a lot of nerds that were cool that we hung out with. Like the guy from Good Will Hunting, right? How you like them apples? He's a freaking genius, but he was cool. He got the girls. Handsome. He kicked ass when he had to. Nothing wrong with being intelligent.
Yeah, the term nerd is not pejorative anymore. It has evolved to, that high intellect, that guy that just knows everything, but he doesn't, so now the nerd doesn't even look like a nerd now. Doesn't even talk like a nerd. Some of them, look like the average Joe. But
they're dweebs.
Very knowledgeable.
Nathan hit it on the head, dweebs.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't think you were a dweeb.
Psychological, we'll be expecting Nathan to go in there on Friday if he does go in with breaking nose and shoving heads down toilets again, and that's what they're hoping they're going to get. Whereas maybe we do go in for half an hour and go in as the cool kids.
Well, here's the thing. You never know what you're going to get. We'll find out Friday if we enter the arena and we bring our lion, right? I think Refractor is the only one that can hold the leash. Anybody else is not going to deal with it. But if Refracted holds the leash, then it'll be cool. They'll go in. We'll put our lion up there on that freaking pedestal, and they'll be coming for you, Nathan. Make
this
sure
the
you don't
politics?
feed them. Refracted, make sure you don't feed them for the weekend. Make the next few days, rather. Make sure that lion's hungry.
Is this the politics or the 24/7 survey you're talking about going in?
No,
Either
this
one.
is worldwide debate that we went in last week. And before that, the guy Riggs supposedly has a room set up for us for every Friday, whether we go in or not. He said he's going to set it up. Well, that's your room. I'm going to put it for every Friday. If you come, you come. If you don't, you don't. Basically. But from what I heard, after last Friday's annihilation and broken bones all over the place, they're coming for Nathan.
They got the trundle wheels out, mate.
They ought to.
I don't know.
I mean,
I
the
might
way
be
he
in the
talked to
minority,
them.
guys, but I think my favorite part of the last Friday's show was when that guy was asking Nathan those ridiculous questions, because to me it showed that you could have a conversation with Nathan. You could ask him questions as long as you're genuine. It's when you start being disingenuine that, you know, he starts yelling at you and you get the broken nose and blah, blah, blah. So,
yeah, but
I don't
that
know.
guy,
I think that was the best part.
was looking for sound bites, bro. You're going to hear those sound bites somewhere. That guy was looking for sound bites.
Which questions you on about, mate? The other guy.
The 10 freaking retarded questions the guy asks. Were your mother's pussy lips the last?
What was the true or false one he asked? That one was hilarious. It was something that didn't pertain to true or false at all. And he was like, true or false? I was just like, oh my God.
Yeah, they love to do that yes or no questioning, you know, where you can pin somebody up by begging the question within your question. And then if they answer yes or no, either way you got them, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They love those.
No, this had zero intelligence or intent. This was just retarded.
That's all you get, innit, out of them. Retardation. That's all you get.
Nathan didn't. He did answer the 10 questions, though. I was freaking vexed about it. I was like, why are you wasting your time with this? This guy's obviously looking to get a sound bite, but Nathan answered them all. I guess he didn't find nothing wrong with it. So the lion, listen, what the lion wants to fend off, let him fend off. What the lion wants to devour, let him devour.
I mean, it's a good job you didn't let me off the leash last week.
Holy shit, I was cracking up on deck. I was freaking cracking up because I'm like, listen, one deck's getting fired up.
I was even over talking Nate. I was even like, shut up, Nathan, give me a fucking bite of this one. Give me a bite.
You don't even me to get a shot, I'll break your nose.
Yeah, I remember getting fired up about this topic. Last time I did, I think it was Omnivore that got me fucking irate. You know?
Yeah, he could do that guy. He's the type of guy that you would definitely, if it was in a setting where he was face to face, he would be in the hospital, that guy.
Well, I found with Omnivore. The thing is, he lied to me. He flat out lied to me. He said if I could show him that what they call a tangent is actually a planar surface, he would leave this discussion and never return, right? And I opened up the reference that he gave me, the source book he gave me, which was planar surveying. Let that sink in for a second.
I remember.
Yeah.
I read him a long time ago. If y'all remember, there was a debate where he was a moderator, and he was shady then. And then there was something about I forget what it was. He wasn't feeling good or something. This is how far back it goes, like the end of 2023 or something like that, the beginning of 2024. I'm not quite sure. I think it was the end of 2023 or in 2023. And he moderated something and did the most horrific job and pretty much exposed himself to me as not being the person that he thought he was. And this was when we were only, singling out like Weiss and Jaron and Witsit. But that's when we've realized that there are no real flat earthers and they're just anti-globers and feast of nonsense, bandits. That's all.
Hey, listen, D-Rose, we tried. He said, I got a server. You guys want to come in? We came in. He couldn't figure out how to get Nathan on. We tried. Every other server we go to, boom, Nathan hits a button. He's with their audience. Not omnivore. And he was saying it's kind of something on your end.
He was one of them, though, Neil. He was when I target Eratosthenes, which to do with a few of them. I've told you, Triangles is one of them. I can't remember the other guy. Omnivore was one of them. I said, right, let's talk about Eratosthenes. How did he measure Earth? He would not go into the conversation. They hate it. And I fucking love it. It's their fucking globe.
He measures Earth flat. It was all
there's
great.
A lot of them won't do it.
Listen, it was all great when Eratosthenes was measuring a globe. But once you grabbed it and said, hold on a second here, he's measuring Earth flat. Now they don't want it. Now it's no good. Now you can't talk about the measurements there.
I actually like Eratosthenes better than the C-section when you're discussing it with somebody, because they can't go to a tangent plane with Eratosthenes. You know what I mean? Because that shadow is being cast on the surface of Earth.
Exactly. And it's horizontal.
Yep.
And it's horizontal.
Just like the groundhogs.
Yeah, but the other thing, John and D-Rose, the reason I like it, and I love it, because it's their globe proof originally. So you're using their own evidence against them. You're using their evidence against them, and you're egging it on. Come on, then, let's talk about your globe measurements, Eratosthenes. How did he measure Earth again? It's like a knife in the back.
Right, because it was okay to talk about it when it was globe proof, but once we demonstrate how it's flat proof, now they don't want to talk about Eratosthenes no more.
Oh, yeah,
they want to talk about
back in the day when I was a glober arguing this stuff, right? When I thought there was an argument to be had, one of my favorite things to do was put a globe up against an azimuthal equidistant projection, because I couldn't lose, right? I could not friggin' lose, because the azimuthal equidistant projection, I thought, was from a globe. So no matter what happened, I won. You know what I mean? It was almost the same level of confidence I have now.
Yeah. It's only like McToon. I've seen him on his shows. People, but where's your proof of a globe? Show us a globe. He'll just put a picture up of the blue marble. Well, yes, for the proof of the globe. You wanted to see the globe. There's the globe. I'm showing you the globe. How was it measured, mate? Tell us how Eratosthenes measured it. Let's go into that. You don't want to talk about that, do you?
Well, there's an elevation to every picture taken. I wonder if they would give you the elevation that this blue marble was taken at.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
This is literally the only group on Discord that actually talks about the measurements. Nobody else can or will. I was in a server yesterday and they were talking about rise over run and drop over distance. And I'm like, well, those require horizontal points of reference. And as soon as you say that, all the flat earthers in the server, they start spazzing calling this semantics. Just, what can you do with that?
But isn't that sad, though? Isn't that sad though? That somebody supposed to be on your side would say that.
Well, because they want to
Semantic.
argue drop over distance.
All
Rise over.
statements are semantical. Like, what the hell does that mean? Semantics. It's like you're using words to communicate. That's no good. You can't use words to communicate anymore. Like, what?
Exactly.
Shut up.
Rise over runs.
And then in the very next breath, he said, "Well, the Mariner section doesn't require the surface of Earth." Again, flat Earth is saying this. I'm like, it doesn't. So how do you level the Mariner section to it? He said he doesn't know, then muted me. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
It's using 2 GP points, ground position points, to get a distance across the sea level.
Distance of where?
Do you know what I mean? How can you say it's got nothing to do with the ground when you get in 2 ground positions?
What distance? Distance of what?
I'm going to just, John said the sextant doesn't measure the horizontal nail.
Dawn said I was right. Remember, refracted. Remember you said I was correct, right? Refracted.
Yeah, poor old boy, man. Like, I told him his statement that he made was not the statement I made. The one that was wrong. That's all I said to him. I didn't say he was right.
Nobody's getting on a dinghy and taking elevation angles and using a sextant.
Like, the one time you would actually use a sea sextant in this day and age is when your ship goes down and you have to get on a life raft, right? The one time you would, oh, nobody's doing that. What? It's the only time they do it anymore. What are you talking about, you crazy?
Matter of fact, I seen a movie with Robert Redford when he was marooned on a freaking life raft, and that's what he pulled out, the sextant. I wish I could remember the name of the movie.
So time out. A dinghy's an elevator, right? Dinghy.
No, a
It's an
dinghy is
elevator?
a float. It's a
okay.
raft.
Okay. What's the word for the thing that? What is the word over in UK they say for elevator?
I know what you're talking about. The dinghy was the one that they used to pull.
Right.
The elevator.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot the name of that shit. I don't think it
What
was
are you on
dinghy.
about?
It was similar.
Dinghy. Well, your dinghy's like a blow-up boat. What's up?
No, it's also a reference. I know what D Rose is talking about. It has to do with elevator. I think it was back in the day, like the maintenance people, they would pull the dinghy, like if they had garbage chute or something, or if they just were bringing something up to another floor, they would use this dinghy elevator where they would just put
Sometimes
the
it's
stuff in,
internal.
say in the ground floor, and they would pull it up to the 8th floor.
Yeah, it's not necessarily for humans, but it's like something, an elevator type of thing inside
A
it.
dumbwaiter.
Dumbwaiter.
The dumbwaiter. Okay,
Yes.
that's it.
Dumbwaiter.
Oh,
I went for
also
a meal
a
last
freight
week and yeah.
You don't need sextants anymore. You just get your trundle wheel out, mate.
But they don't use a trundle wheel anymore since they have GPS. Now we have satellites. Satellites tell us we live on a globe. Have you not heard of Starlink, you dumb flat earther?
Yeah. Starlink, is that the one that uses the gyro positioning system in your phone with an app to get the incident angle from your position to wherever and triangulate something with it? Is that what they're talking about?
Yes, but just ignore all that stuff you just said.
Bloody hell.
Nathan, you got us
Bloody
all
hell.
talking like nerds now. Nathan, are you happy with yourself?
Very.
Yeah. I was taking offense to some of that what Nathan was saying. I was like, I like talking about this stuff. Dweeb. Me.
Wait a second now. I like talking about this stuff. So did you, till you realized it was measured flat. Now you want to make us all redundant? Brian's right. He's trying to freaking ice us all.
Yeah, in all fairness, it probably could.
Right, there's a big difference between being interested in dweeby subjects and being a dweeb, right? You don't have to be a dweeb to enjoy Star Wars, but there are Star Wars dweebs out there, aren't there?
Yeah, good point. That's what I was telling John, because John said, "Well, I'm kind of like that." And I said, "Yeah, but you were probably a cool dweeb or something. You were just an intelligent, cool dude, like Matt Damon in freaking Good Will Hunting."
Well, it's like the guy who we covered from the Channel 4 thing about space yesterday, right? The train spotter. Now, he is absolutely unequivocally a dweeb, but he's an endearing dweeb, like a likable dweeb, right? There are various different types of dweeb, but you can almost guarantee if that guy was around here and he became irritating and we told him to bugger off, I would almost guarantee that he would bugger off. He'd be like, well, sod you then, I don't want to hang around with you. But that's not the type of dweeb that we're dealing with, is it? Again, yes, we all look at what's on screen and can describe it. The tangent plane, the equatorial plane, the elevation angle. It's all very dweeby stuff. And we all understand it. That does not make us dweebs. It means that we understand what the dweebs have been talking about for 10 years. It just means that we're not dumb. Now, they want to simultaneously tell us that we are dumb because we're not so heavily indoctrinated with dweeb-like stuff that we go around telling people who don't want to hear about it that we're going to create a new account so we can continue to tell you about it. That isn't us.
Right. We took that power away.
Several of the ones I used to talk to, it was like they wanted to appear nonchalant about the way they talked about it as well. Like they didn't care. It was what it was. They just come here to as a kind of a goof, just to make fun of us, right? That was that attitude's not quite there anymore, is it? It almost seems like there's a desperation to them now.
Yes. Oh, right, you're going to ban me from the chat. Well, I will make a new account and hang around anyway. Oh, yeah. Dweeb.
Yeah, definitely. It's like, yeah, just anything we can do to prove Nathan wrong.
They want our attention. They want to listen.
The funny thing is now,
they want to make us listen to them. We're important. You're saying it wrong. You need to say it like me. And they also, I heard just as I was leaving to take my delivery to the post office, them suggesting that you, Neil, that is, worships the ground I walk on. So again, very telling. So what they're really saying is, I want you to give me your adoration. I want it.
Yes.
You're directing it towards this person. Wrong. Direct it to me. I'm the secret king. You should be telling me I'm great. That's what they mean. That's so
actually
sad.
what I said. Exactly. So that's what I said. So, Buck, you really want me to worship you. That's what it is.
That's sad. That is so sad.
But like you say, this is, they know they live on a globe. They've got all the evidence from NASA and orbital motion. They've got the blue marble, GPS and everything like that. But we're just going to make sure with a trundle wheel at weekend at it.
Very important. Very important
Don't
they
forget
do
the
that.
24-hour.
Very consequential to the worldview of every other man on the face of the green earth that we're standing upon, that we get this trundle wheel measurement from the secret king.
Yeah. Just to confirm that NASA are correct with the trundle wheel.
So, he said that, or was he trying to say that a mile was not a linear function by using a trundle wheel? Which one is it?
He's still got linear functions in his claim to be globe Earth mathematics that he presented to us It had the distance S1 and S2 in miles.
Right. What he did was when Nathan was freaking going at it with him, and he kept saying yes or no, can a trundle wheel measure curve? Right. So I said, yeah, take your trundle wheel and give us 100 miles. Go walk 100 miles with your trundle wheel. So now he tries to prove that, well, you can hook a trundle wheel to the back of an RV. You don't have to walk. It just shows you how out of touch with the world you are, Neil. Nobody's walking 100 miles. They can hook it to a car.
And even in his fantasy, the car that he took it to is a recreational vehicle, not a Lamborghini. All right, you're going to do it with an RV, are you? How very, very boring.
But he's only going to get 100-mile linear distance from A to B.
Linear is not flat. It's not a shape. It's not linear. Is not linear. Didn't you understand when I read?
It's not curved, mate.
It's not curved.
Yeah, when I said it's not arc, taking him to the origin of the nth.
Yeah.
He called me an idiot because, what are you, stupid? It has no shape at all. No, straight is not a shape. Linear is not a shape. But the measurements are linear.
Yeah, curve isn't a shape either. Is he an idiot?
Yeah, he said that. He said arc and this and that. They're not. Well, let me go find it. I'll read it exactly how he said it. Give me a second.
Yeah, an arc is not a shape either.
You realise when you say you'll go and read it, right? We are sat at the train station on the wall smoking our cigarettes, watching the girls go by, while dweebs pass us little notes and ask us to read them out. Oh, you got a note from him, have you? Did he pass it you under the table during class?
Yeah.
He sat right here. The door's still open.
Oh, where's Neil gone? Where did Neil put that? I bet Neil's put it under his pillow. Come on, Neil, where's the note?
Well, if the notes weren't so funny, they're unintentional.
Exactly, refracted. They're funny.
Like I don't think I'd want to hear them, but they're hilarious when you actually get the meaning of the words that they're using. They become hilarious.
But that's what I was saying when he put this picture up that he drew of the semi-globe and the two theodolites that are angle measuring tools and the elevation of them tools above sea level and the distance between them both. I just think it really amuses me now thinking, God, what, is this guy being serious? He's using all these flat earth prerequisites and showing us this diagram he's probably drawn on the dingleberry. He's from the dingleberry in there, just for good measure. And for good measure, pardon the pun. But I'm thinking, I'd just like to get inside these people's heads sometimes. I think, what the hell are you doing?
Maybe you can get inside his head here. You are actually dumb, Neil. At one point, I thought you were not dumb, but just brainwashed. Now I know you are both. A linear unit of measure has no shape component. It is not flat. It is not curved. It is not a triangle. The shape is the property of the object being measured, not the unit of measurement.
He only mentioned one shape in all of that, and it was a triangle. Curve and linear arc, these are not shapes.
I never mentioned shape. This is the answer to me saying, remember, you dumbass, at the inception of a freaking inch, it's linear, not arc.
That's correct.
And that's when he gave me all of that.
Shape. You didn't mention shape at all.
Nope.
Right? You're just saying the aspect of it is a straight, flat, horizontal distance. It is a straight line. And his comeback is that's not a shape. No kidding, genius.
Right,
you think
that's what I
other
said.
words of wisdom to give us? You know what I mean?
You know what else it's not? It's not a roast chicken.
So it started with me saying, remember, the inception is linear, not arc. Then he goes into, you're actually dumb. So he's calling me dumb. A linear unit of measure has no shape component. Did I mention shape?
It is not flat. It's flat a shape. It is not curved. It is not a triangle. I never mentioned any of these things. I just said what it was at inception when they began this whole thing of measurement.
Right,
If
now
you
who
crack
can
it
name,
back to the inch.
who is in response, who can name the fallacy? Everyone but John. Called the red herring fallacy.
How is that a red herring?
Because it's not consequential to the point. You're now arguing about whether or not straight and curved are shapes. So
Right.
you've chased the red herring, haven't you?
Yeah. Yes, I did. I did, because I'm trying to get my point across to this idiot. I never said anything about shape. Well, how do
This
you
is what I was
respond to
saying.
that then? Hold on. How do you respond to that
sorry,
then?
mate.
You don't talk to idiots.
Oh, besides that, this is entertainment. How do you respond to somebody when you say at inception the inch is linear? And he comes back with that.
And they come back with that. You say, I never said anything about shape. What are you talking about? You crazy, window licker.
That's exactly what I said.
Well, then you did right. It's still funny, though, that he thinks that because we say flat is a shape, and it's not. You know what I mean?
That's what I was saying, though. Like, you get caught up in this, and Nathan is great at having these conversations with people, as is John and other people. I fall over, even though I know what we talk about in this environment, and just between ourselves. If you put on your toes and call it an argument, for argument's sake, you will. I find how Nathan does it. I just it amazes me. Keep
Well, I
track of all the
basically-
times what they've said. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I could not go face to face with someone like that. Well, I could, because all I have to say is, you're not allowed to use the word theodolite, or you're not allowed to use the word sextant, which I've done before in previous times. I've got banned from places for doing that, and that does work. But if you're going to go into the nitty gritty of it and go into the fallacies and remembering what someone said like 10 minutes before, and then finding yourself you just got dragged into another conversation that you didn't really want to be in.
Well,
It's difficult sometimes when you.
Let's see if I chase the red herring. So I said, yeah, Buck, we mention you and talk about you all the time. Why are you listening? The inch is linear, straight. Straight is not shape. Is not a shape. Keep listening. Maybe you will catch on. And then I said, what sphere? Because he brought the sphere into it after that. So yeah, I don't think I chased it. I did say, if Earth was spherical, why convert with Haversine?
At least you're putting the nonsense in the if statement. You know what I mean? And it annoys me when people put statements of fact in an if statement.
Yeah, we'll have to answer his folly. So he's saying that, and we could derive a spherical, we could calculate a spherical Earth from this. So I was like, you're begging a question. Earth is not a sphere. If Earth was spherical, then why the Haversine conversion?
Ask him how Eratosthenes measured the Earth.
That's from A Few Flat Men, by the way. Should make the book.
Few flat man. Is that thing with the few good men
Yeah.
skit we did?
Yes. You had a rough part there. You had to read a lot. I was the judge that had a couple of lines. I didn't even do them good. I watched the movie the other day. I was like, I was supposed to have some Someone's supposed to say, like, you don't have to answer that question. But see, only cool kids do things like that. Take movie skits and make it our own. Nerds don't do things like that. They try.
Oh, could you imagine if they tried to do it the other way?
How would they?
I have no idea, Neil. I don't know how you would try to say that.
How could they do it, though? I'm trying to think. How could they flip it around? They can't. Because the Santiago wasn't supposed to be touched. Then why did he have to be moved?
Oh, I know. If you're measuring an angle to the star and the opposite of a triangle, or if the elevation angle is a triangle, and you can get the opposite of a triangle using the
Habersign?
not Habersign, it'd be a cosine function, then we should be able to get the height of a star. We don't get the height of the star. Therefore,
globe,
not flat. Therefore, not flat.
Therefore, not flat. I got you.
Give us the height of the star if you want.
No. Nobody's ever been really concerned with that. They remain undefined when you're doing celestial navigation. To calculate the height of a star is folly.
Well, their stars are infinite, right?
No, they got a set distance to their stars. The stars in the celestial sphere.
What is it? You're telling me they got a set distance to the stars. I gotta look this up.
Yeah, in light years, like each star is different distance in light years.
How many linear miles is equal to a light year?
It's a lot. It's a lot of flat.
Light year? I mean, there's no difference in that terminology. It's light, and the year is time. It's a measurement of time.
Hold on. I got a new message. I missed the Buck Soundbuster show today. In parentheses, I got my job as an engineer got in the way. How many times did you mention me? Is this pathetic or what? His job as an engineer got in the way. You ain't no freaking engineer. Get the freak out of here.
What does he think that like picking up trash on the side of the road is engineering?
This is the bottom line. If me and you or one of Nathan's harem members were to debate in an actual debate setting, I would utterly humiliate you. You guys all know this and just avoid it by saying there is no debate, which is odd given that you debate it without me there for 4 or 5 hours a day. No, we just mock you. When you say nonsensical things about arcs and miles and distances, I would expose you. When you deny absolutely basic surveying techniques that prove curvature, I would humiliate you. When you make claims about celestial navigation that are so comically incorrect, I would expose you.
What was incorrect? And you notice they never really
say it.
They never say what the wrong thing we said was, right? It's always an ambiguous appeal to something's wrong, but you never hear what's wrong.
Yeah.
So that's why we have come to the realization that there is no debate because we're scared. Okay. Yeah, Buck, 100%. You got it. You found us out. That's what I'm gonna say. You got it, Buck. You found us out.
Did he address why I said that there was no debate?
No. He
Does he
said
have
we're
any-
hiding.
I mean, Nathan didn't sound scared on Friday when he was shoving his head down the toilet and breaking his nose. And I didn't think Nathan sounded scared.
Oh, here, keep pretending like you are not scared to debate me by saying there is no debate. Outside of Nathan's little harem, and even with other flat earthers, we all know that you guys are scared to debate me. What are you talking about? What happened Friday? Friday, you were there. Nathan was there. And you got a broken nose, a broken jaw, 2 busted arms. Right now, all you're doing is laying on the floor trying to bite his ankles.
Well, Neil, I am terrified of debating him because I am scared of what I might do because of his ignorance. I really am. I'm actually afraid of talking to him. I've never met anyone so willfully ignorant in my life, besides McToon.
This guy's got delusions of grandeur, boy.
I give it all to him. He's right about everything. I'm scared. I'm wrong about everything I say. Now, if he could just show me where he's right.
Buck Sodbuster, the engineer.
He can have that too. I'll give him a doctorate. You be a doctor engineer there, buddy, whatever. I don't care. Just show me where you're right one time.
My job as an engineer got in the way. How pathetic is that? Oh, my goodness. How many times do we mention you? Buck, we mentioned you a lot today. You're the butt of the joke. Of course we're going to
Neil,
mention you.
how long have you known Sodbuster, Neil?
Oh, since he gave Brian a pitch data. He was a silent guy until he gave Brian a pitch data, and now he's scrambling because it was devastating. He didn't even know how to read it. He said, I'll give it to you, but I don't know if you're going to be able to read it, Brian. And then he said, well, I said that deliberately, and Brian bought it hook, line, and sinker. You guys are so easy to manipulate.
How long has he been on the circuit?
Couple of years, maybe?
I've never heard of him before.
I never heard of him either. Now all of a sudden he's an engineer. All of a sudden he's an engineer. Before that, he used to write programs for freaking Sperry and with the gyroscopes, I think. That was his other thing. When we were at the gyroscope thing, he had a bunch of stuff. I could go back. I could find out all his trades.
Dude, are you telling me that this guy uses a fixed plane of reference and then denies that a plane exists?
Basically.
God,
that's what we all do.
Right. Could you, yeah, but I mean, his job that he works in requires him understand and know that it is using a fixed plane of reference. He must know that to have the job he's claiming to have.
That's what I was going to say. He's an engineer and he doesn't know these things.
But what I mean, you can get a different. I mean, I'm a refrigeration engineer. You get electrical engineers, mechanical engineers.
No, he's claiming to be an engineer. Just an engineer.
There's no such thing as just an engineer unless you're talking about, does he drive a train?
I have a degree of science. You study science topics. Perform experiments, test it on your knowledge. You guys need to contact my university and let them know that what they call science is not science. How do you fall for what the guy is saying? Holy crap. You are literally brainwashed.
His engineering degree is in science, is what he just claimed.
Well, I'm going back as I'm finding all his fades. He's an engineer here, but now I scrolled back and he's a scientist now, I guess. He's a jack of many trades. I told you.
Right. You could get a bachelor's of science in electrical engineering, right? That is not claiming you're an engineer of science. That doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't make any sense. It's not a designation you'd get from a college. Did he get it out of like a Cracker Jack box or something?
He's all the bollocks. It doesn't even make sense. Engineer of science, but it's total garbage. The guy's like, I mean, I don't go to conspiracy, but that's what I'm saying. I've never heard. I sometimes these type of people just have been fucking put here for some reason by somebody. So we've talked about paid chills and all that, but that's what I mean. He just popped up for my reason, and these type of people do now and again. And you think, where's he just fucking? Not that he's causing. He's just there's just a nuisance talking crap, trying to, stir the pot. But I've never heard of him up until fucking 2 months ago.
Yeah, this exposes him. So he asked me a question. So you did not use science to determine the shape of the Earth? I said, nope, it's measured. So how could you even ask a question pertaining to Earth and ask if it was scientifically validated? Here's another one. Do you really think you will trip me up by ridiculous techniques of tossing out definitions of generic things like science?
Like he just did with claiming
engineering of science.
Yeah.
Like you think that's tripping us up, dude? Like,
Oh,
see, I'm afraid of him.
No, yeah, he is scary. Listen to this. You deny the scientific method that has been shown over and over for centuries that the Earth is a sphere. He figured that out in the scientific method.
Yeah, but this is what I was saying the other week, Neil. I think they say these things on purpose. They know that. They know it's incorrect. They know we talk about the scientific method and it's got nothing to do with the measurements and pseudoscience and using the scientific method and what it is, observing natural phenomena and all that. But they on purpose, just to try and get a reaction, to keep the argument alive, will say things like this to get
he's just a dumb bastard. That's not why he's doing it, because his next sentence refutes that. Listen to this one. Why am I wasting my time? First, I spend a fraction of what you spend on it. Second, I worked my ass off 60, 70 hours a week for about 25 years. I now have a more laid-back job. Kids are grown and out of the house. I have free time, and science denial is intriguing and concerning to me. So that's why he's in it, because he considers us science deniers.
Engineering.
Yeah, but all that could be crap. I mean, he's just telling you, he's painting a picture of how he wants you to see him as a father, as an engineer. He might be none of that. You don't. He's just painting you a little picture of who he is. Could be a lie.
Like, even if he is those things, right? And even if he has this comfy job, whatever, What in the hell's that got to do with measurement?
Nothing.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
lame anymore.
He says ocean to ocean survey shows triangulation with spherical axis. So ocean to ocean. Yeah, all flat buck.
Hey, and
Yeah,
2
ocean
pi.
to ocean.
Hold on. And pi equals 2, baby. Shit, yeah. I ain't stupid sounding when I say that shit.
Yeah, he's talking about mean sea level.
Yeah, he's saying ocean to ocean. That's mean sea level to mean sea level to me.
Yeah. Which can be used with when using the marine sextant to get the, you can get a GP on one ocean and then the distance between the GP of the sun at sea level, and the observer's GP eye level. Once you bring it down to the water, there's two oceans with that's the adjacent of the horizontal fucking sea level to get your distance to find your position on Earth.
Right. That's how you triangulate, man. But here's the thing, right? That dip angle between your eye level and the surface level, that angle you draw there, that's your excess, right? And all your excess equals up to the spur.
See, here's what I did. I asked him, listen to this. I asked him on this one, you have no measured curvature, only flat earth measurements. So I asked him, I said, okay, give me your spherical measurements. Go. So he comes back and he goes, okay, I will give you my evidence of measured curvature, not measured curvature, evidence of it. And you give me your measured flatness. Ready, go. So I said, no, that's not what I asked you for. I asked you for measured curvature, not evidence of measured curvature. Do I give evidence of flat earth measurements or do I give flat earth measurements? See, it's always
whoever this wacky kid is.
Curvature.
How did he establish a triangle to then derive that there was excess from the triangle?
That's the evidence of the measurement, right? You don't measure it, you give evidence by, you measure the differential between your two flat planes and that excess in your the difference between the two. That's your evidence of spherical excess.
Yep.
You're gonna need a sphere for spherical excess.
No, you don't. You need two planes of reference from which you can calculate spherical excess. You don't have a sphere. That's who's claiming the Earth's curving, really. I mean, nobody. Nobody claims that crap.
He told me to go volunteer with a soup kitchen. They just don't want me here. This is funny. Why are you wasting your time with them? You seem like a good guy, and you're just wasting your time.
Why are you here, Neil? We're just draining you.
Oh, here it is. Sorry. Despite our arguing, I wasn't arguing. I think you are a very good dude, and I know the time you spend on flat Earth is a major detriment to your life.
Oh.
Yeah, but he's spending just as much time on it as anybody else.
He spends more.
Hold up.
Hey,
Neil, every time.
Neil,
hold on.
Neil.
Hold on just 1 second. I got to get this out because it drives me crazy. Neil, every time you have ever practiced your job measuring the floor for, how you pay for, the stuff you get for your family and taking care of them, you are wasting your time.
Basically.
What a jerk.
Well, Neil, next Saturday, go and buy a trundle wheel, tie it to the back of a car, and go and drive around for 200 miles. See, is that wasting your time, mate?
Sounds very important.
But these people, they're mad, aren't they? But they have this way of getting us talking about them, and they've got a little bit of a reaction.
Oh, I'm doing it deliberately now because he's counting how many times we mention his name. I'm trying to make him feel good about himself. He called it the Buck Show today. He goes, "Sorry, I missed the Buck Sodbuster show today."
Again, very telling. So when I said earlier that he told you that you worship the ground I walk on, now he's superimposing his own delusion onto my show. It's not really the Nathan Oakley show. These people aren't really tuning in for Nathan Oakley's material. It's the Buck Sodbuster show. Oh, really, you delusional little dweeb. How very telling.
Sorry, I missed the Buck Sodbuster show today. In parentheses, my job as an engineer got in the way.
You know what he was saying that about the trundle wheel? I almost said, you don't have to hook one to the back of the vehicle. The odometer works on the same principle a trundle wheel does. So you could just drive your freaking car.
That's true. I never thought of that, John. You're right.
But I didn't. Because I'm a bad person.
Shit. What the frick is he hooking a trundle wheel up for? You got an odometer. That's correct.
Ask him, is it broke?
Oh, shoot, I'm going to do that. Say, by the way, is your odometer broke? Why are you hooking a trundle wheel up on the freaking back of your car?
Yeah, and say, if you've not got a map, if you want to know the distance between A and B, just look at the horizontal distance between A and B. It's a linear distance on a flat Earth.
I'm going to give it to you. By the way, Refracted wants to know if your odometer's broke.
Oh, crazy days.
I mean, I don't mind responding to them vicariously, but I couldn't be around these people.
Oh, no doubt about it.
They are scary. They do scare me, but it's not because of anything they know. It's the way they behave. It's insane.
That's why when I started looking at Scientology, that was the reason why, or partly why I started looking at Scientology, because of the cult-like behaviour of our opponents. These dweebs behave in a very strange way. Their obsessive manner and cult-like adherence to their beliefs. It's a very kind of fundamentalist demeanour that they give off. I'm like, I mean, I haven't managed to find that many comparisons other than the obvious with heliocentrism directly tied to Scientology as their cosmology goes. But beyond that, there's very little to tie them together until you say something like you've just said. They behave in a cult-like manner, don't they?
Yep.
We are suppressive persons to them, to be suppressed, to be openly mocked and ridiculed. There's a term for it in Scientology. It's called fair game. Once the person's become deemable as a suppressive person, they are fair game. What does that mean? It means you are allowed to lie about them, make up stories about them, ruin their life, take their career off them, steal from them. Fair game. That's a Scientology mentality. Sound familiar?
Wow.
Yeah, man. They use that terminology on us, though, saying that the flat Earth's a cult, don't they? I've heard them say it. Oh, they're in a. They try and say we're the cult.
Yeah, he just called this Nathan Oakley's harem. Like Nathan Oakley's crew. The delusional Muppets
No.
of the Nathan Oakley
Did you say
crew.
harem? Is that the word he used? Also very telling. So I love it. I didn't think these parallels would come so quickly. So when I said earlier, metaphorically, we're the kids in the leather jackets sat on the wall whistling at the girls going by as they blush, right? Well, he's just described you guys as my harem. That's a collection of women, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very telling.
H-A-R-E-M.
So my analogies today were absolutely on point, weren't they?
Say that again. I missed that.
They always are.
They've described me as having a harem. That's like a collection of women. Yeah?
Right.
Hey, Nathan, did you hear what I said about the odometer and his trundle wheel?
It was the first thing I heard when I sat down.
Yeah, I was like the whole time it was being said yesterday. I was just like, I could feel myself spacing out. You know, it was just like the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life because you know you have that that sensor that clocks each time your wheel makes a revolution, right?
Right,
and that's what goes up to your odometer and has it roll point by point. You know what I mean? So yeah, like your odometer is working under the same principle as a trundle wheel. Why would you tie one to the back of your vehicle?
with the harem comment, he's just trying to say we're all Nathan's bitches, but he's just projecting what he is to McToon.
Yeah, I just
he's
said,
like a fly around fucking McToon, like.
that's crazy, Len, because I just typed back, go look up projection. As you're telling me, look up projection. He's projecting, because he is. He's McToon's bitch.
I could, like, is he offering to become the new leader of our harem?
I guess so.
Well, he's saying it's the Buck Sodbuster
He wants to be
show.
part of the harem.
That was my point. He's called it the Buck Sodbuster show and described you girls as my harem. You're like, what? Okay, that's got all sorts of underlying tones. You're describing men as being in a harem. That, again, is telling. To me, I can read between all sorts of lines here. You know what I mean?
Yep. You could go many different ways with this.
It's like heavy on the underlying, like, you know, gayness.
Oh, totally. He wants us to be his harem of bitches. That's why he's the Buck Sodbuster show. How many times you mentioned me today? I think we're on 100.
All very creepy.
Totally freaking creepy. The funny thing is, it's like Brenda. When Brenda would get annihilated, she challenged somebody else to a debate one-on-one. Any one of you guys want to debate me? I'll embarrass you. After Nathan just dragged them all over the place.
Yeah, it's like you just embarrassed me in this debate. It wasn't a debate because I would have embarrassed you had it been a debate. Just so you know.
So what did he think he was doing with Nathan for that 20, 30 minutes?
Neil, I couldn't tell you. Like, the one time Brenda challenged me to a debate, I asked her for her valid point of contention, and she refused to answer me.
Well, that says it right there. That's how we should start. We'll have no problem debating with anybody here, as long as you give us a valid point of contention. Then we'll have a debate.
Right, and like if you're claiming measurement, right, you need to show the measurement. We'll show our measurement that we're going to use, and let's just hope it ain't the measurement you brought, because then you're in trouble. Then you have no valid point of contention. You know what I mean?
If they say measurement,
I would agreed with you a week ago, but now I don't care. It's not a case of you show me yours and I'll show me mine. That infers that I care what theirs looks like. I already know for sure and without a doubt that their measurement is also my measurement. I already know that, don't I? You know that. I know that.
Yeah, but you know, it's kind of funny You know, they keep wanting to say it's a debate. What are you going to debate?
Well,
You know what I
I
mean?
asked him, hold on, I asked him for his measurements of curvature, and he said he has evidence of curvature measurements, not measurements of curvature. Evidence. I don't want evidence. I want measurements of your curvature. And once again, what's the point in contention?
Well, there isn't any because the measurements are of two planes of reference. What he's claiming as evidence is what he's presupposing is a differential between those two planes.
I'll just ask him, is Eratosthenes evidence of Earth curvature measurement of the circumference of his so-called belief of Earth measurement? Is it correct, Bud Sogbuster?
Yeah, that would be. You know, that would be the evidence for that claim. I mean, it completely contradicts the evidence.
That's not going to help him. That's going to prove our claims.
I'm just saying how a claim structure is supposed to work, right? You have a claim, then you have the evidence that supports the claim, right? That they're using a claim structure, but their claim is completely contradictory to the evidence.
That's correct.
You know what I mean? Like I don't know. It's kind of funny now. Like I still giggle about it and stuff, but the way that they defend it is it's madness. And Nathan, you're right. I wouldn't do what I just said about entertaining their ridiculous notions anymore. I'm past that, but I was just saying, as you know, kind of like a lark, joking around.
Yeah, it's all for a laugh now.
Yeah, but it's kind of cruel. You know what I mean? Because you know what they're going to do. We already know what they're going to do. It is kind of cruel to do it now.
Yeah.
You know, we'd be doing it to make fun of them, basically.
Yeah.
And that ain't nothing cool about that.
It's like making fun of the retards. You know, making fun of the yellow buses as they pass by, and all the kids have their helmets on. That's not cool. Cool kids don't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, but I tell you what, those kids in those yellow buses, the short buses, think that we're the dumb ones.
Yeah, that is true.
But regardless whether they're on a yellow bus or not, if they come at you or your family with a knife, they're getting it in the fucking knackers.
Oh, yeah, they're getting smacked. That retard's going to get smacked across the jaw.
They're going to get pasty, mate. Listen, guys, I've got to go speak tomorrow in a bit.
I'm going to give that son of a bitch a proper pasting. He comes at me with a knife, that retard.
Wow. I feel like we're getting like dangerously on the edge of like getting a social justice riot started with the mentally handicapped thing we're leading down.
Yeah, but that's clever in the way that you're suggesting that we are actually dealing with people with mental disabilities, and we should be taking more pity on them because of how, without wanting to quote your words too much, but how retarded they are.
So how do we have pity on them, Nathan, when they keep coming at us the way they're coming at us? I like Len's freaking analogy. They're coming at a yellow bus and they're attacking us. What the frick are we supposed to do? Just keep dodging them?
Ruffle their hair. Good goal. You're right. That's right. Yeah, your horizontal plane that derives your curve from Means it's curvy. Okay. No worries. Bless you. Hand it to them. Oh, okay. You want to go and get me your peer review? Go on then. Go and get it, mate. Good lad. You're a good lad, really. just condescend to them. They need you to be having a debate with them. Condescend to them. Okay. If you need to hang around, fine. I'll set you to task. Yeah, go on. Go and get your peer reviewed study. Oh, you got me one. Go and get me another one. I don't like this one. Go get me another one.
Guys, does anyone know something about the Cavendish experiment and how is that wrong and why is that not can be called an experiment?
It's not. There's no natural phenomena occurring.
Dang it.
And how is it wrong then? Like not as an experiment, but as what he tried to do. How does that goes against the proving gravity?
Gravity? You're talking about getting two balls, setting them up in a horizontal position, and saying that there's a force causing them to turn. You hear the horizontal part, right? It's in the Cavendish paper. It's the very first thing he talks about.
Well, actually, what I'm trying to find out is how to explain to somebody who brings up the Cavendish how to counter.
There's no naturally
that
observed
claim.
phenomenon.
If you want to overcome the Cavendish so-called experiment, then you need to understand what science is and what an experiment is. So, so the question I suppose I've got to ask you to lead you in this regard, which is obviously what you're asking for, is do you understand what an experiment is?
Yeah, it's observing natural phenomenon, then wondering what caused that, then you need the independent variable, and then find out if that's the cause or not, and any way you prove it, if it's negative or positive.
Yeah, close enough. So it's the variation of a presumed cause of an effect that's occurred in nature. So independent variable being what you will vary, the dependent variable being the naturally occurring phenomena that you want to study, right? We're talking about natural science. If we're talking about the actualization, that's experiment, of a hypothesis, that's independent variable and dependent variable in a suppositional statement. So therefore, step one is observe natural phenomena. So in the Cavendish experiment, what's the naturally occurring phenomena? Bearing in mind that it must be the dependent variable in the hypothesis. That's not rhetorical. What's the natural phenomena in the Cavendish experiment?
There's no natural, it's man-made.
Right, so it fails at the first hurdle. So it's not an experiment. So do you know what the definition of pseudoscience is?
Yeah, that doesn't follow the scientific method.
So if it isn't following the method because it hasn't got a phenomena to study as the dependent variable in the hypothesis, and it's claiming to be science, that's an experiment, it immediately falls into the category of pseudoscience. That's not to say that you can't do troubleshooting with a technological advancement that mankind has discovered, but that wouldn't be experimental. That would just be troubleshooting. You're trying to figure out what's wrong with it. In other words, it's a broken man-made device that's got issues that you need to figure out the problems of. But they're claiming this so that they can steal the valor of science when inferring nonsense about an out-of-date gravity. So the gravity that they're inferring is force, like mass attracts mass.
Yeah, it's out of date, isn't it?
Yeah. further to it, right, if you really want to pour salt into the wound of some fundy that's talking about Cavendish, point out that the horizontal twist in the torsion is with respect to a plane. You need a flat Earth for the pseudoscience of Cavendish, right? Do you realise that?
That's
torsion
correct.
bar twist is with respect to a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
And you could really pour salt in the wound because they were supposedly trying to measure the density of Earth.
What, with a torsion bar twist that's with respect to a horizontal plane of reference?
I guess.
No, I guess they are. That's what it is. How do you measure the torsion bar twist? With respect to a plane.
Yeah, you established that already. But the thing is, when I first came into this, that was like a big thing. And everything that I looked up, there was even one guy that went insane and started smashing the thing up because he couldn't get it to freaking function. Like, where do you go view this? They claim that there's colleges where you can go and observe the Cavendish experiment. It's no better than the freaking pendulum as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying. I also there's this guy in this YouTube comments who asked me something that I don't know really too much how to reply. He said that if Earth is flat, why we need the horizontal plane of reference? Why don't we use the Earth surface and sea level? And I told him that's what we use, the sea level, mean sea level, the Earth surface. And he's saying that why do we need the plane of reference then? And I don't understand what he's trying to say with that.
I am so sorry. I had to leave for a second because I had a phone call. This was like getting really interesting. What did I miss?
Go ahead, A-King. Repeat the last thing you
Question on the
said.
table is, what's with the Cavendish experiment? How do you overcome that if that's put to you? If by chance someone just comes and barks Cavendish experiment at you?
All right, it's not an experiment.
I was debating. Yeah.
No, John heard that. He just didn't hear his last one. Go ahead, A-King. What did he say about the horizontal plane of reference?
I was on a series of comments with this guy in YouTube, and he's telling me, why do we need a horizontal plane of reference if Earth is flat? Why do we need a plane of reference?
Okay, let me just
why
answer
we
that.
don't use the.
Let me answer that in
Why don't we
honest
use-
terms, right? So, we and need are the two words that I'm going to focus on. The question I'm going to put back to you is, do we, you and I personally, need anything in this regard? Do you need? Are you about to develop a new calendar? Are you about to fly a plane or navigate a ship? Are you about to build a building? Just answer honestly about all of those questions. Is the answer no to all of the above?
Yeah.
So what we've actually got is a dweeb asking you about some boring shit that they're concerned about, right? That's what's actually happening here.
No, they need it.
Yeah, the dweeb needs it.
Exactly.
They're delusional. They think that they're consequential. The way the question's phrased, suggesting that the person asking is consequential. They're not.
But it's also showing that he needs that plane of reference. He
That's
needs
correct.
that horizontal. That's why the question's talking about need. You know, we don't need it.
He should have flipped it on him. Said, "What do you say? What are you talking about? You need the plane of reference."
Yeah, the we is in there, I see from that perspective, so that you can have the flat earther be part of the discussion in a dichotomy where you're made wrong. But there is no we. We don't need anything. Your religious belief requires a plane of reference in this instance. I don't need anything, dweeb. So the answer, the response, is I don't need anything, dweeb. I'm not measuring Earth, dickhead. Why are you so boring? That's the question you put back to them. Not, well, we need a horizontal plane of reference because if we're going to measure Earth's surface for an angle or a distance or a height above it, those aren't the answers because you aren't using Earth's surface for a height above it. You're not measuring Earth. Don't get above your station is my attitude moving forward. It's like, if I'm going to take it on the chin and go, yeah, I'm not actually measuring anything, am I? I'm utterly inconsequential to Earth and how it's dealt with as a plane. I'm not flying a plane or flying a boat. I get told by my opponents, you've never used a sextant. And they're right. Yeah, you're right. I don't have any bearing on how Earth gets measured. But neither do you stupid dweeb. Why are you asking about how we need a flat Earth anything? You don't need anything, dweeb. Get lost.
Hold on a second. You don't have to fire a gun, but that doesn't take away the functionality of a gun. Okay? It still does the same thing. Because I never use a sextant doesn't take away the functionality of it and how it's used.
No, I agree, but I'm saying that there's a perception that when being asked this question, you are being put on a pedestal, like you, no offence to you, guy that asked the question, are important to this. And Aitking, no offence, you're not doing anything that's consequential with regards to Earth measurement, but here you are having a debate with somebody about it. Now, why? Well, because you've been put up on a pedestal, so the delusional dweeb that you're arguing with can figure out how important the flat Earth is to him. And it isn't. It doesn't matter if he knows that Earth's flat, because he's not going to do anything with it. Now, in years gone by, I'd look at what's on screen now for my audience that's listening to this back and go, there you go, there's why you need a horizontal plane, so we can measure elevation angles with respect to Earth's planar surface. Are you measuring anything on Earth's surface, is now my question to these fucking dweebs. Dweeb, are you planning on making a new fucking calendar, dweeb? Are you going to be out flying a plane, dweeb? Are you going to be sailing, dweeb? You're not? Then fuck off, you irritating little prick. Why are you asking me this? Am I the arbiter of Earth measurement, you stupid little twat? Go away, you're boring me. Get out of my sight, you smell as well. Piss. That's what you smell like, piss and sweat. Because they do. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Their hats are funny, though.
But with the Cavendish so-called experiment that it's not, you do need a flat plane to have your balls be horizontal on so that you can describe the force from. So what I mean?
Yeah, that's one answer. So what you're saying is there's a couple of choices. You can say you need a horizontal plane for the torsion bar, or you can say, are you measuring something, dweeb? Are you doing the Cavendish? And if so, what the fuck do you delusional little adenoidal twat, think you're achieving? What do you think you're going to achieve? Go and do the Cavendish experiment and then tell me what are you going to give me a new calendar? You're going to give me a new map? You're going to give me a new time structure? You're going to give me a new way of navigating or flying? So it achieves precisely fucking nothing other than you getting to sniff your own farts like you're an intellectual because you've used the word experiment. That's really what's being achieved here when we step back from this shit. Yeah, you need a horizontal plane for everything. Yeah, every Earth measurement's ever been done's been flat. But that's not what's happening. We're arguing with dickless little dweebs. That's what's actually happening. That are utterly inconsequential and have elevated you and I into a position of stature to make us wrong. Like we are consequential. I'm not measuring Earth. Why are you on my doorstep boring me with this, is my question now. Why do you care about Cavendish? Are you about to do something? What do you think it's achieving? All right, let's say we take it as read. The shite spew from this garbage pseudoscience proves that we've got a mass attracting mass, does it? Okay, let's just ignore how wrong that is, ignore how gas behaves, and say, okay, we've got a mass that attracts mass. And what are you going to do with it? Are you going to make a new map, make a new calendar, fly a plane, navigate a boat? Are you going to chart something or build something with this shit that you're sniffing your own farts with? Answer me, dweeb, because the answer is a stunned silence. Because they don't have any practical application for any of this shit. What is Cavendish achieving? What useful purpose does it serve? Is it sorting things? It's not doing anything. It's not useful. It's not actually offering up anything fruitful for anybody. So what is the purpose of it? So dweebs can sniff their own farts. That's what it's for.
No, it's so you can brainwash a culture into believing they can live on a sphere. That's what we're doing with it. Now, I need to borrow your plane of reference to do that.
Exactly, John. Turn it back around on them and say, we don't need it, but you certainly do.
No, they don't. While you're saying they need a horizontal plane of reference for the torsion bar twist to be described with respect to, I get what you're saying. But for what? What does this give you? You know the whole, well, I'm going on my book tour, it's the age-old question, what's in it for me? If I'm going to go and potentially be whipped by these people, what's in it for me? Well, I get to promote my book. Okay, let's flip that in terms of this question now. Cavendish experiment, you say, okay, what is in it for you? Understanding the Cavendish experiment, or explaining how the Cavendish experiment achieves a mass-attracting mass force. And then what? That's the phrase I'm looking for. And then what? Okay, I accept everything you say, dweeb. And then what? What's it going to give me? Because they're not going to adopt the attitude that the people who opposed us 10 years ago adopted. I've still got to pay my mortgage tomorrow. What's that? You say mass attracts mass on a horizontal plane of reference in this torsion bar description. Okay, I've still got to pay my mortgage tomorrow. What difference does it make if mass attracts mass? Is it producing something useful if I lean into the shit that's wrong? Go on.
Does it have to be useful? Because it is allowing them to indoctrinate the entire world.
That's correct.
It has been used for that purpose.
I see. So your answer to me is its only purpose is to facilitate your ball belief. Because that's the conclusion I've came to when I assessed this recently. I'm like looking at each of the things we cover and going, what's the end game here? What are we trying to achieve? What's the goal? Okay, so Cavendish, what's the goal? The answer's always the same. To facilitate a ball faith. That's it. Yep. So it doesn't give anybody any riches. Nobody's employing it as a tool in their workplace. No, that's not what it's for. It's so you can do two things. Sniff your own farts like you're an intellectual talking about something sciencey and believe you're on a ball. That's it. That's what it facilitates. So it doesn't have any actual practical use. It's not useful. Being on a ball as a belief isn't useful to anybody.
The psychological tool they use, Nathan.
Right, so then you boil it down to what it really achieves. So what's being on a ball achieving? Keeping you scared. That's about it. That's all it's leveraged for currently, because nobody's asking about retrograde motion. The mathematics of orbital motion and the useful derivation of movements of lights for predictive capabilities when charting things that are like the movement of a hand on a clock. When you want to apply that, like you've got some advanced knowledge of the stars, you can do a ham-handed job of explaining what was formerly known as epicycles and is now described as retrograde when you're heliocentric. Okay, and then what? Okay, we've got that now. Very good. Now what? And how is that being applied? How is that useful to you? We've got a calendar, haven't we? We've already got that. So you knowing it and boring me with your bad breath and your adenoidal tone, what now? Where do we go with this? What's it going to be useful for? Am I going to apply this to something to turn it into a career and measure things with it? What am I being told is its practical application hereafter?
There is no practical application.
So it's useless. Useful. So it's literally useless then?
No, it has a use. It is used in indoctrinating people to heliocentrism. It is very useful for that.
So it just keeps people in perpetual fear, the fear that is instilled in them through heliocentrism, because heliocentrism, same thing applies. There's nothing useful being applied to this. We've already got a calendar. It's not even that accurate. It's out every 4 years. So that's pretty shit. But, okay, we can cope. We don't need to explain retrograde motion anymore. Beyond a folly, it's not really that useful to be heliocentric. It's not offering anything. There's no use to it.
I much preferred the previous calendar that had 13 months. Not that I ever used it.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Just because it ain't useful, does that mean that it's useless?
Yeah. I mean, it's being used to indoctrinate people. Keeping people in fear keeps them under control. So, yes, its use is very devoid of the suggestion of implied usefulness for the calendar. That's, if you track down its history and its origins and its purpose in terms of its creation, what it was designed for. But what it's used for, therefore, to answer your question about if it's useless in a practical way, well, you're right and I'm wrong, because it's being used to keep people in fear through the heliocentric religion. It's fear-based mind control in that regard. So its use is fear-based mind control. That is its use. But then you've got to beg, that kind of asks the question, well, why would I fight so vehemently? Well, because you've been indoctrinated with it for a very long time. It's just part of your world now. That's the only other reason. Because beyond the need to defend what you already believe, it's not serving anybody anything. It's not useful for the people who are fighting with us. They're not the ones keeping the world under control with it. They want to delude themselves that they're somehow influential on the world because this is a world view. But in reality, they are utterly inconsequential to heliocentrism. Even if every single man, woman and child on the face of the flat earth believed that it was a sphere, it wouldn't alter how it's dealt with, and it wouldn't actually have any bearing on how that person, the gamma dick in this instance, utilises the world or practically applies any of the tools that are used in indoctrination through heliocentrism to something that might make them a profit, make their life better, make their family life easier, enjoy more. I mean, you could say it's a folly and interesting as a folly, therefore you could put it into an entertainment bracket, I suppose, as well. But beyond that, I mean, literally, what it does, it has very limited applications beyond mind control. Does it?
That's its only application, as I can understand it, is for mind control.
Yeah. Originally, but that wasn't its original design intent, which is why I can't pour any scorn on Kepler or Huygens or Copernicus. Often these people are trying to, figure out certain inconsistencies with descriptions of the movements. And one of those inconsistencies is just epicycles, retrograde motion. That's it. So you go, okay, well, that's...
Hold on.
Go on.
Are we talking about epicycles or are we talking about Cavendish?
We're talking about Cavendish, but I'm saying that in terms of heliocentric derivation, where does it come from? It wasn't built. It wasn't Kepler's intent to keep people under control when he's trying to explain the light movements. It's completely devoid of its original intent, is what I'm saying. How it's used now is nefarious in that regard. Heliocentrism is used by a branch of government that is specifically there to scare you when they tell you about how the solar flares are going to kill us if we don't have a magnetosphere. It's bullshit that keeps you scared.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they could do that with anything if they wanted.
Yeah,
to.
Completely agree. So it's a means to an end, and it happens to be a long-established means to an end. The ends being fear-based propaganda and mind control. The device used to use it is a useless tool that doesn't offer any practical purpose for somebody to actually put into useful nature when building something or doing anything. Nobody's using Cavendish to practically apply to their business on a daily basis. No one's using it for that. It's only used to square a circle of a heliocentric indoctrination aspect that doesn't make any sense with 111-year out-of-date rhetoric of mass attracting mass. That's its purpose. And why do you need to believe mass attracts mass? Well, so you can be stuck to the side of a spinning water ball with a magnetosphere flying through a vacuum that a rock could hit at any moment. Dun, dun, dun.
Now that we've established that they need it for that, we need a plane of reference in order to put this thing forward. So we're just going to borrow the plane of reference to establish our horizontal so that the torsion bar we can describe its motion in that plane of reference. And then you can have the flat earth back. All right.
Yeah. Educationally, that's why they've structured it in separate classes. Science, that's supposed to be the establishment of cause and effect when observing natural phenomena that you want to know the cause of. Well, no, that empiricism is much better served for giving you our religious belief that's been derived from Kepler trying to figure out light movements. And there's a whole road of bullshit that followed along when that out-of-the-box thinking that violated the principal measurement of the angles to the lights becomes the world you, 500 years later, are actually standing on.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Come on.
I tell you what's wrong with it.
Scared.
It's dweeby. It's geeky shit. It's really geeky. That's what's wrong with it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, of course it's dweeby. I mean, really, the need or want to tell people how they have to think about their existence. You know, you kind of got to be a dweeb to want to do that.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's leaning into people's curious mind and, you know, rather than following your base instincts of let's not get killed by that bus as I'm crossing the road, to look at that hot blonde, wow. You know, that's our base instincts. This geeky element of the world that we've been indoctrinated with, like this on screen. If you look at what's on screen now in the Hangout, right? If you looked at this at first blush, it would seem so incredibly complicated as to put you off ever wanting to investigate it. Looking at the equatorial plane and the sphere Earth wrapped around your position for an angle to a star on the celestial sphere, it's all bloody geeky, innit? It's just so dweeby. Now, I've been saying it with Coriolis and limiting it to Coriolis, saying, I hate this subject. It's filling my head full of geeky stuff that I don't really care about. I don't care about non-inertial turning reference frames and axial rotation. I don't care about any of it. It's so boring. And it's true for all of it. The whole of heliocentrism. It's just for dweebs. But they're appealing to people's inquisitive nature because if we didn't have it, people would ask questions. Well, what's the sky? How far is up? Basic stuff. They need it explaining with stuff that's more complicated than your precious little head can cope with, and that's where you end up with this shit on screen. Just complicated enough to put people off wanting to look into it. Just complicated enough for people to think, no, that's obviously been come up with by very intelligent people who I can trust because it's science.
Yeah, you know, you're talking about this in a really negative way, Nathan. I don't know if I appreciate that. Just because I want people to be constantly afraid of an ever-expanding sea of nothingness from which all sorts of unknowable horrors can spring forth doesn't make me a bad person.
No, it just means you're manipulated and controlled by fear. And that is true for everybody. When I just gave the example of not being hit by the bus when you're looking at the blonde over the road and crossing towards her without looking. Well, that's your instinct saying, don't die. Well, that's very manipulatable. When you're worried about the fear of the unknown coming to get you, or the sun's rays destroying us, or the flicking weather getting you, the weather's going to get you. Because the men are controlling it. Like, this all points in one direction. People keeping you as an individual very much in fear and therefore very much under control.
Well, Nathan, without control of the people, we'd have anarchy.
Don't agree.
What?
Don't agree. Anarchy, well, anarchy just means no governmental control, right? That's what anarchy means, right?
Yes, government means to control the mind. And you're saying no control over the mind.
suppose in the most literal sense, that is anarchy.
Yes, there would be anarchy. Yes.
But it's just when you say it, it sounds negative. It's been conjured into another magic trick where anarchy is a bad thing. In this regard, it's not.
No, don't mess up the magic trick, man. Because there if you had no way to control people's minds, there would be anarchy. Because, I mean, if you're an anarchist, that's what you are. I mean, I can't help you, Nathan. But we have to control these people's minds.
That's true. But it's like, if I take it to a more basic level, it's like saying, well, you'd be a free spirit. What kind of pathetic free spirit are you? You're like, sorry, why am I being cast as negative for being free? Is freedom uncool? Very, very uncool.
Well, the free spirit they're talking about talks about sentient freaking stars and taking back your power.
What? No. I just want you to be afraid. I ain't trying to give you one, like, you have no power in this, right?
No, according to certain people, when you come to flat Earth, you have taken your power back now. Now you have the power that they had over you. And all of a sudden, stars are alive.
No, you have to make up a story, right? To have people exist within, which you have authority of because you are the author of it. Then you can have the power they have. But if you ain't got that, you ain't got no power. Being free of power is not power in of itself.
And also, it's not true either, because by positioning yourself as a flat earther, although deluding yourself into being free of their power, you're not. You're actually being used as a pawn in a chess game where there's other pawns pitted against you. Both are pretty insignificant in the overall scheme of the game. No pawn's a king. But ultimately speaking, you're being positioned as a pawn that's inconsequential to the subject matter that you found out about. Because finding out that Earth's flat suddenly means that you're, not going to pay your taxes? It's back to the original sentiment of the guy who asks, what difference does it make? Well, that guy's sentiment is absolutely spot on. Well, it doesn't. That's why you have probably found this information out. Because wait long enough, and you'll feel compelled to tell next man how important this is. And you know what next man will do? Brace against you. And there's so much fruitful time that can be wasted in that process that serves as a control mechanism also.
Yeah, it's very well designed. I got to give them that. It is ingenious.
Yeah, so what can we take from this as a conclusion? All you can achieve is inner peace, but not if you're constantly pitting yourself against next man to sniff your own farts more than they're sniffing theirs by telling them that they're wrong. What are we achieving by trying to convince some snot-nosed little anoidal twat that they're wrong when they present us with a load of flat earth measurements? I already know that they're flat earth measurements. Now, the fact that they don't doesn't concern me. Like, I don't care, dweeb. You believe whatever you want. I literally couldn't give a shit. I know what I know, and it's given me contentment and inner peace. But that peace is only shattered by the twats that don't know, that haven't recognised it, that want to use and hijack the flat earth measurements without us pointing it out. You're like, well, if you could be free of these twats, you'd have true peace. They're trying to prevent your peace. That's all they're doing. And they're not doing it because they want to shatter your peace. They're doing it because they want pain relief. They're using you as a means to an end to keep the debate going and the discussion alive when it's dead. Now, because it's dead, you can, if you choose to take it, have inner peace. But like the guy on today's show, and he's like, oh, but the show when you were arguing with them was the best show ever. You're like, right, because you don't want peace. You want turmoil. You want conflict because it entertains you. Now, that's fair enough. I mean, I get it. I've understood that for a while. But the demeanor that I'm trying to adopt so I can project it onto my audience is one of contentment, calm, relief. The lack of fear is something that you can demonstrate. But if you're concerned about next man not getting it, then you're still shackled to that fear through a third party. They're triangulating their fear through this dick that you're communicating with. Now, then you've got to ask yourself, well, do I like this person? This adenoidal, fart-sniffing dweeb. Do you like this person? The answer is definitely not. You're not going to bully me. You skin condition bad teeth, I'll have your channel off you. Let's get together, dweebs. Let's have a channel. Like, what? Do you think you're likable? You're not. You're fundamentally dislikable. But that doesn't make me want to prove to them how dislikable they are or how reprehensible their behaviour is. It just makes me want to turn my back on them even more and get on with what I'm doing, content in the knowledge that I have. Now, they don't like us having that knowledge or being content in it because they want it to be a different piece of information. They want to hijack flat earth measurements for their own ends, for their own belief. And us just existing is an offence to them. Isn't it? Just let it be. Let us be offensive to them and don't be concerned about it. All right, you want to tell me I'm wrong. Well, why would I want to be around you?
Right, but if you're in a consensus-based paradigm, there must be consensus.
Yeah, that's a problem for both sides. I don't have that problem. So I don't need there to be a consensus. But when the people on my own side, on a perceived group that call themselves flat earthers, say, this time next year, everybody will be a flat earther, you're like, well, why does it matter? You should seek your own inner peace from this knowledge that you've acquired and relinquished a narrative that wasn't true. Good for you. So that's resulted in inner peace. No, you can only achieve it when you achieve the thing down the road. So all you're going to do is look to the future about when you'll convert everybody else to your consensus. Like you never needed it though. This doesn't require a consensus. How Earth is measured doesn't care if we all agree, does it? It's not in requirement of a consensus.
Yeah, facts are not dependent upon emotions or understanding.
Right. So it doesn't matter if everybody knows it's flat. In fact, I'm trying to go the other direction. It doesn't matter if you know or not. So therefore, by contrast to that, it doesn't matter if people believe they're on a globe. Who cares? Believe it. I mean, it uses flat earth measurements, and that is why I have contentment. But I don't need to give that to next man. It's not incumbent upon me to pass this information on. I don't have any obligation. There is no due diligence here.
Well, see, I take it just one step further, and I doubt whether they're worthy of the information itself. But that's just me.
No, I completely agree. I'm not worthy of the information because I'm not utilising it. Now, if I was worthy of the information, there's a good chance that I wouldn't have got it for free after 10 years of scratching around the surface of the deceit that is heliocentrism. I'd have just done like my sister did. Gone in and paid for a celestial navigation course. Then I'd be paying someone else to teach me how flat Earth is going to get measured, wouldn't I? Because there'd be some consequences to my well-being if I didn't learn it, like I might die at sea. But that kind of shortcut is monetizable. So unlike Cavendish, as we were talking about it a moment ago, if I talk about flat Earth measurements, that is absolutely monetizable, isn't it? I know an example, I've just given one. My sister paid to learn celestial navigation, to learn how to measure angles from a flat plane. She paid for that. So somebody's taken the facts and monetized them. Now, there is no demonstration in heliocentrism that is comparable to that. You're not going to give me some practical applied science, as they call it, like in the form of an experiment, that has actually benefited anybody in any practical way. But teaching people how to measure Earth flat with an elevation angle, that's absolutely monetizable because it's got a practical application. And that can make money. You can, follow your way along the trade routes. You can take goods and services around the world. If you know how to navigate, Therefore, this is something that can be monetized, trained, and you can get a discipline of this subject for a price tag. I mean, you can get it for free by hanging around people who are scratching around like me, trying to find this stuff out. But if I'm honest, my sister knew Earth was flat long before I did. Why? Well, because she paid money. She paid someone to learn how to measure it, didn't she? To go out on a boat. It was years ago. So she already knew it was flat. It didn't bother her. It didn't detrimentally affect her life. No jobs were lost because she learned how to navigate. She went out and didn't die when the sat-nav went down. She grabbed her sextant. Dead easy.
Right, but did she really learn that the Earth was flat, or did she just learn how to measure the Earth?
Flat.
Well, don't put the flat part on there, because it just
makes it seem ludicrous to even be asking. She learned how to measure Earth flat. There's no other way of dicing it up. That is what she did. So when you say it's kind of a Jin-esque question, well, when she learned how to measure Earth flat with flat Earth elevation angle measurements from a flat plane to draw circles of equal elevation on a flat map, does that mean she knows it's flat? It's like, that seems like a crazy question to be asking, because that's precisely how she's having to deal with it. There's no other way of describing it. What's that? You can still retain your sphere belief even though you're measuring it flat. Yeah, that's right. It's a cleverly devised system that's taught to you in a separate class. Celestial navigation would be under the social studies class, geography. Whereas the globe belief, which uses flat Earth measurements, is taught to you in the science class. It's a separate class. So you can be cognitively dissonant with them completely devoid of any connection at the point that you learn how to measure Earth's surface with flat Earth elevation angles.
Don't they call that compartmentalization?
In your cognitive processing, yeah, you could call that compartmentalization. You just separately keep your religion, which is incongruent with the measurements that you've got to keep in mind when you're going to go out and navigate the surface of Earth. You compartmentalize your belief separately from your measurements.
Right. Yeah. So that's why they have, that's why they had to do it the way they did it, man. Like, why be so hard on them? Sorry, I shouldn't laugh about this, but I don't know what else to do because if you were 200 years in the future, looking back at it, it would be funny. Like people going around and drilling holes in people's heads to let the demons out. At the time, I'm sure that was not funny. Kind of funny now.
I think people will look at heliocentrism the same way as we currently look at the Greek gods. When we think of Zeus and thunder and things of that nature, it's quaint. That is how people 200 years from now will see heliocentrism. Oh, how quaint. The ancient, archaic idiots of the years gone by used to believe that they were on a spinning water ball flying through a sky vacuum. How quaint. Like we say, people used to think that there was men up in the clouds that literally threw thunderbolts down at us. How quaint.
Have you seen your numbers for today's live show, Nathan?
What were the numbers? I'm on the edge of my seat now.
No. Normally when I get back from work and I look through my feed, I see that the live show is usually about 250, but it's up to almost 800. So I wonder what's brought everyone out so far.
Obviously, it's me showing up. That's all I can say.
Oh, that's a given. That's a given.
It's the bloodlust show from Friday.
Yeah, that is what people want. You know, when it comes down to it, they want the gladiators in the ring. They want them bashing each other's heads in. And when you have, you know, a gladiator that dominates constantly, people will tune in just to watch them lose, if nothing else. You know what I mean? Like, so
People
Yeah,
watching
but
the dead.
we have a gladiator that can lose.
It's like watching the Daredevil try and jump the Grand Canyon. The majority of people want to see him fail.
right, and that's the thing with Nathan. There's probably a lot of more people that tune in hopes of seeing him fail than they are in the bloodlust.
How's the measurement fail?
But that's what. So we're in an interesting situation, aren't we, Neil?
Yeah, we have a champion that can't be defeated. You got Buck biting at the ankle saying, I want another shot. I'll take his all one-on-one.
Yeah, but think about that. You know, like that. He must feel defeated to want to say that. I've never seen the winner say, I want another shot at this guy I just whooped. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. I didn't look at it that way. You're right. He didn't turn around and say, I kicked Nathan's ass. Who's next?
Yeah, their go-to at the moment is about the theodolites only requiring a vertical plumb, disregarding that it's 90 degrees to the horizontal. So, because they just think it's the vertical, disregarding that that's measured from a central point of a presupposed ball that still requires an equatorial plane to take the angle.
Well, you just, I don't know. Like the equatorial plane is useful in developing the celestial sphere, but the plumb, you can't get it from a curved surface. Plumb is a measurement. It must be referenceable to reality. What are you going to reference? It ain't a curve. Never thought. I never thought that I would be in this topic right now, and I would be on what is perceived to be the ignorant side of the discussion. But we're having to remind them that vertical is intrinsically linked to horizontal. Like when I first got into the subject, I never thought for a second, ever, that I would have to have that conversation with somebody. I mean, does anybody else think it's kind of crazy that we got to, point out to them that you don't get vertical without horizontal, you don't have plumb without level? Like what? Why did they? Why do we have to point that out to them? They know that. They know that.
Know that if it didn't contradict their belief.
They know damn well once they claim vertical, they know exactly what they're doing. Need a horizontal. Can't just have a vertical. Horizontal's automatically tied to it. You can have a horizontal without the vertical because we have the earth. horizontal in nature.
Yeah, the horizon, right. But that's, our concepts of horizontal and vertical come from uh, the studying the earth and how things orient themselves with respect to it. And we use the horizon to establish that orientation. That is not dependent upon our understanding of a vertical.
Exactly.
But, I can't see them saying that the vertical doesn't need a horizontal.
Yep.
I don't even know. What is vertical then? Can you define vertical?
Not without horizontal. Vertical what? A vertical just hovering somewhere?
What is vertical? Like, try to define vertical without using horizontal or the surface of Earth.
You
height
can.
above sea level.
But that's not.
Technically not the surface
Yeah,
of
but
Earth.
that's hold on. Sea level is the horizontal.
Yeah. And so sea level is defined as when you're talking about horizontal, the horizon is where sea level appears to meet the sky. So sea level is half of that,
Yep.
And it's the level that every datum point references.
Yeah. Oh my God. Buckside Buster. Not Buckside Buster. Omnivore. He said, "You go ahead and prove to me that a datum is in reference to a flat plane." And I said, and if I do, you'll leave this topic and you'll just never come back, right? He's like, yeah. Page 1 of the book you just gave me. It said that's exactly what it stated. Was that the datum plane is level.
Oh dear.
Oh, you're reading that wrong. I said, what? What are you talking? I'm reading it wrong. You know?
You're interpreting it wrong.
Right. Yeah. I'm reading it right. I'm just interpreting it wrong. Or, the thing that he said, if I could find it saying that, he would leave the topic. I found it saying that in his own reference, and I'm the one interpreting it wrong.
So why did we let him get away with that? He's supposed to have left the arena. Just not holding these people to what they say. If you say we proved you wrong, you leave, right? Yeah. All right. Out. We let him get away with welching all the time. You get your nose busted when you welch on a bet.
I don't let him get away with it. Like, even with Zanuck, every time I was around him, I reminded him about the $5,000 he owed QE for the bets he made, not QE. Zanuck made them. Almost $5,000 in bets that he lost. It's so dishonest.
Yeah. I have a hard time believing that Sleeping Warrior's on Nathan's side, too. And now you spend the whole afternoon on the other side, giggling it up with them. Very disappointed in Sleeping Warrior.
Oh, wait. I don't know what he's doing these days, whether he's working, but it's much easier to join a show on at night time over here than Nathan's, which would be in the middle of the workday. So,
well, hold on a minute. What Sleeping Warrior's doing? What?
He's hanging out. He's hanging out with the freaking scumbags, laughing it up and having a good old time in chat.
Which scumbags? There's so many in this topic that I'm.
The thieving scumbags that have a show.
No kidding.
Yeah, it really irritates the shit out of me because he says he'll never come back to Nathan's show all because of that stupid freaking nonsense he was claiming with the sextant. He'll hold the grudge and freaking stay away, but you'll go freaking laugh it up with the other crew. Very disappointed in Riley.
The messed up thing about that was me and Adam both warned him not to go on Nathan's show. He didn't know what he was talking about. Like, if he wanted to know, he needed to stick around and we could explain it to him, you know. But what he was saying was, you know, wrong. You're trying to say that there's a horizon above you. Like, what? What are you talking about? You know? Like, I mean, he said some crazy stuff to Brian. Like, absolutely. Like, you were there, Neil. You remember.
Yeah, it's the crazy stuff to all of us. He just wasn't getting it. I read it out the other day. I read out his whole thing that he sent me about the freaking sextant, and it has nothing to do with the ground at all, ever.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Riley's a special case, too, because if you think about it, Riley's love is arguing about gravity, right? Which is, you know, that's another step past the point, right? Because you're like way down the begging the question rabbit hole if that's the thing you like arguing about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he never stuck in flat earth debate and kept up with the flat earth debate in advance. He's still probably in 2017. Probably that's why he enjoys going over there. Because they critique guys like PhD Tony and Witsit.
Why would you ever want to critique those bozos? You know what I mean? Like,
what they got. But yeah, he was in there laughing it up with them. I'm like, what the freak is wrong with you, man?
well,
No matter what happens, somebody stabs your friend in the back like that.
Right,
And that freaking tries to rob them, and you go hang out with them. That's a violation.
Oh yeah, yeah. If Anthony was in any way affiliated, he would be taking a ride with, you know, sitting in the front seat with you know.
Yeah, with Clemenza in the back.
Right. Yeah. But the thing is, why would you ever want to critique someone if they are not your peer? You critique your peers, right? So you're putting yourself on the same level as these people you're critiquing when you talk about them. I don't want to do that.
Nathan, are you there?
No, he took this opportunity to walk away.
You might have stepped away for a minute.
All right. He couldn't handle my Cavendish experiment usage.
Looking through a telescope outside of a shed. Was it a nice shed?
Well, you know, to get that telescope, you had to level. He leveled that telescope too, and the shed that was built was the surface was leveled out for it. There's a lot of stuff went into this so-called experiment that just have to completely ignore to talk about it.
Here's how he introduced himself. Evening, troops. PhD Tony is a donkey. I don't believe he has a PhD. If he does, God help academia. Evening, troops. Ain't part of my fucking brigade.
Man, I know. I hate to say that, but yeah, the level of betrayal that I don't know. It still freaks me out to think about it.
And then, Castro does usually look like that, John. Don't listen to Brian. Ha 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 ha. Are you tucking it up with them? Oh, there you go. Here's another one. Giving a big shout to Meekin. Meekin! With a bunch of exclamation marks. The same fucking Meekin that's putting Nathan through what he's going through, trying to get a book out. And you're cucking it up with them. So disappointed in this guy, man. I liked Anthony a lot.
Hey, that Meekin guy, is he the one that said that someone broke into his house and stole his computer when they didn't?
Yeah.
Like Cavendish, it was his shed, was his garden room.
Yeah, it's just thinking, it caught me off guard, man. I was like, what the fuck? I thought Anthony gave Nathan advice and he was taking his back. Unless he's going in there with the deep cover. I don't know.
Yeah, like I do really like Tony, but I remember when that stuff went down with him saying that the horizon has nothing to do with the surface of Earth and that you can measure an angle from a curve. Like I was like, no, Anthony, you're talking about an angle to a curve, not from. That's straight lines, dude, straight. And oh man, that was a rough conversation because, like, I really wanted him to get it, but I don't know. He just he thought about some way.
Make fun of him a little bit. Whether that datum is created while stood on a football, on the rooftop of a skyscraper, on a rolling boat, on the waves, or any other examples you can think of, it has diddly squat to do with the surface you are stood on. In the same way that the map is not the terrain, the created datum within a section is also not the terrain either. It's just a horizontal datum from which an angle can then be measured.
Well, that's like, yeah. Well, hold on a minute. So his whatever he's trying to say is that the conceptual unit in the measurement isn't the physical aspect of which you're measuring. Yeah. We never said it was, but it is that by tying those two things together, how do you get a measurement? It is a measurement
of the ground.
Yeah.
So, back up on that. He says you use a section to create a horizontal datum
from which an angle can then be measured. That's it. It has no other function.
But to say that it has the measurement of the ground as a plane of reference to establish an angle to a celestial body has nothing to do with the ground? What? Like, what is Anthony's, like, how is he not getting it?
Does the sextant measure anything at all about the Earth?
It is in reference to the Earth. So when you get a 0 degree angle and you measure your reference, yes, it can. It's not its only function, though. Like, what kind of question is that?
Hold on, because I answered him. I said, Anthony, are you serious? What are you using the sextant for? To find out where you are? Where you are in the sky? Or where you are on the surface?
What do you say to that?
You use the sextant to create a horizontal datum from which an angle can then be measured. That's it. It has no other function.
Okay. But that horizontal datum is tied to the ground.
Yeah.
That's how you're able to find your way on it.
Right. And he even says it in his confessions. Look, he says, I don't accept being spoken to how he spoke to me. But anyway, sextants don't measure the Earth to be flat, Neil. They create a horizontal datum from which an angle is then measured. Nothing to do with the Earth in any way at all.
Well, that's double speak nonsense. The tool, which references eye level, or where surface level and the sky appear to meet, as measured against your eye level, to form that horizontal has nothing to do with where the surface. What? He's out of his mind.
Yeah, he says it only the sextant measure. It's only what the sextant measures. It measures an arc segment in arc minutes and seconds, and that's all it measures. Nothing more. Everything after this measurement is some kind of conversion, but not a measurement, and not of Earth or the horizon.
Didn't they use the word datum? In simple terms, a datum is a plane, straight line, or point that is used as reference when processing a material or measuring the dimensions of a target.
Oh dear. That's damning to what he said. Yes, he did say datum. He said, I don't accept. They create a horizontal datum from which an angle is then measured. Nothing to do the Earth in any way at all.
So there is no horizon mirror on a sextant.
Look, this is a whole... We're arguing about Earth and its shape right up until the point that we measure Earth flat. Then it's not about Earth.
Exactly, Nathan.
But that's a flat earther saying that. That's a flat earther saying that. That's
doesn't matter.
Anthony. He's not an idiot. Oh, yeah, I guess he is. Never mind. That's.
It doesn't matter because you remember we get it from both sides now. Once you start saying Earth is measured flat, you get it's not the ground. It's not measuring the ground. It has nothing to do with the ground. It's a datum.
Like
it would matter if these people, these delusional fart sniffing idiots, had any bearing whatsoever on Earth or its measurement, and none of them do. There literally isn't a single one of them that I've come across thus far. And do you know why? Because the people who have a bearing or a consequence on Earth and its measurement are out there earning their crusts measuring it flat. They're not here talking about whether or not it's a ball with us. They're out there doing it. Occasionally, you get a crossover like the mapping guy, where it's his business to teach people how flat it is. And he's got an ancillary YouTube channel.
But, you know, the whole thing with flat earthers denying the measurements, right, would be like if there was a debate that existed somewhere where there were people who denied dogs exist. And then you had kennel club members coming out there agreeing with the people that said dogs don't exist.
It's better. We'll get some greyhounds to see if we can find them. What, the dogs? Yeah, they don't exist. And I can prove it with my greyhounds. They'll search and search and search and they won't find any dogs.
Right, because the concept, the idealization of what a dog is not that animal you have in front of you.
Excuse me, we're not talking about dogs. That's what they're doing. We're not talking about dogs. Oh, right. Did I just hallucinate this whole notion that we were debating about Earth and its surface? Oh, I see. Now that we're measuring it and it's flat, it's not the... I gotcha. Do you know what would happen to you at this point, dweeb? You'd get your head flushed down the bog. That's what would happen to you. It's just that simple. You double-speaking twat. Why am I even talking to you? Didn't I tell you to get lost about 5 times? But here we are with you talking shit. Just grab it. Oh, grab his ankles. Let's dunk this stupid twat down the toilet.
But it's Anthony Riley saying this stuff.
Unbelievable.
That's what I'm saying. He'll sit there and argue about gravity for hours, right? But I don't know. I don't know what to say about this.
Oh, Nathan, you need to change the thumbnail. You've still got yesterday's on today's video.
I haven't made one yet. I will. Just Fortnite game.
Were you playing Fortnite when we were having that really in-depth conversation a minute ago?
Probably.
Okay, because Lynn had a question to ask you, and I had to field it.
Oh no! I was dealing with the kids. I was feeding them.
Wasn't really a question. I was just saying, have you noticed today's numbers?
2492.
No, views.
No.
Oh, it's like double the last few.
Well, how many views have I had? 30.
805. Yesterday's had 488 after a day. Previous day, 600. Just normally when I get in from work and I scroll through my feed, I see about 250, 300, and I was like a little surprised.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and that's how you know what you know is a view count. That's why Jaron's right about Home Depots.
Even as a glober, his numbers aren't great.
Yeah, like I used to laugh about, like Jaron Campanella and Bob. Like when I was a glober, I was like, man, these guys are like the best thing that could ever happen to debating this topic. Like they're like punch dummies. I didn't really think about it too much, but it's like, yeah, they're making our points for us. What are we going to talk? But I don't know. I can't believe this topic that is so simple has been convoluted to the level it has by just fart sniffing, pretty much.
It's only got to the point where it's so simple because a lot of people have went down pretty much every avenue and went through the nitty gritty, the feast of nonsense, and now it's just Occam's razor, the simplest bloody explanation.
Well,
Most
no,
obvious one.
because it all started with measurement. Our understanding of this topic, it all begins with measurement. So why were you looking into the unknown to contradict what you do know and expecting that would ever hold true? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of fart sniffy, I guess. I don't know, what verb am I looking for there? Fart sniffy ain't exactly what I was going for.
Self-aggrandizing. Yeah, self-indulgent, self-aggrandizing.
Yeah, self-aggrandizing is probably even better.
Yeah, I guess that's the whole problem, really, is, that's just the nature of people to want to self-aggrandize, I mean, I find myself doing it sometimes still, just because I ain't perfect. I don't think I know anybody that is,
Hello?
Oh, besides Mr. Oakley, of course.
Oh, thank you. Present company excluded.
Right. Yeah, I'm talking about the people who aren't in the harem or who are leading the harem. God bless him.
Leave us bitches alone.
But yeah, I guess with the majority of us coming from the conspiratorial backgrounds is our route into realizing the Earth is flat. There's more interesting or fantastical things to speculate than a 90-degree angle.
I guess when you get down to it, knowledge itself is not, is not exciting enough for some people.
Wait a second. I got a new report in. They got it timed, dated, the show. Every time I was told to shut up. Little shut up, Neil, as a con man. Sorry, that was a con man would. Shut up, Neil, on 2/18/18. 3/28/23. Shut up, Neil. Isn't that Brenda with the whatever? So wow, they're doing their homework.
Neil, they're trying to put a wedge between you two. The message that you read out earlier on, I can't remember the ins and outs. I was bloody riding back from work at the time. But yeah, it was Sodbuster, and he was saying, "Oh, we know you're a good guy, and this and that. Why are you there? Blah de blah." They're trying to put a wedge between you. They're just trying to flip things.
3:44. Shut up, Neil. What a team theory, right? So this is hysterical. Do they not go there? They're stalkers.
You know what,
Yeah,
Neil?
no.
If Sodbuster was your hero, he would tell you to shut up.
Exactly.
This Sodbuster guy, he's really starting to appeal to me as to being the head of our harem. How do we put this thing to a vote, guys? Because sounds like he's trying to unionize us.
Here it is. He says, the respect they have for you. This is a tiny fraction of what I've discovered, but the respect they have for you is so high. You want that respect, Buck? Is that what it is? You'll show me more respect? I guess refracted would need a third engineering degree before he would understand the precision of a car's odometer and a trundle wheel. It's complicated.
Is that what he said in response to how an odometer works?
Yeah. I said, by the way, refracted wants to know if your odometer is broken. So he said, I guess refracted would need a third engineering degree before he would understand the precision of a car's odometer and its trundle wheel. It's very complicated, refracted.
Yes, I never said that it wouldn't be precise, but I can tell you what, you're not going to match the precision of the odometer over that large of a distance dragging a trundle wheel behind you in your car, you retard. Jesus Christ. Where do we find these people? How do these people find us? It's embarrassing. You don't need a degree to understand that.
Nathan is the Pied Piper to all these dweebs.
It's because I'm hanging out with Oakley, isn't it? That's my problem. I did sit in on the editing process of the book, so I can go ahead and take that book now, and I'll just go over to the other side with them guys.
Yeah, for shame, Riley, for shame.
Yeah, you think Riley, especially with the legal background that he has, but he could tell them like right away that they have no case, they have no standing. Like it's, who's you trying to convince? You know what I mean? Like it's madness.
Nope, you'd rather go over there and cuck it up with them. What's up, troops? Meekin! Yo, Brian! Huey! Fucking makes me want to vomit. Excuse my language.
It makes me want to cry, dude. Really does. Like the it's sad. It's so sad.
Look, there's some throwaway people. Doesn't matter. They weren't really in or on the panel. So I see them over there. I check who's doing what. Yeah, I'm like that. I want to see who's loyal. Some of them, what are you going to do? They're there. They want to show, so they listen. Parrot's over there, and he's over here. Here we go again. He's over there. He's over here. The Jolly Man's over here saying something about Nathan. So when I banned him, I see that he's over there now. Those are throwaways. You expect that. But not with the history Riley has. I mean, come on. See something for what it is and make a freaking decision and man up. Freaking go over there and cock it up with them.
But like with the history of the QE and well, even more so than him, Adam had with the show, right? And coming in like it's like Norm from Cheers coming in and robbing the who was it, the guy that stood behind the counter?
Woody or Ted Danson.
Woody. Yeah. Like who would have seen that coming? You know what I mean? It's heartbreaking. I mean, and I get, like saying that these people aren't who they said they were and insulting them and all these other things. Like, I get that too, right? That's how we cope with betrayal of this magnitude. But man, I thought, like, it still bothers me because I thought, there was a little bit more to it than that. Thought, they were friends, but they obviously weren't.
I'm just very surprised at Anthony. That's all. Not that I really wanted to bring it up, but it just really surprised me, man. I'd seen him in there before, but really was like here and there, a couple of quick comments, and that was it. But he was like buddy with them yesterday. Oh, they just took a screenshot of one. I could have took a screenshot throughout the freaking. He was there the whole entire show. If you go in his show now and go to the freaking chat, he's right to the end of the show. That's loyalty.
Don't really follow why you care, though, Neil. Who cares? Do whatever he wants.
I happen to like Anthony. I thought Anthony was a good dude. Can't play both sides of the fence. I'm sorry. I should have gotten freaking killed in real life.
I thought QE was a good dude. I thought Adam was a good dude. I thought Brian was a good dude. I'm tired of being disappointed by people. That's why I question whether people actually deserve to know anything about this topic. Let them argue themselves into ignorance, for all I care.
Well, it bothers me. I'll tell you why. Because it bothers me because I know you went to him and I thought he gave you advice and I thought he instructed you. So, okay, great. I know you're saying Anthony has a thing where he got offended and he'll never come on a show again. That's one thing. But to go cucking it up with them on the other side, that's a violation. Does bother me. Bothers me a lot.
Why? If you get thrown out of McDonald's,
I wish you didn't. I don't know.
It bothers you because you had a level of respect for Anthony even after that whole ordeal with the and that's the same thing with me with QE and Brian and Adam. Like I had a whole lot of respect for them up until they did what they did, and then it's like it all goes away at once. Man, I lost something. I'll never get that back.
Yeah, I get you, but I'm over that. They showed their colors. But when you see a freaking guy like Riley doing that, then it's now you're showing me. Now I'm seeing his colors, and I don't like it. Sorry, it's what it is. That's the way I am. Like, I can't. It's hard to explain. It's like let me use what I could comprehend. If I'm with the Gambinos, I'm with the Gambinos. If they have an issue with the Genovese, I can't go sit at the Genovese table and play cards. I can't. That's a freaking death sentence in that lifestyle.
Really, it's a decent thing to do. Like if somebody has committed a criminal act against your friend, you don't go and hang out with the people that robbed him.
Exactly. No,
You don't.
no, there's families involved. The scenario I just put together. There's guys that I liked on that other side, and because of who I was with, you got to draw a line. It's like, no, I can't come and play cards. I can't come and sit with you.
Yeah, because it's disrespectful. You know, but it's like I don't know. It's like it's a step worse when there was that crime that was committed. It's like you're almost congratulating them on the crime that they committed.
Yeah, and
You know what I mean?
Anthony was part of the housekeeping, right? It was his idea. He's got a lot of history with the show, so it's like a smack in the face. But you know what? Nathan's right. I got to get like Nathan and not give a shit. I'm gonna really try. Maybe that's the attitude I got to take. Water off a duck's back. Oh yeah, he's over there. That's good for him. Praise the Lord.
Well, I'm never going to take that attitude, but I mean, I'm not going to do anything other than point out what they did was wrong too. I don't think there's anything wrong with feeling lost when someone that you had a lot of respect for.
Oh, your house got robbed. They took everything from you. Ah, you hanging out with those guys? Oh, okay, that's good. Nice. Praise the Lord. Say hi for me.
Yeah, piss on that. You know what I mean?
Even if I tried, I couldn't do it. Refracted. Everything in me. I can't. I can't ignore it. It's just something I can't. How can I let it not bother me? It does. It fucking bothers me. When people betray and people cuck up to the betrayers, it bothers the shit out of me.
Yeah, but I think we're talking about, as far as our personalities go, that's just something that's like it's just part of us that would bother us. Nathan's got a little bit tougher skin than we do, I think.
What would it look like if you seen me in there in the chat cucking it up with them? Or you, Refracted? Hey, troops! Meekin! Yo, Brian! Dumbass don't even know what a freaking sexton does.
It's making a measurement that doesn't reference anything. It's a measurement without a reference. Which is, funny because you can't have a measurement that doesn't reference anything because for it to be a measurement, it's got to have a reference.
That's correct. But,
So, yeah,
it goes back, Don. If you remember that day, he was arguing with us for how long that day? That was 2 hours after Nathan ended the Uncut After show. It was me, you, Ryan, and him. And he would not freaking yield.
No, he was trying to argue for a horizon in the sky. What all did he claim? I mean, it got crazy stuff he was saying, that I think he actually come out and said that a curved line and a straight line forms an angle.
What we say? It was put to him. Had the questions put to him. I think I said, okay, you're out of the ocean and you're looking at the horizon. What are you looking at? It's the apparent position where the sky seems to meet the ocean, right? And I think that's when he said you can get that in the sky.
Yeah, he said that.
Where? How? Remember, we were flabbergasted with that.
He had confused the horizon with being a vanishing point. Remember?
Yes. But I was giving him the benefit of the doubt because he wasn't around for a while. He wasn't keeping up with the flat earth debate. It was semi new. I mean, we've gone through it. We had it for a while, but it was new to him. So he didn't know the intricacies of it. And he was just shooting at it out of his mouth, not knowing. But no, those things I read to you, that was freaking from last year. When I asked him, hey, when you coming back? He was like, I'm never coming back. Does Nathan still say the things he says about the sextant? And so this is 2 years later, and he's still saying the same thing. So he just don't know.
I would put it to Riley then, since he likes to go and argue at colleges about gravity with postgrads. Why doesn't he go to a boat dock and argue with people that you're not navigating the ground with the sextant?
Yeah, argue with a seafarer. Go ahead. Argue with Johnny. Remember Johnny Hartman that was in here? He's very hard to understand. Argue with him. You tell Johnny that and see what he says.
I would love to see, Anthony put some videos out there where he goes to boat docks, right? And asks people if they understand how to utilize a sextant. And then he argues that they're not actually navigating the surface of Earth because you don't use the surface of Earth to find you're not using a sextant in relation to the Earth in any way.
Listen, John. Whether that datum is created while stood on a football, on the rooftop of a skyscraper, on a rolling boat on the waves, or any other examples you can think of, it has diddly squat to do with the surface you are stood on.
Yeah, I love how he gives examples of things that cannot give you a datum as examples of things you get datums from. That's wonderful.
In the same way that the map is not the terrain, the created datum within a sextant is also not the terrain either. It's just a horizontal datum from which an angle can then be measured.
Well, I hate to apply this standard. I've been listening for about the last 20 minutes, right, about Anthony Riley. The same standard that I'm trying to apply to our opponents applies to him. I know you've said on 3 occasions, this is a flat earther, etc., etc. Well, that's true. The same standard does apply. Anthony is utterly inconsequential when it comes to Earth measurements. And the only thing I could think of was the folly of measuring the height of the cliffs at St. Bees. Well, that required a flat Earth to measure. If we're going to measure the height of the cliff, we're going to do it with a triangle with respect to a plane of reference, right? That's how it's done. You need to know sea level. You need to be able to point your angle measuring device, in this case a camera, and us doing it very roughly, at a line that's coming down from the top of the cliff, right? So in terms of literal practical application, Anthony has actually physically measured Earth flat in the most literal way, right? However, it didn't do anything. It didn't achieve anything. It didn't mean anything. When we argued about the Isle of Man, the height, whether it's from an Ordnance Survey map, our measurement, or Google Earth, are all perpendicular to the plane of Earth's surface from sea level. We've got sea level. The distance to the Isle of Man was flat and horizontal and linear. All of these things were axiomatically applied to the Earth calculator when we argued for months and months. But it was all a folly. It meant nothing. We were not the arbiters of the tools that we used to argue with. All of the tools were flat Earth referencing. So what did we achieve? Nothing. Did we have any bearing on Earth and what it is? No, none. So, like I say, the dweebs that we counter are inconsequential, and then I self-reference and go, well, so am I. Well, so is Anthony. So I get that you, like, feel slightly betrayed, but this does actually require the exact same degree of apathy. Who cares? Like, literally, who gives a shit? Same goes for the people who betrayed me. I mean, I am actually, as much as I'm fickle in other regards, this is no different. I am just as fickle. That is to say, I don't care. I mean, but for the fact that you guys are discussing this, I wouldn't be conscious of these people anymore. They are all dead to me. Now, I don't mean that in a sort of, you're dead to me, bitch, ex-wife kind of way. I mean, literally, I hadn't thought about them. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm grieving their loss. They are... Dead is a bad word in this regard because it has so many negative connotations, but I literally don't give them any thought anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're not talking about them. They're irrelevant to this. But when somebody who's supposed to be your friend giving you advice doesn't even come in a chat on your shows, never even joins the show anymore because of some bullshit with a freaking sextant that he can't freaking concede to, cocks it up with the people that freaking caused you this situation, that shit bothers me.
Yeah, I got all that. But that was where I stepped in having listened to all that, which is to say, who cares? Like, does he matter? I mean, it's... Do you know in Bronx Tale, where he's chasing after that guy for $20? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Goes, what do you care? $20 and that guy's out of your life forever. You bought him cheap.
Anthony does not compare to that cheap $20 guy.
Why not?
Anthony was part of Flat Earth debate. Anthony was instrumental in getting the housekeeping questions together. There's history there. Now, when something like this happens, I'm sorry, you got to draw a fucking line in the sand, Nathan, and you got to make a move. Who you going to side with here? Who's right? Who's wrong? Not who you like better.
Not who's...
All right?
I've just tried to explain
and
this, but you just haven't listened. I'll just try it one more time.
That freaking decision.
Hold on. Right, what I'm saying is, you're boiling this down as who's right and who's wrong. But while I'm sat here, comfortable in my chair, talking to you, having a good time, it's inconsequential if he's right or wrong about the sextant. He's not out there navigating with one, is he? He's not going to create a new calendar, make a new map. So he's utterly inconsequential to this. Now, beyond the betrayal that you perceive, I don't. Like, I'm very fickle about who joins. I even said this on yesterday's show. I was like, if I was sat here on my own, I'd manage about 40 minutes of discussion with no one around me. So if everyone deserted me tomorrow, well, that is kind of the attitude. So when someone like Anthony Riley goes, oh, I don't want to be a part of your show anymore. Like, okay. Like Sam in Cheers, he's still going to be stood behind the bar pulling pints. You know what I mean? Oh, right, you don't want to come anymore.
And then goes to the other fucking side?
Right, yeah. Norm just robbed you, and then who's the postal guy? The post office worker. Like Norm just robbed you, and then this other guy's going over and congratulating Norm on being a piece of shit.
Yeah,
that bothers me.
They tried to rob me. You're right. They didn't succeed though.
Yeah, I know, but it's still that's the way it was done.
Hold on. So
Yeah.
what? So they break into your house, but they didn't get anything. The motherfuckers violated you, though, right?
Well, they took the window out and then left it by the side, conveniently for me to put it back in afterwards. So, I mean, I've got to thank them for that.
I really got to get like you, Nathan. I think that would be beneficial to my health. Leave this Sicilian vendetta shit behind and start acting like you.
It's just a genuine sense of apathy. Like, who cares? Well, I'll ask you the question again. Is he consequential to this discussion? Is he consequential to how Earth is dealt with? Is he consequential to the calendar? Is he consequential to the mapping? Is he consequential to the traveling or the building?
No, and no. But that doesn't matter because it was consequential to me.
Yes, and to me, and to the. I don't even know if I trust the advice he gave you now.
Well, I went against his advice.
Maybe that's why he's on the other side.
So when I thought all was lost with the book, I went to him for his advice, and I decided to disregard his advice.
What was his advice anyway? I don't know if you ever...
To concede. He gave an example with the Verve, where the Verve split up, and that was the end of the money train for the Verve, because they fell out over who had actually contributed to the songs that Richard Ashcroft wrote. The rest of the band wanted credit. He said no. So they split up. So he said, well, you know, to stop that from happening, you should just concede to them and give them what they want.
Dad, what kind of advice is that? I'm wondering if he was operating with them the whole freaking time. Holy shit. Glad you didn't listen to that advice. Because that's the same, hold on. That's the same thing Brian was saying then. Brian was saying the same exact thing.
The guys that come by and they stab me.
Who cares?
But
move on. Forget about him. Who cares?
Yeah, I understand. It was just shocking for me to see that. Because I was like, holy shit, I thought he was freaking gave Nathan advice. He was a friend that was there. Because I remember you saying, I could pick up the phone and call Riley and he's right there. And he's freaking over here, cooking it up with the scumbags. What the hell's going on here? Am I in Bizarro World? Am I the last of the freaking loyal guys? You guys too, you know what I'm saying.
Actually, I've just told a slight mistruth. Let me just clarify something. I did take a piece of his advice. So he said, here's a solicitor that specialises in copyright. And I was like, oh, I've actually used this solicitor when I've sued someone prior. And I contacted them. So specifically, it was the solicitor that I'd used when I sued for defamation of character. So I sued... I've sued plenty of times, but that was on one particular occasion. I've used several different solicitors, but on that particular occasion, the solicitor that I used was, by coincidence, the biggest solicitor in town. They're huge. They've got this massive... I don't want to go into it, but the point is they're a very big solicitor, but I'd used them. So at Anthony's suggestion, I got in touch with them.
But his suggestion before was to just concede rather than break up the band. So
basically, yeah.
You know, portray you as Yoko Ono now, who broke up the freaking Beatles?
I'd be more like Lennon or McCartney, let's be honest.
Right.
You're giving them too much stature. I mean, I wouldn't consider either of these two Muppets even Ringo. You know what I mean?
Hey, Ringo.
Hold on a minute. Because, like, you know what? They tried to rob you. My advice to you is just give them the stuff they tried to take from you so you can hang out with them.
Exactly.
That was his friggin' advice.
Yes. In essence. Good comment.
Same thing with Brian. Brian said if it was me, I would put them on the cover. Simple. So basically concede.
Yeah,
Okay, you guys got
it's
it.
easy to concede with someone else's stuff, though, isn't it? It's if somebody else has got a dispute and it's not your stuff, you can look at it from the outside in and go, "I'd give your stuff to that person, definitely," because it's not yours. Now, when it comes to stuff being yours, then people feel very differently about it. Like Brian, who had to lie about the contents of his book. Suddenly, it was much more serious, wasn't it, when it came to Brian writing about the housekeeping? Suddenly, he had to lie and deceive, and, all right, Brian, what, is it because it's your stuff? Hilarious. You know, that, to me, the outcome of people like that who gave such advice is hilarious when you put the shoe on the other foot. With this particular instance, Brian being that example, that, to me, was utterly hilarious, like laugh out loud funny. Like, all right, you'd give up my stuff. You'd give up my stuff, would you? Okay, what about your stuff? What did you say? It's about housekeeping. No, I didn't. No, definitely not.
Yeah, perfect example of hypocrisy.
Yeah, hypocrisy, Brian, be thy name. Exactly.
So wait a second. So you're telling me? Let me get this together. So run that by me again.
Which bit?
Brian. Just give him what you want until it's your own.
Basically, yeah. It's easy to give someone else's stuff away, isn't it? Oh, yeah, of course I'd move that fence line. Just give them the land that they want. Who cares? Well, it's my land.
Yeah, but hold on. Even the stuff of his own that he said he would just put them on the cover is your shit anyway, because it's about housekeeping.
Right. Now you're getting it. Yeah. So in other words, right, you'd give it up so easily. That's because you haven't got any original thoughts of your own, Brian. You've just got the stuff that you've pilfered from me. So, yeah, you'd be willing to give it up. It wasn't yours. But when it's associated with something that Brian wants to be his, then suddenly it's all lies and defence and no, I wasn't writing about housekeeping. You know what I mean? All right.
It started out as housekeeping. Started out. But now it's changed. Oh, really?
Oh, really? Yeah, exactly. All right, why so defensive, Brian? Who cares, right? I'll just have half, maybe 90%. I'll just have my name on the cover of your book, Brian. You chop. What's that? It was about housekeeping, not anymore. Oh, really? Well, I mean, why does it matter? Does it matter that I'm taking 90%? I mean, we're talking about housekeeping after all. Let's be honest, that's come from this show. Meanwhile, housekeeping, you ascribed it in terms of its origins to Anthony Riley earlier. You're like, okay, that too has become redundant. Like all things in an evergreen subject that flows and ebbs, it will, on first bluff, seem incredibly important, but yesterday's news is tomorrow's chip paper.
True, but even though he was fundamental in it, it still took place on a show called Flat Earth Debate. So everything that's taken place, whoever did what during the show, belongs to you. It's your freaking show. I understand why people are having a hard time figuring that out.
All right, you mean the Buck Sodbuster show?
He did say that to me too, Brian.
No, because it brings us nicely back around to the Buck Sodbuster show. Yeah? Because the Gammas and the Beaters and the Dicks and the Thieves, they want to be me, Neil. There's no other way to put that, right? Brian wants to be me.
Well, he seemed to want to give Anthony Riley the credit, saying that that's not even your idea. Housekeeping was Anthony Riley's. But it took place on Flat Earth Debate. This is the room where everybody got together and we had debates with Globers. So everything done in that room belongs to you. Simple.
Well, if there's a break in the topic, I had a question real quick.
Feel free, Riggs.
Hey there. Good afternoon or evening. Someone told me that you might not be doing a show this week or something. I don't know if any of these things are true, so I thought I'd ask.
I don't know. I haven't made up my mind yet.
Was there a problem with the last show?
No.
Not with you.
Were there any problems you were having? I'm good.
Not especially. I mean, a lot of your participants are very boring dweebs. But other than that, no, everything's cool. You seem to have accumulated quite a few people that would be like accurately represented by that meme with the neck beard with the word actually in a speech bubble.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what happens when you have a place that houses everybody. Kind of what they do.
I think he was fishing for, did you do anything wrong? Is that what you're saying, Riggs? Is there a problem? There's no problem with you, I don't think, right? You were very accommodating.
Absolutely.
Since
Your
I'm
server's
hearing
great.
from a third party, I thought I'd check in, that's all.
I don't know what I'm doing on Friday. That's the honest answer. I haven't made up my mind if I want to go into what I've described metaphorically as a circus, so I can be whipped by dweebs. Don't get me wrong, as a lion, I can eat them, and people love it. But by the same token, it's like, I don't really want to be in the company of people who talk in an adenoidal voice and say, actually, the distance to horizon is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I just think it's tedious and utterly inconsequential to the actual subject that I cover. So, on reflection, what we do here is inconsequential to Earth and its measurements. But there's a lot of fart sniffers who hang around in Discord servers, no offence to you, that think they're consequential to the subject matter, and they're not. I'm not either, don't get me wrong. There is a certain level of introspection that's gone into my reluctance to want to hang around with dweebs and talk about boring shit with them. So, you know, from that perspective, is there anything that you've done wrong? Absolutely not. You've got a great Discord server, as Discord servers go, and you've been very accommodating, more so than most of the other servers I've been in, if I'm honest. So, you know, kudos to you. But it's more that, like anything, it's like, what do you want out of it? What's in it for me? Well, if I'm going to be facing off with people who are talking to me in an adenoidal tone, popping me up on a pedestal so they can attempt to make me wrong about something that they have no bearing on and are inconsequential with respect to, why would I waste my time? It just seems silly. So, you know, I mean, if you've got somebody in the server that's actually consequential to the subject, that is to say, what they do results in a new calendar, a new map, a new flight arrangement, you know, flight levels being the example. They've got something that's going to change the mapping of the territory or measure Earth in a particular way that will have a bearing on me, then maybe I'll pay them a bit more credence. But it just seems like there's a lot of gamma and beta dicks that think they're consequential to the subject and really aren't. That's not your fault. Far from it.
Oh, no. It's mostly an effort in entertainment with some of these people, so I totally get it.
Yeah, it's a circus. I agree.
I just wanted to hear it from the horse's mouth, that's all.
I mean, I'm hoping that there's like an open door. It's a Discord server, right? I mean, far be it from little old me to just wander in if I happen to. It might be that we wander in on a Thursday. I'd hope that the door's just open, right?
It is, but if I have something on the schedule, I just wanted to make sure that it's actually on the schedule. That's all.
Fair enough. Now I understand that.
Yeah, because Riggs likes to promote it. He's a promoter.
Well, if I can get some certainty beforehand, then yeah, absolutely, I'd be promoting. But we've had a lot of last minute entrances. So
what's that mean?
I just want to give you guys the best chance at actually having a showing instead of people who find out minutes before. So.
I mean, the show goes on anyway. I mean, like I say, I see the Discord servers as a public gateway, right? Now, to accommodate the dweebs, I've gone into your server rather than this server that you're in now. I mean, the door's open either way. But for whatever reason, people like specific servers. You're like, okay. But my show goes on regardless. You know, it has done for 10 years.
Well, and I just want to say that last show was particularly entertaining. It's not usually my thing, but I had a great time. So thanks.
It's my pleasure. No, I do. I like making my shows. It's good, and your server's been good, so I'm appreciative. I mean, maybe we'll be in on Friday.
It has been a blessing. A lot of people have really enjoyed you coming over.
Sure.
So if Nathan did want to do a show, what would be the time frame that he needs to contact you? The day before?
Oh, I just the day before is fine. I just the way Discord's set up, I can just plug in whether it's every week or every 2 weeks or whatever. It's just a Discord thing. It's not a. It's just one less thing I have to deal with. That's all. If I can know beforehand, that's better. If not, no. No big deal. All right.
Fair enough. What did you mean by I've got a lot of new entries?
He's gone.
When I hear someone say they've got a lot of new entries, I picture like Top of the Pops. Down 3 at number 5, it's Ace of Base with all that she wants.
I told you, there's people
New
who've
entry
been
at number
lining
4.
up. People have been lining up because of Friday. They want a shot at you. Supposedly the big guns are coming in Friday to deal with you, Nathan.
Well, they'll have all written down the silly little childish insults, and they'll all be ready to chant them.
Oh, all right. So you're telling me if I don't go in on Friday, there's suddenly a massive anticlimax for a load of dweebs?
Yeah.
I'm definitely not going in on Friday.
Yeah, I was just going to say, maybe just to stay here.
Yeah, I think I'll stay here on Friday.
But they'll probably make videos saying you're scared.
Oh,
yeah,
dear.
Because the big dog's coming in. It's probably McToon, Big Dog Toon.
I think that's what we should cover tomorrow. I will help them out and say, you know what, I've decided I'm just too scared of McToon. What with him being such a big presence on all the shows so far, we've only had 4, and he said 1, 2, 3, fuck all. He said nothing. So yeah, terrifying. But this time, the time that I've gone, you know, I don't really want to go back. I was going to be there and kick your ass. These people are hilarious.
I got my stuff all together. I was all ready to go. And of course, Nathan chickened out again.
Or could lean into it, like in sincerity. Yeah, it's just terrifying, you know. Being surrounded by betas and gammas. It's just scary. No, I've got to keep a straight face. It's just quite intimidating.
yeah, if they don't get the pain relief on Friday, that will wind them up even more.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Just state that on a show. I know that'll piss you off if I'm not there for your 15 minutes of hate venting. So fuck yes.
Well, they now need retribution. They've been described as dweebs. Go ahead, Mikey. Sorry.
So I think you should just go there and sit there and say nothing, because that will really piss them off.
But I've got to run a show. I do actually want to entertain my audience. I do have a loyal audience that do, you know, financially support me. So going into someone else's server and just sitting there, that's not going to be very amusing for my audience. Or maybe it will be. I mean, I don't know. I will take that under advisement, Mickey.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I got another comer. Eddie Bear. Have you gone over my argument yet? Can you rebut it? Can you show its fallacies? The measured flat destructive dichotomy was made specifically to address 10th Man, Nathan Oakley, and FED 24/7 have had to change the. Oh, wait. Oakley and FED 24/7 have had to change their rhetoric since they saw my argument. That's nice. You go right ahead 24/7. We couldn't give a shit over here. But he's got it all named. The destructive dichotomy.
It sounds like Edebear wants to be QE, basically, doesn't he?
Yeah, something like that. Then he goes on to say, Kent did say the flatter distance from GP of Polaris is 5,440 nautical miles, didn't he? That's the distance that makes the circle of equal elevation called the equator. That's correct, isn't it?
Isn't it? What they're doing is what Bev tried to do. They need to make my assertions of heliocentric use of flat Earth elevation angles to create the equatorial plane my claim, so they can take apart the heliocentric claim as incorrect, as though it's my claim. Like, why? Who cares? So, areas of equal elevation. Great. Yeah, we know. But as far as I can glean from this, Edebear is a QE wannabe. That's what he's trying to be. He's trying to be QE. It's just sad. You're like, oh, you've come up with a logical consistency, have you? It's a logical consistency argument. How interesting. What, like QE did with the Black Swan?
Does that affect how Earth is measured, Nathan?
What? The fact that Edebear's a QE wannabe?
No, the fact that he's come up with some nonsense called the measured flat destructive dichotomy.
I mean, it's just geek behaviour. I don't know. This has no bearing on anything.
So 24/7 had to change their rhetoric, though, Nathan. Maybe we should look into this flat Earth measurement destructive dichotomy disruption made specifically to address 10th Man.
So let me get it straight. That appealing to how influential they are. Look, we've influenced people. Oh yeah, very nice, very good.
I told you they want to be important. Bev's got a whole bunch of people together,
them?
and they did
that's so quaint.
They did the realizing Euclid test. Have you done it, Nathan?
No. Do they know they bore the tits off people? Got your destructive syllogism. Oh right, you Dweeb. How very boring.
No, Nathan, say it right. The measured, flat, destructive dichotomy.
A measured, flat, destructive dichotomy. You guys are so cool. Can you just let Ed Bear know? I think he's so fucking cool. This makes me feel like he's the Fonz. Is he gonna smack the jukebox after saying that?
Oh boy. He should do it in his other voice. Hello? Hello? Have you gone over my argument yet? Can you hello? Can you show its fallacies?
Just be honest with him. Say, no, I'm sorry. We didn't go through your argument. We discussed what an annoying twat you are instead. That's what we actually did. Because it's
That's
true.
what I'm saying. We're just going over the title, and that's enough for us. The title's enough to let us know you're going to bore our tits off.
Yes. Go away. That's the answer. Go away. Don't care.
He's been trying to get this in for over 2 months now, Nathan. He's been trying to has anybody heard my argument? Has anybody now I guess he's got through to 24/7 because they had to change their rhetoric. Oh boy. The what?
Tell him we've all taken a vote and we've decided that we think he's a very special man, having converted so many people on 24/7. The influence he has is vast. We think he is actually the king.
We have taken a vote and we all agreed you are the king.
Yes, let him know. Make it so.
You are the king. That's gonna make him really upset. Wouldn't that be something though? Who said that? Just go in there and not say anything? Yeah, I'm on a show and just stay on mute. Just have a conversation within ourselves. That would be rude though, right? Yeah, be a rude boy. That's the guy I haven't heard in a while. The line. Earth itself is a natural phenomenon.
Who are you talking about?
The Jamaican guy. The line, Nathan. The line, Robert.
The lion?
The line, Line. You don't remember the Jamaican guy? Robert? Claiming
Vaguely.
that Earth itself is a natural observed phenomenon. I don't do the dread accent the way you do it.
Clock.
The Jamaican guy.
One word, bombaclat.
Bombaclat. Yeah, when I was in prison, it was Bumbaclot, Rossclot.
Yeah, Nathan, if you don't go in there on
Blood
Friday, you'll probably get loads of brave little golems dipping their toes into Flatzoid server.
In Flipside?
Yeah.
I mean, like I say, what difference does it make to me which door is offered up to the public? I mean, actually, to be frank, it's a pain in the ass putting the link. I have to ask him every time for a new one because it seems to change all the time. But putting a link in underneath the live show is a pain in the ass when I've already got one. that runs every day perfectly sufficiently, people manage to join Flipside every single day.
Yeah. I thought he had got the link all sorted out, and it was the same one. It's going to be the same one.
I mean, that's a minor thing, but I'm just saying, what's the point in going to a separate server? Well, so that we can accommodate the little golems, so that they can feel a bit more secure. I don't really get it.
No, I think what we should do now is we've gone out, we've gone to other servers. You know where to find us. Nothing's any different. The mute button is still run the same way here as it is in other servers. As a matter of fact, you may get muted more in other servers.
Well, no, it's more like, let me know your favourite show host, and I'll ask my wife to get in touch and see if I can go on their show and promote my book. Then, if obviously they can slip a few through the net that are hostile, then there's a good chance they can introduce some arsehole to debate with me on some random show I'm there to promote my book on, after contacting them and asking if I can go and promote my book on their show. So that's what they will hopefully do, provide me with names. Who do you want me to go on? Where do you want me to go? If you specifically want me to go to some particular individual who's got a channel that I can promote my book on, give me the name and I'll see if I'm interested in contacting them. And by that I mean I'll give a list to my wife.
One, Nathan. There's another one that I've just remembered. It's one of the podcasts I actually listen to. THC, The Higher Side Chats, with a fella called Greg Carlwood. Quite a good podcaster.
What's he talk about?
All kinds of stuff. He has all kinds of guests all the time. Plethora of different topics, mainly conspiratorial.
THC, The High Side Chats.
The Higher Side Chats.
Higher Side.
Higher Side Chat Show.
Okay. Yeah, keep them coming. If people can think of names of places that they want me to appeal to go on and promote the book, keep them coming, and I've been writing them down, and I'll, every so often, between now and when the book's finished, go through the list that I've got thus far, so that, you know, it's out there who I'm going to be contacting.
What about Brother Sanchez? He's got a lot of people, right?
Bro Sanchez? Yeah, I'll add him to the list.
One of those needs scratching off, though, Nathan. Steve Hughes was a comedian recommendation I was given.
Okay, I'll scrub Steve Hughes from the list.
Bro Sanchez. I'll send him a message.
I'll add Eric to the list.
Eric Dubay, that's a good one.
Yeah, so far I've got Jesse Lee Peterson, Eddie Bravo, Joe Rogan, Mark Sargent, Godfrey, Killer Priest, Infinite Plane, THC, Bro Sanchez, Eric Dubay.
How about Dean Odell?
Flat Earth British, if he's still doing it.
He talks a lot of shite, that guy.
Martin. Yeah, I'll put Martin on the list. Dean Odell, I'll put him on the list. But same goes for you in Discord. If you can think of any places that you'd like me to go and promote the book, tell me. I'll write them down, and hopefully my wife will get in touch with them and see if she can get me on their show.
I know somebody. He doesn't have a lot of people, and he's really good. A lot more people, but you would promote him, and maybe there would be more people that would join him. That's the guy Fisherman in a Box. It's a small show, but you'd be doing him a favor with that.
Yeah, I'll add him to the list.
Hey, you better get Don Corleone. You're the head of the 5 families, according to Fisherman in the Box.
Said you'd send ebook promos. I'd watermark them in case they get leaked.
Say again. In case they what?
In case they get leaked. So
they'll
you know
be
where
like,
it came
no, that's all sorted. So they're like one-time use. The publicist is very keen on this sort of stuff. Not having his stuff ripped off when he's publishing it. So no, he's got that covered with the way they get to, a one-time use code has to be employed to get hold of a copy that's being used for promo. So no, not at all. It's he's got all that covered, all of those angles already. I mean, there's going to be people who pirate it. That's just how anything that you publish goes. There's going to be people who want to rip it off and steal it. Okay, fair enough. That's just how it is sometimes.
Definitely be one anti-fluff dickhead that wants to read it out so they don't have to buy it themselves to laugh. In their words, I would assume.
But it's like anything. It's like if you rip off my show, I have an avenue that I can pursue to prevent you from doing that. And I've occasionally had to use it. DMCA claims. Occasionally, I've had to use that system, and successfully so. It's like I can't remember, years ago, maybe even longer. Somebody just took a chunk of my after show that hadn't even been published yet, and just published it on their channel. No commentary, nothing. Just stole it. Like, some people don't appreciate that. This is what I do for a living. So they think, oh well, it's only because I want to make commentary on what you've said because I say you're wrong. And you're like, no. Don't convolute what this is. I don't care if you think I'm wrong or right or how you perceive the argument. That is my material. That's what I make my living with. The same will be said
there
for
was
the book.
nothing transformative whatsoever, no commentary. So it is just ripping you off. But I've done that with your Friday show. There's no commentary or anything, just like a 2-hour chunk.
Who's done that?
Bev.
I mean, I might just copyright strike him then. You can't just steal my material. If that's what he's done, then I'll just copyright strike the guy.
He said he was doing
Bev,
that.
I earn
Don't
my
you
living
remember?
from these shows. I appreciate that his elder bear wants to be QE, but there is a limit to what I'll tolerate if you're just ripping me off, like thieving from me, which it sounds like Bev is. He's just stealing my material. That's scummy. The Bev's just a thief then.
Yep.
What did he actually do, Len?
Published 2 hours of my show without commentary. So if I see Bev in anywhere near the vicinity of anywhere that I'm recording or broadcasting from, he will be instantly removed from this point forth. He can't be trusted, he's a thief.
So he just replayed your show?
It was a good 1.5, 2-hour chunk, if I remember.
Yeah, so he's just a thief, so you just can't trust Bev to not steal from you. It's like,
does he not have his own
food on the
material?
table with Bev. Just gonna steal from me. No, you'll never be in my presence again, Bev. You're a thief. That is what I will describe you as from this point forth.
Doesn't he have his own material?
Bev Kimson plugs his material that he tells us we should be interested in and then publishes mine by the sounds of things. So it's just a thief.
Wow. These people are getting worse and worse on both sides. He's supposedly a flat earther. I think he's a baller now, right? He argues for the real globe.
As the conversation run out, shall I round out this show? I'm still recording.
I'm in the process of writing Brother Sanchez a little message about getting you on when the book is released.
Fair enough, Neil. That's very mighty white of you. I'll round out. Let's get my lights on. With that, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley. Be sure to join me on Patreon, and I'll see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.